Chapter 4050. Without the ultimate weapon, it's more than enough for me to kill you. And Xing said indifferently, revealing his strong confidence. He clenched his fist and condensed his divine force into a long sword. Sharp sword chi whizzed out and cut the space apart. I'll leave the rest to you. I'll kill Mu Yin myself. And Xing instructed the other two spirits of Yin experts. As soon as his voice fell, his figure disappeared from a spot. In the next moment, he appeared not far away from Lu Ming and stabbed his sword towards Lu Ming's glabella. Without the ultimate weapon, you'll be the one to die. Lu Ming snorted coldly. His figure flashed and disappeared from a spot. He appeared on the right side of Xing and slashed his palm down like a knife. However, Xing quickly changed his move. The sword gleam pierced to the right in an instant and collided with Lu Ming's palm. There was a loud bang, and the force spread in all directions. Both of them retreated at the same time. What a strong force! Lu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. This Xing's strength was really strong. Lu Ming estimated that Xing should have the strength to fight someone who was 4 levels higher than him in the Divine Emperor realm. No wonder this person was so confident that he could kill Lu Ming without the ultimate weapon. After all, his cultivation level was 1 level higher than Lu Ming's. Your strength. What Xing didn't know was that he was even more shocked. His strength was 1 level higher than Lu Ming. His move just now was actually a draw with Lu Ming. Didn't that mean that Lu Ming could fight someone who was 5 levels higher than him? How could he be so strong? Interesting, really interesting. I haven't killed such a monster before. Mu Yin, I'll definitely kill you. In the next moment, Xing's eyes were filled with madness. He roared, Spirit of Yin Assassin, come out. Buzz. Dark Star's body emitted a strong wave of energy. Black doors of light flickered. Following that, a few figures flashed out from the light. There were a total of 7 figures. However, these 7 figures weren't from the same clan. They seemed to be from 7 different clans. They looked very young and lifelike. One of them was actually from the Elf clan. Ling Hai. So Ling Hai was killed by you. Ling Yue shouted, her figure revealing a look of anger. Ling Hai used to be a top genius of the Elf clan. He was able to fight someone who was 3 levels above him in the Divine Emperor realm. His future was limitless. However, a few hundred years ago, when Ling Hai went out to train, he disappeared without a trace. From the looks of it, Ling Hai had died in the hands of Dark Star. That's right. Ling Hai did die in my hands and became one of my Yin Spirit Assassins. The rest of you are also qualified to become my Yin Spirit Assassins. Especially you, Mu Yin. It's your honor to become my Yin Spirit Assassin and fight for me. And Xing laughed maniacally. At the same time, the 7 figures all rushed toward Lu Ming, wanting to kill Lu Ming. The Nether Spirit Assassin that he cultivated required extremely powerful geniuses. This was because the Nether Spirit Assassin could grow with him. The more talented the Nether Spirit Assassin was, the faster it would grow and the stronger it would be. Lu Ming was too suitable. A look of disgust appeared in Lu Ming's eyes. He had already seen through Xing's cultivation method. It was incomparably cruel and disgusting. Battle character art. 6 times battle strength. At this moment, Lu Ming activated the battle character art to increase his battle strength by 6 times. His entire body emitted a hazy light as he activated all kinds of secret techniques in his cells. With a wave of his hand, 7 demonic swords formed and charged toward the 7 Yin Spirit Assassins. It was the great demonic sword technique. At the same time, Lu Ming charged toward Xing. At this moment, Lu Ming pushed his battle strength to the limit. Come, sinister 18 kills. And Xing roared and also burst out with his full strength. He charged toward Lu Ming. Sword shadows crisscrossed, cutting out terrifying sword scars in the void. Boom, 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 boom. The 2 of them continuously collided and launched an intense battle. For a moment, there was no clear victor. And Xing indeed had the qualifications to be arrogant. At this moment, he had burst out with his full strength, and his battle strength had actually increased by a level. Lu Ming estimated that even if Xing didn't have the strength to fight across 5 levels, he still had the strength to fight across 4.5 levels. As for Lu Ming, when he used his full strength, he could fight across 5.5 levels. Lu Ming's cultivation just happened to be 1 level lower than his opponent's, so the two of them actually fought to a draw. While the two of them were fighting, the other two Yin Spirit race experts also charged toward Ling Yue, Dandan, and the others. Kill! Ling Yue shouted as a towering tree appeared behind her. A battle bow also appeared in her hand. This wasn't a divine weapon, but her origin's secret technique. Swoosh! An arrow pierced through the air and shot toward one of the Yin Spirit race experts. Clang! The arrow collided with the sword of the Yin Spirit race expert. The sword in the Yin Spirit race expert's hand trembled incessantly, and his pouncing figure also stopped. The Yin Spirit race expert revealed a look of shock. His attack had actually been blocked by Ling Yue. One had to know that he had the cultivation of the 6th Divine Emperor layer and was a top monster. He could fight across 2.5 levels, and killing an existence of the 8th Divine Emperor layer would be easy. And Ling Yue, who was only at the 4th Divine Emperor layer, was actually able to block his attack. Could it be that Ling Yue could fight across 4.5 levels? This was too terrifying. Wasn't this level of monster about the same as in Xing? There weren't many monsters of this level in the entire desolate universe, right? However, while this Spirit of Nining expert was blocked, the other Spirit of Nining expert was unstoppable. He charged over, his sword turning into a sword shadow. With a stab, 5 people were pierced through the forehead by the sword chi and died on the spot. Run! The others shouted in fear and turned to run. Without the battle formation, Lu Ming's team members were no match for these Yin Spirit race assassins. Only Dandan relied on the formation to block this person's attack. You want to leave? You're all going to die. This Spirit of Yin Yang expert attacked continuously. Sword light flashed, and every time his sword stabbed out, more than 1 person would be killed. In a flash, more than 10 people died at his hands. Spare me. I'm willing to rely on you. Spare me. I'm willing to cooperate with you to kill Mu Yun. Some people were so scared that they directly begged for mercy, betraying Lu Ming on the spot. These people didn't have any deep friendship with Lu Ming. On one hand, they were under Lu Ming's command because of the Heavenly Palace's arrangement, and on the other hand, they wanted to earn merit points. Now that they were facing a life and death crisis, of course, they directly betrayed Lu Ming. Damn traitor! Shouted Dandan furiously. Runes surrounded his body, forming a great formation, blocking the attacks of the Yin Spirit race expert. At the same time, there were runes constantly filling the air and disappearing into the void. Die for me. The Yin Spirit race expert didn't intend to let them go at all because the news of them killing Lu Ming and the others couldn't be exposed. Chapter 4051. From the very beginning, the spirits of Yin race had never planned to let Lu Ming's team go. This was because only the dead would not leak the news. For safety's sake, it was best to get rid of all of them. Swoosh! Swoosh! Sword shadows tore through the air, each of them emitting a terrifying might. In Lu Ming's team, other than Lu Ming, Ling Yue, and Dandan, no one else was able to block a single move. Every time the sword shadow slashed out, a person would fall. Run! The rest of the people fled in all directions in fear. However, that Spirits of Yin race expert was shockingly fast. He could barely see him, and only sword light could be seen flashing in the air. Every time it flickered, a person would be killed. At this time, Dandan quickly approached Ling Yue. At the same time, runes were constantly emitting from his body, rushing into the air and disappearing. Ling Yue continued to exchange blows with the spirits of Yin race expert. Ling Yue had already shot out 10 arrows, but they were all blocked by the spirits of Yin race expert. However, the spirits of Yin race expert was also unable to do anything to Ling Yue. He was unable to get close to Ling Yue, and the two of them were in a stalemate. Let me help you, Dandan shouted. With a wave of his hand, countless runes filled the air, transforming into chains that wrapped around the spirits of Yin race expert. However, the spirits of Yin race expert was extremely agile. With a continuous flash, he dodged the chains formed by Danden's formation. At this time, the rest of Lu Ming's team had all been killed, and their corpses fell onto the surface of the lake. After killing these people, the spirits of Yin Race Expert returned and joined forces with another spirits of Yin Race Expert to attack Ling Yue and Danden. Great array rise. Densely packed, runes appeared in the air as Danden continued to tap the air. This was the formation he had set up earlier. The more time one spent setting up a formation, the stronger the formation would be. This formation was clearly stronger than the one Danden had casually set up. Roar, roar, roar. Countless runes interweaved into a large formation, condensing into huge golden crocodiles that pounced towards the two spirits of Yin experts. The attacks of the two spirits of Yin experts were immediately blocked by the golden crocodiles. As for Ling Yue, she would shoot out an arrow from time to time. Each arrow was extremely powerful and could threaten the lives of two spirit of Yin clan experts. The two spirit of Yin clan experts had no choice but to focus on dealing with it. In this way, Danden and Ling Yue were in a stalemate with the two spirit clan experts. On the other side, Lu Ming and Xing were also in a deadlock. The two of them had already exchanged dozens of blows, but there was still no clear victor. Damn it! Lu Ming watched his own team members being killed one by one. Although they didn't have any friendship with each other, and some of them had even targeted him before, it still made Lu Ming's murderous intent reach its peak. His eyes were also extremely cold. He had to kill Darkstar and the others. Actually, Darkstar and the others were also roaring in their hearts. Obviously, the strength of Lu Ming and the others had completely exceeded their expectations. He didn't expect that after breaking Lu Ming and the others' formation and using the forbidden weapon domain to block Lu Ming and the others' killing weapons, Lu Ming and the others were actually this powerful with just their own strength. Lu Ming's strength had far exceeded his expectations. Danden and Ling Yue's strength was the same. Originally, he was completely confident, but he didn't expect that there would be a stalemate. Kill, kill, kill. Today we must kill these people. And Xing roared in his heart as he attacked with all his might. However, Lu Ming's strength was astonishing. 3 ancient secret techniques were casually used, and they were incomparably mysterious, completely blocking his attacks. For a moment, it was difficult to determine the victor between the two of them. Lu Ming, can you stall that guy for a while? At this moment, Danden secretly transmitted his voice to Lu Ming. Lu Ming's gaze moved slightly as he said, "You want to set up a formation? That's right. As long as you give me some time, I will be able to set up a powerful formation. It will be enough for us to escape." Danden replied with a sound transmission. "No, I want you to set up a formation to trap the enemy. I want all these people to stay here." Lu Ming replied, his voice extremely cold. Are you confident in dealing with that guy? That guy is very troublesome." Danden said. That guy was naturally referring to Darkstar. "I've already found this guy's flaw." Lu Ming said. "All right, let's do it. Don't worry, I will set up a great formation to trap the enemy." Danden replied, revealing an excited expression. As he spoke, runes appeared on his skin, pores, and even his mouth and hair. He had already begun to set up a formation. This guy was like the incarnation of runes. His speed of setting up a formation far exceeded that of an ordinary person. "Kill!" Lu Ming shouted as he continued to attack, fighting with Darkstar. As for Ling Yue and Danden, it was obvious that they had already discussed this beforehand. They were focused on defense and looked as if they couldn't hold on any longer. This way, the spirits of Yin race saw hope. "You two, hurry up and deal with that turtle and the elf princess. Right now, I don't want them alive, just kill them. After dealing with them, help me kill Mu Yun." Darkstar sent a sound transmission to the two spirits of Yin race experts. He really had no other choice. Lu Ming's battle prowess had far exceeded his expectations. He realized that he really couldn't deal with Lu Ming by himself. He could only wait for the other two spirits of Yin race experts to deal with Ling Yue and Danden and help him deal with Lu Ming together. "Don't worry." The two spirits of Yin race experts replied as they used all their strength to attack with all their might. However, What made them depressed was that they felt that Dandan and Ling Yue couldn't hold on any longer and were on the verge of collapse. After they attacked with all their might for a period of time, Dandan and Ling Yue were still on the verge of collapse, but they still didn't fall. Time passed bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming and Darkstar had exchanged a few hundred moves. The two monstrous geniuses had exchanged a few hundred moves, causing the world to darken and the sun and moon to lose their light. Damn it, Darkstar roared. The one who deserves to die is you. Now let's finish you off. At this moment, Lu Ming spoke coldly, because just now, Dandan had sent him a sound transmission that the formation had already been set up. Muyun, I admit that you are very strong. Your strength is not weaker than mine, but if you want to kill me, dream on. Darkstar sneered. He admitted that he couldn't kill Lu Ming, but it was also impossible for Lu Ming to kill him. He was very confident in this point. Is that so? The corner of Lu Ming's mouth curled up into a sneer, and then he suddenly charged towards one of the Een Spirit Assassins of Darkstar. Previously, the 7 Een Spirit Assassins of Darkstar had been working together with Darkstar to attack Lu Ming, but they were all blocked by Lu Ming with various methods. At this moment, Lu Ming rushed towards the Een Spirit Assassin, but the door was wide open. He's really courting death. Darkstar's eyes lit up. In his opinion, Lu Ming's move was a stupid move, and he was courting death. Chapter 4052. Lu Ming actually rushed toward a Nether Spirit Assassin and exposed a flaw. He was simply courting death, and Xing's eyes revealed a ferocious light as he roared, "Die!" Puff! The Nether Spirit Assassin had a pitch-black dagger in his hand. The dagger cut through the void and directly pierced towards Lu Ming's Dantian. Puff! The dagger accurately pierced Lu Ming's Dantian and directly pierced a hole through Lu Ming's Dantian. Ha, let's see how you will die. And Xing laughed crazily. Is that so? At this moment, Lu Ming said coldly. His face was still very calm, as if the person whose Dantian was pierced by the dagger wasn't him. The smile on Xing's face disappeared and was replaced by a shocked expression. Just as Xing was about to speak, Lu Ming attacked. He punched out and hit the Nether Spirit Assassin. With a bang, the Nether Spirit Assassin's body directly exploded. Under the effect of the Great Shattering Art and the Great Divine Wind Art, it turned into powder. A Nether Spirit Assassin was killed. Damn it, how can you be fine? How can your Dantian be fine? And Xing shouted hysterically. That Nether Spirit Assassin had clearly pierced Lu Ming's Dantian. One should know that the Dantian was a vital point. The star condensed by the Divine Emperor Realm was in the Dantian. In his opinion, that move just now could directly shatter the star in Lu Ming's Dantian and completely cripple Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming was completely fine. He had defeated his Nether Spirit Assassin in one move. This made him unable to wrap his head around it. Of course, he couldn't figure it out. The forbidden body didn't have a star in the Dantian. There was no vital point in the body. Even the head wasn't a vital point. Therefore, even though he had pierced Lu Ming's Dantian, it didn't affect Lu Ming at all. Nothing is impossible. Kill! Lu Ming shouted coldly. Using the Great Divine Wind Art, his body moved like the wind and attacked Xing Heavenly Chief Killing Sword. Darkstar let out a long howl and thrust out a stunning sword strike towards Lu Ming. Boom! And Xing's longsword collided with Lu Ming's palm, causing a violent explosion. But this time, Xing's body violently trembled and he was forced to retreat. His face was somewhat pale. This time, he was actually at a disadvantage. One had to know that previously, he and Lu Ming were evenly matched when they clashed head-on. Sure enough, this guy's strength is related to the Een Spirit Assassin. He can get the bonus of the Een Spirit Assassin strength. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. In fact, after exchanging dozens of blows, he had already noticed something fishy and had a guess in his heart. With his taboo power, he could have used the method of mutual destruction to get rid of the Dark Spirit Assassin from the Dark Star. However, Dandan had sent him a voice transmission at that time. Thus, he decided to stall the Dark Spirit Assassin until now. Now that Dandan had successfully set up the array formation, Lu Ming naturally did not want to tangle with the other party. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The other 6 Yin spirit assassins attacked Lu Ming from all directions. Lu Ming waved his palm like a knife and blasted out 6 blows in a row. He exchanged 1 blow with each of the 6 Yin spirit assassins. Originally, there were 7 Yin spirit assassins. Now that there was 1 less, their combat strength was naturally weaker. After exchanging 1 blow with Lu Ming, they all retreated a few steps. Swoosh! Lu Ming directly rushed towards one of the Yin spirit assassins and attacked with all his might. He completely ignored the Yin spirit assassin's attack. Puff! The Yin spirit assassin's attack pierced through the Yin spirit assassin's heart. However, Lu Ming acted as if nothing had happened. He continued to attack and bombarded the Yin spirit assassin. With a boom, the Yin spirit assassin followed in the footsteps of the previous Yin spirit assassin. He was blasted into pieces by Lu Ming and was completely destroyed. How is this possible? And Xing roared. Kill! Lu Ming was too lazy to pay attention to him. His attacks were like a storm as he attacked the other Yin spirit assassins. With 1 less Yin spirit assassin, he was even less of a match for Lu Ming and was blasted back. Lu Ming stared at another Yin spirit assassin and attacked. He still opened his array formation wide and did not look like he was defending. I don't believe it. Kill, kill, kill. And Xing roared. Under his control, the Yin spirit assassin attacked Lu Ming crazily. This time, the Yin spirit assassin attacked Lu Ming's head. Puff! A long sword pierced through Lu Ming's forehead and penetrated Lu Ming's head. Let's see how you're going to die this time. And Xing roared. No matter who it was, the head was definitely a vital point. It was the place where one's soul was stored. If the head was damaged, even if one didn't die, he would be seriously injured. But at the next moment, and Xing's eyes widened rapidly, revealing an expression of horror and disbelief. Because Lu Ming was completely fine. With a punch, he blew up the 3rd Yin spirit assassin, and the wound between Lu Ming's eyebrows was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Monster! You're a monster, you! And Xing roared hysterically. Dantian heart and head. These 3 vital points had been pierced, but Lu Ming was still fine. If this wasn't a monster, then what was? I'll send you on your way, Lu Ming said coldly. The taboo energy in his body boiled. A large number of ordinary secret techniques erupted, turning into a dazzling light that merged with the taboo energy. Then, they blasted toward Xing and the remaining 4 Yin spirit assassins. And Xing hurriedly tried to block. However, without the support of the 3 Yin spirit assassins, and Xing was no longer a match for Lu Ming. His combat strength was weaker than Lu Ming's. He and the 4 Yin spirit assassins were blasted back by Lu Ming. Puff! And Xing spat out a mouthful of blood. As for the 4 Yin spirit assassins, although they wouldn't spit out blood, their bodies were injured to varying degrees. Lu Ming didn't give him a chance to breathe at all. Like a gust of wind, he charged toward Xing and attacked continuously. His attacks were like a storm, crushing toward Xing. And Xing tried to block continuously, but he couldn't block at all. After a few moves, his face turned pale, and he spat out a few more mouthfuls of blood. He could only control the Yin spirit assassins to block Lu Ming's attacks at this moment. After a few moves, another Yin spirit assassin was killed by Lu Ming. Only 3 Yin spirit assassins were left, and Xing's heart was bleeding. He had spent a lot of effort to get these Yin spirit assassins. Each of them was a peerless monster. It wasn't easy to gather 7 peerless monsters, but now 4 of them were killed by Lu Ming in just a short while. Without 4 Yin spirit assassins, his combat strength would drop by a lot. In a battle of the same level, he might not be a match for the other universe's genius candidates. Young Master and Xing. Damn it! The other 2 Yin spirit race experts wanted to save Xing, but how could Dandan and Lingyue let them succeed? Dandan continuously activated several large arrays. One large array condensed countless sword lights. One large array condensed countless golden alligators. One large array condensed countless chains. Chapter 4053. Dandin continuously activated several large arrays, either attacking or trapping the enemy, firmly entangling the two-spirit of experts. At the same time, the one who posed the greatest threat was still Ling Yue. From time to time, she would shoot an arrow, specifically targeting the flaws of the two-spirit of experts. The two-spirit of experts had to pay 120% of their attention to deal with it. Otherwise, if they were careless, they would be pierced by the arrow. They wanted to save Dark Star, but for a moment, they were powerless. Unknowingly, the situation of the battle had tilted towards Lu Ming's side. Dark Star, today, this place will be your burial ground. I will take your head and offer it to my team members. Lu Ming said coldly. Like a berserk Tyrannosaurus Rex, he charged towards Dark Star. Wherever his body passed, the void would be torn apart, creating sinister cracks. Mu Yun, you want to kill me? Dream on. Today, I admit that I have failed, but next time, I will not let such a situation happen. You are destined to die in my hands, and I will make you my strongest spirit of assassin. Dark Star roared, and then retreated explosively. He wanted to leave. If he continued to fight, he wouldn't be able to deal with Lu Ming. Instead, he would put himself in danger. You want to leave? Is that possible? Lu Ming sneered and used the great divine wind technique to the extreme. Like a gust of wind, he chased after Dark Star. Dark Star was already injured, and his speed was slower than Lu Ming's. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had caught up to him. Boom! Lu Ming attacked with all his might, and all sorts of methods burst out. Great divine wind technique, great shattering technique, great devil sword technique. All sorts of attacks turned into a torrent of attacks that crushed towards Dark Star. Block it for me. Dark Star's eyes revealed a ruthless look as he directly controlled a spirit of assassin to charge towards Lu Ming. No matter how precious a spirit of assassin was, it was still a worldly possession. How could it be compared to his life? As long as he was still alive, there would always be a spirit of assassin. He wanted to use the Nether Spirit Assassin to block Lu Ming's attack and help him escape. As long as he could escape the range of the Imperial Armament Domain, he would be able to use his great killing weapon. At the same time, he was also a second-rate heavenly soldier. Thus, he would be able to use his second-rate heavenly soldier battle armor. With these two divine weapons, Lu Ming would never be able to kill him. As long as he could get away, he would take revenge like crazy and let Lu Ming know the consequences of offending him. Yes, he was the one who wanted to kill Lu Ming first. In the end, he failed to kill Lu Ming. In his heart, it was Lu Ming who had offended him. Bang! Another Nether Spirit Assassin was killed by Lu Ming. As such, there were only two Spirit Assassins left by Dark Star's side. Another Nether Spirit Assassin rushed towards Lu Ming and attacked Lu Ming. Dark Star had calculated correctly. As long as this Nether Spirit Assassin blocked him, he would have enough time to rush out of the range of the Imperial Armament Domain. His calculation was correct. Under Lu Ming's full attack, this Nether Spirit Assassin was killed by Lu Ming. However, it did block Lu Ming for a while. Lu Ming, wait for my crazy revenge. I will make you regret it. I will make you die in regret. Seeing that he was about to rush out of the range of the Imperial Armament Domain, Dark Star heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he looked at Lu Ming with an incomparably ferocious expression. Is that so? You are so confident that you can rush out of the range of the Imperial Armament Domain? Lu Ming sneered and chased after Dark Star at a neither fast nor slow pace. Buzz. At this moment, endless runes suddenly appeared in the void between heaven and earth. These runes intertwined together and enveloped the entire Imperial Armament Domain. These runes intertwined to form a golden wall that enveloped the area like a cage. Enemy trapping formation, 1,000 divine walls. Just now, the formation that Dandin had secretly set up was this great formation. Dark Star's expression changed. Break! With a long roar, and Xing attacked with all his strength. A sword light slashed at the golden wall. Clang! Sparks flew in all directions, and the wall trembled for a moment. However, it didn't break apart and block Dark Star's attack. At this moment, and Xing's expression not only changed, but also changed miserably. He turned deathly pale. "Oh, break for me!" Darstar screamed hysterically and attacked crazily. However, they were still blocked and did not break through. Dandin had spent a lot of time creating a gigantic deployment spell. It was enough to block the attacks of cultivators of the 9th Godly Emperor layer. However, Darkstar's attacks weren't as strong as those of the 9th Godly Emperor layer. At this time, Lu Ming had already arrived. "I told you, this is where you will be buried." Lu Ming spoke coldly, but his attacks did not stop. He continued to launch attacks. At this moment, Darkstar and the last elf were resisting with all their might. However, with only one Een Spirit Assassin left, Darkstar's strength had dropped drastically. Originally, when he was a Godly Emperor layer cultivator, he could fight against cultivators who were 4.5 cultivation levels higher than him. But now, he could only fight against cultivators who were 3.5 cultivation levels higher than him. The difference of 1 cultivation level in the Godly Emperor layer was like the difference between heaven and earth. Boom! Boom! 2 violent explosions sounded. At that moment, the last elf's body exploded and turned into ashes. As for Darkstar, half of his body had also exploded. His flesh and blood splattered everywhere. He had been severely injured. Boom! Lu Ming's powerful qi enveloped him. His ice-cold murderous intent made Darkstar's body tremble. "You want to make me regret? You want to make me regret? I don't think you have the chance," said Lu Ming coldly. You, and Xing felt his entire body being enveloped by an icy chill. At this moment, he finally understood what fear was. Regret? At this moment, he was truly regretful. He regretted using the Imperial Weapon Domain. Originally, he had used the Imperial Weapon Domain to kill Lu Ming. But now, it had become the biggest obstacle to his survival. Using the Imperial Weapon Domain had turned into a trap of his own making. "Mu Yun, you can't kill me. We are both heavenly soldiers. If you kill me, you will be violating the heavenly law. You will be killed by the experts of the heavenly palace." Darkstar shouted. "Violating the heavenly law? You have killed so many of my men, and you still want to say that you have violated the heavenly law? Don't you find it ridiculous?" Lu Ming sneered. After saying that, Lu Ming directly attacked. "No, you can't." Darkstar roared crazily, wanting a counterattack. Unfortunately, all the other elf assassins had been dealt with by Lu Ming. Darkstar's combat strength was already inferior to Lu Ming's by a large margin. In addition, he was severely injured. How could he counterattack? Lu Ming's attack crushed down, and Darkstar's body directly exploded. His body and soul were destroyed. Regret, regret. Until the last moment when he was killed by Lu Ming, Darkstar's heart was still filled with regret and remorse. Originally, he thought that killing Lu Ming was a sure thing. After killing Lu Ming, he could even refine Lu Ming into his elf assassin. With Lu Ming's talent, once he became his elf assassin, his combat strength would skyrocket. He would be invincible against those of the same level and step into the peak of the universe. He never expected that in the end, not only would he fail to kill Lu Ming, but he would also be left behind. If he had known earlier, he would never have accepted this mission. Chapter 4054. And Xing, a peerless genius of the spirit of Een race, one of the candidates for the Universe Prodigy list, died in the hands of Lu Ming with incomparable regret. With the death of Xing, the remaining 2 spirit of Een race experts were incomparably shocked and terrified. The 2 of them went all out. The divine power in their bodies burned fiercely as they crazily rushed out, wanting to escape. With Xing killed, Lu Ming was free to deal with them. They were in danger. "You want to leave? Stay." Dandin shouted loudly as he continuously attacked to replenish the power of the array. In addition to Ling Yue's attacks, the 2 spirit of Een race experts were unable to rush out at all. "Dandin, let them go." At this time, Lu Ming sent a sound transmission to Dandin. Dandin was slightly stunned at first, but then his eyes rolled around and he understood. He replied to Lu Ming with a sound transmission. "You brat, you understand, hee." After that, Dandin purposely manipulated the formation, causing it to reveal a flaw. The two Spirit of Yin race experts discovered a flaw and were immediately overjoyed. They attacked with all their strength, breaking the array in one fell swoop and rushing out of the encirclement. Swish, swish, the two of them turned into two sword lights and quickly flew into the distance. However, there was still the golden wall set up by Dandin around them. Break, break! The two Spirit of Yin race experts roared and attacked with all their strength. They slashed out two shocking sword lights and slashed at the golden wall. With two loud booms, the golden wall actually crumbled apart. The two Spirit of Yin race experts were slightly stunned. Earlier, Darkstar had continuously bombarded the golden wall with his attacks. Yet, he was unable to break through it. Thus, how is it that the two of them were able to break through the golden wall with their combined attacks? Could it be that the golden wall was on the verge of collapse due to Darkstar's continuous bombardment? But at this moment, in the face of danger, the two Spirit of Yin race experts didn't have time to think and directly rushed out. Chase! Don't let them escape! Dandin shouted and chased after them. Lu Ming and Ling Yue also turned into two rainbow lights and followed closely behind. Both sides were extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they had rushed out more than 100,000 miles. More than 100,000 miles away, they had already left the range of the forbidden weapon domain. At this time, Lu Ming suddenly felt his body lighten. The force that was blocking him had directly disappeared. He could once again connect with the Gale Pearl, the Ice Mysterious Rod, and the second-tier Heavenly Soldier battle armor, and control them. Ling Yue was the same. She directly took out her bloodied elven bow and nocked an arrow. An arrow condensed, and with a shio sound, it cut through the void and shot towards an expert of the Spirit of Yin race. Not good. We've been tricked, a Spirit of Yin race expert roared. At this moment, he finally understood why it was so easy for them to break out of the encirclement. It was because Lu Ming and the rest had deliberately allowed them to break out of the encirclement. They rushed out of the encirclement. Lu Ming and the rest also left the perimeter of the Forbidden Zone. Once Lu Ming and the group left the perimeter of the restricted area, they would be able to use their trump card immediately. As for them, although they could control the divine armament, they didn't have any great killing weapons. Moreover, they were only third-tier Heavenly Soldier, and their Heavenly Soldier battle armor was only third tier. They could only block a single attack from a 9th-level Divine Emperor. However, the power of the killing weapon that Ling Yue or Lu Ming was controlling was not only at the 9th level of the Divine Emperor realm. The Spirit of Yin race expert resisted with all his might. At the same time, the armor on his body glowed with light, and a light barrier rose up, enveloping him within. However, it was all in vain. With a bang, the arrow pierced through the Spirit of Yin race expert's head. The Spirit of Yin race expert's head directly exploded, and even his soul was annihilated. The moment Ling Yue made her move, Lu Ming also made his move. A terrifying gale rushed out from the Gale Pearl, condensing into a wind blade and rushing out. Bang! The Spirit of Yin race's defense was also pierced through. However, the power of the gale was slightly weaker. Although it had pierced through the third-tier Heavenly Soldier battle armor, it did not kill the Spirit of Yin race expert. However, the second wind blade was released immediately after. The Spirit of Yin race expert only let out a miserable scream before his body turned into ashes in the gale. Ha ha ha, easy to deal with. Dandin laughed. Lu Ming also revealed a smile. That's right, they had purposely let the two Spirit of Yin race experts escape. If they were in the forbidden weapon domain, Lu Ming, Dandin, and Ling Yue would be able to kill the two Spirit of Yin race experts if they worked together. However, it would be more troublesome. If the two of them were to fight with their lives on the line, they might even be injured. However, once they left the forbidden weapon domain, they would be able to control their killing weapons. Killing these two Spirit of Yin race experts would be as easy as flipping their hands. These two were different from Darkstar. Once Darkstar left the forbidden weapon domain, it would be very difficult to kill him. Therefore, they had to kill him in the forbidden weapon domain. Shall we clean up the battlefield? Lu Ming said. Next, Lu Ming and the others turned the corpses of Dark Star and the others into ashes. Then, they collected all the evil demon spirit blood. As for his team members, they were also brought to a nearby island and buried by the three of them. Sigh. Lu Ming sighed. Speaking of which, these people were all implicated by him. Dark Star and the others wanted to kill him. Otherwise, these people wouldn't have died. Mu Yun, you don't have to blame yourself. The main thing is that a traitor has appeared among us. Otherwise, these people wouldn't have died. Ling Yue advised, afraid that Lu Ming would have a knot in his heart. Don't worry, I'm fine. However, we must use the blood of the angel race to pay tribute to these innocent people. Lu Ming's eyes flickered with a cold light. Through his previous conversation with Dark Star, he concluded that the person behind this was the angel race. He would remember this grudge. If there was a chance, he would definitely make the angel race pay the price. What should we do next? Should we return to Nantian City to replenish our troops? Or? Dandan asked. Lu Ming shook his head and said, No, replenish our troops. What if another traitor appears? It was enough for this kind of thing to happen once. Lu Ming didn't want it to happen a second time. That was equivalent to placing one's life in the hands of another. This time, it was because of good luck, or perhaps because Dark Star and the others were too confident that Lu Ming and the others could turn the tables. If the other party sent out a stronger killer this time, such as someone whose combat strength exceeded the 9th layer of the Divine Emperor realm, coupled with the appearance of a traitor and the forbidden weapon domain, they would be in danger. Being lucky this time didn't mean that they would be lucky next time. If another traitor appeared next time, and then an even stronger enemy came, wouldn't they be in danger? How about the three of us act from now on? Lu Ming said. Sure, that's exactly what I want. Dandan said. I have no objections either. The three of us will be more flexible and secretive. Ling Yue said. After that, they left and did not return to Nantian City. Instead, they continued to move around the Starry Demon Island and hunt demons. Chapter 4055. Of course, there were advantages and disadvantages to the three of them moving together. The disadvantage was that their battle prowess was not strong enough. A team could set up a battle formation with powerful battle prowess. As long as they did not encounter any Divine Lord Realm experts, even if they encountered a large group of demons, they would be able to charge over and defeat them. However, if there were only three of them, even if they relied on their killing weapons, if they encountered a large group of demons, such as 109th level Divine Emperor Realm demons, they would definitely have to flee. With so many demons attacking together, the power was extremely shocking. Lu Ming was not afraid of relying on his Tier 2 Heavenly Soldier battle armor, but Dandan and Ling Yue were in danger. If a large number of demons set up the 10,000 demon god slaughtering formation and trapped them, Lu Ming would be in danger after a long time. Therefore, their later actions became more secretive and cautious. They didn't attack the powerful islands and only hunted the abyss devils that were alone or in small numbers. The three of them restrained their auras and headed towards the depths of the Star Devil Island. A day later, they had already passed through 7 or 8 Devil Islands. There's a group of demons in front of us. There are less than 100 of them. Should we make a move? Below the lake, Dandan said. They hid under the surface of the lake while Dandan set up a formation to investigate the situation outside. After a day, they finally encountered a small group of demons. Less than 100? Then let's do it. Lu Ming decided. If there were less than 100 of them, it couldn't be that all of them were at the 9th level of the Divine Emperor realm, right? Even if they took 10,000 steps back, even if they were all at the 9th level of the mythical realm, they should be able to escape unscathed if they were prepared beforehand. All right, they're heading east. Let's go east too, Dandan said. Immediately, the three of them headed east at the bottom of the lake. As they hurried along, Dandan also set up a formation. Talisman scripts were constantly being emitted from various parts of his body, disappearing into the lake water. At the side, Ling Yue was extremely envious. Dandan's method of setting up a formation was truly miraculous. After a while, we're here. The demons are right above us, Dandan said. In fact, there was no need for Dandan to say anything. Lu Ming and the rest could sense that there was a strong demonic aura above the lake. 31 cultivators of the 9th Godly Emperor layer. The others have the strength of the 8th or 7th Godly Emperor layer, Lu Ming muttered. At such a close distance, they could already sense the cultivation of the demons above. The three of them looked relieved. There were only 31 demons of the 9th Godly Emperor layer. It was still within the range that they could handle. However, they did not act immediately. Instead, they secretly followed the demons because the Dandan needed time to set up the formation. After a while, Dandan finished setting up a set of formations. "You can attack now," Dandan said. "Then let's do it." Lu Ming nodded. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As soon as he said that, the three of them dashed towards the surface of the lake. At the same time, Dandan had already activated the formation. On the surface of the lake, under the demons, countless talismans suddenly appeared, and a gigantic formation appeared. This formation was a trapping formation. Chains extended from the surface of the lake and wrapped around the hundreds of demons. In a flash, at least a few hundred chains appeared, like the tentacles of an octopus. It was terrifying and evil. "Enemy attack," shouted one of the demons. In a flash, over 100 demons attacked. Demonic chi soared to the sky. They attacked the chains one after another, making clanging sounds. The chains were broken one by one. However, it was a formation that Dandan had spent a lot of time setting up, so it was not easy to break. Some of the demons who only had the strength of the 7th Godly Emperor layer were bound by the chains. As soon as they were bound by the chains quickly tightened, like pythons catching animals. At that moment, Lu Ming, Dandan, and Ling Yue had already rushed out of the lake. Whoosh! As soon as Ling Yue rushed out of the lake, she shot an arrow. An arrow shot out, one divided into two, two divided into four divided into 8. One arrow turned into dozens of arrows, shooting towards the demons who were bound by the chains. Those demons had low cultivation levels, so they were bound by the chains and couldn't move. They couldn't dodge the arrows. Pooh! Pooh! Those demons' heads were all pierced by the arrows, and they died on the spot. At the same time, Lu Ming also attacked. He held the Zephyr Pearl in his hand, and a violent gale swept out, attacking the demons in front of him. A few screams sounded. In a flash, at least 10 demons were killed by the gale. Most of them were of the 8th Godly Emperor layer, but there were also 2 of the 9th Godly Emperor layer. It's the bastards of the ancient desolate universe. Damn it, counterattack! Those demons roared furiously and started fighting back. However, they were in the middle of Dandan's deployment spell. Dandan kept controlling the chains to attack those demons, causing them serious interference. If they weren't careful, they would be bound by the chains. Bzz. The bowstring vibrated, and the blood-stained elven royal bow shone. An arrow shot out, aiming at a demon of the 9th Godly Emperor layer. With a bang, that demon was killed on the spot. When Ling Yu's cultivation level was still at the 2nd Godly Emperor layer, she could already fight against a cultivator of the 9th Godly Emperor layer with her full strength. At the 3rd Godly Emperor layer, she could kill a cultivator of the 9th Godly Emperor layer with her full strength. Now, her cultivation level was at the 4th Godly Emperor layer. She didn't need to use the Elven Royal Bow to kill cultivators of the 9th Godly Emperor layer. She hadn't used her full strength a moment before. Without using her full strength, she could use more attacks. Lu Ming didn't use the mysterious ice staff. He just used the Zephyr Pearl. With his current cultivation level and his great godly wind technique, the strength of the Zephyr Pearl was enough to kill a cultivator of the 9th Godly Emperor layer. Whoosh! Whoosh! Strong winds turned into wind blades and flew out. Those who were hit by the wind were killed instantly. In just a few breaths of time, they had killed more than half of the hundreds of evil demons, leaving only 40 or so. Among them, 20 had the strength of the 9th Godly Emperor layer. Set up the deployment spell, shouted a demon. He wanted to set up the 10,000 demons god-slaughtering great deployment spell. But how could Lu Ming and the others let them succeed? Dandan used his full strength to control the deployment spell and separate the demons so that they couldn't join hands. Ling Yu kept pulling the strings of her blood-stained elven royal bow, aiming at the demons of the 9th godly emperor layer. She kept shooting arrows. Each arrow could kill a demon of the 9th godly emperor layer. On Lu Ming's side, it was the same. Strong winds were whistling as one demon after another fell. After a few seconds, the number of demons of the 9th godly emperor layer decreased from 20 to a dozen. Chapter 4056. Whoosh. Lu Ming released a strong wind which swept towards a demon of the 9th godly emperor layer. That demon's skin was dark purple, and he looked ferocious. He didn't try to dodge the wind. He shouted furiously, "Heavenly Palace bastard, die!" Swish! Swish! That demon's claws were extremely long and sharp. He kept clawing at the strong wind. Sizzle! When his claws collided with live foam, there was a violent collision sound. In the end, the devil retreated, but live foam was also blocked by him. How strong! Lu Ming's eyes twinkled. That demon also had the strength of the 9th godly emperor layer, but he could block Lin Feng's strong wind. That meant he was much stronger than ordinary cultivators of the 9th godly emperor layer. Clearly, this abyss demon was a genius among abyss demons. His combat strength was far above ordinary abyss demons. Roar! He let out a roar as his body began to swell. Numerous malevolent bone spikes extended from the surface of his skin, making him look even more ferocious. "I'll hold him back. You go and kill that bastard," shouted the demon. He was obviously talking to another demon. He threw himself at Lu Ming. His claws were even sharper than before. He could easily tear apart godly weapons. Strong wind died. Lu Ming held the Gale Pearl in his hand. Another gust of strong wind rushed out from the Gale Pearl, turning into a wind blade and charging toward the demon. Clang! The attacks of the two sides collided, bursting out with a powerful force. Some of the surrounding chains formed by the array formation were also shattered by the force. The other demons who were close by were directly injured by the force of the blast. They hurriedly retreated and put some distance between them. Roar! A terrifying roar spread in the air. It came from a demon with red skin. That demon looked like the other demons, but his skin was red like fire. He dashed toward Lu Ming from another direction. As he dashed out, his body emitted blazing flames. A demonic saber that was emitting flames appeared in his hands. He moved extremely quickly towards Lu Ming. Whoosh! On the other side, Ling Yue also noticed this demon. She pulled the Elf King's bow that was stained with blood and shot an arrow. A terrifying arrow shot towards the fiery red demon. In an instant, the arrow approached the demon. Slash! The demon roared and slashed out with his saber, colliding with Ling Yue's arrow. A violent explosion sounded out as if a star had exploded. In the next moment, Ling Yue's arrow actually shook violently, and with a bang, it exploded. As for the red-skinned demon, he only took 2 steps back. Powerful. This demon was also very powerful. He was definitely not weaker than the demon with bone spikes all over his body. He was actually able to block Ling Yue's arrow, even though Ling Yue did not use her full strength. It seems that there are 2 fiend geniuses here. A thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind. Instead of being shocked, he was delighted. The more talented an Abyss Devil was, the more merit points their Abyss Devil Spirit Blood could be exchanged for. Last time, in the 8 Snake Mountain range, the Demon Prince Samoras had given him a total of 60,000 merit points. This made Lu Ming feel nostalgic. Roar! The fiery red-skinned Abyss Devil only retreated slightly before roaring and pouncing towards Lu Ming. He wanted to cooperate with the Abyss Devil to deal with Lu Ming first. His speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Lu Ming. The Abyss Devil with bone spikes all over his body also roared and attacked. His sharp claws tore through the air as he grabbed towards Lu Ming. If he was caught, Lu Ming's body would definitely be torn apart. However, at this time, a snow-white staff appeared in Lu Ming's hand. Ice Xian Staff. Lu Ming activated the Ice Xian Staff with all his strength. Forbidden power crazily gushed out and poured into the ice Xian staff. The ice Xian staff rapidly expanded and swept out. Boom! Boom! The ice Xian staff collided with the attacks of the two fiend geniuses, causing two explosions. The abyss devil with bone spikes all over his body gave a horrible shriek. His bone spikes broke apart one by one. His body shook violently as he was pushed backwards. The two fiends who had the strength of the 8th godly emperor layer were killed. He coughed up large mouthfuls of blood and was tightly bound by a chain. The other abyss devil with flames around his body didn't fare any better. He was sent flying backwards like a meteor. The flames on his body were extinguished in a flash. At the same time, he was also wrapped around by a chain. Then, a layer of ice appeared on their bodies. The ice layer quickly spread and froze them. The two fiends' eyes were wide open. Their vitality was quickly fading away. In the blink of an eye, their vitality was completely gone. This was after Lu Ming had controlled his strength. Otherwise, if he had activated the Bingxian rod with all his might, he could have blasted the two demons into smithereens. However, if his bones were crushed, he wouldn't even be able to obtain the fiend's spirit blood. That would be a great loss. Therefore, Lu Ming had controlled his strength and didn't blow them apart. Oh no! Hurry up and run! When the remaining fiends saw that the two fiend geniuses had been killed, they were terrified. They scattered in all directions. They didn't have the slightest will to resist. However, under the obstruction of Danden's formation, as well as Ling Yue and Lu Ming's killing weapons, the fiend couldn't escape. After a short time, all the fiends were killed. After that, Lu Ming and the others collected the fiend's spirit blood and quickly left. Not long after Lu Ming and the others left, a group of fiends flew over. They had obviously been alarmed by the battle just now. Unfortunately, they had already lost track of Lu Ming and the others. After a short time, they appeared in a different place. They encountered another group of fiends. There were only a few dozen of them. Among them, there weren't any strong fiends. Lu Ming and the others easily killed them all. After that, they left. After that, they went everywhere looking for fiends to kill. Of course, they were much more cautious than before. After all, they had seen the strength of the fiends' geniuses. They couldn't be underestimated. If they encountered a terrifying monster among the fiends, whose strength was at the 9th layer of the divine emperor realm, even if they had a great killing weapon, the result would still be unpredictable. Sure enough, 10 days later, when they were hunting a group of fiends, they encountered a terrifying fiend. This fiend's cultivation was at the 9th layer of the divine emperor realm, but his battle prowess was shockingly strong. Lu Ming estimated that he was comparable to a genius who could fight across 2 levels. Lu Ming activated the mysterious ice rod with all his strength, but he couldn't do anything to this fiend genius. In the end, it was Danden and Ling Yue who cooperated with Lu Ming. The 3 of them worked together to kill this fiend genius. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed since Lu Ming and the others entered the Starry Demon Island. On this day, they were walking under the lake when they suddenly felt a violent explosion coming from the lake in front of them. There were people fighting. Chapter 4057. Lu Ming and the others were below the surface of the lake. They could clearly feel that there was an intense battle in front of them. This was because the fluctuations were too intense. The vast energy surged violently. It was difficult not to sense it. What a strong fluctuation. I'm afraid there are quite a few battles between the two sides. Let's sneak over and take a look, Ling Yue said, revealing a curious expression. Let's go. Lu Ming nodded. They had a formation set up by Danden on their bodies that could hide their auras very well. They were not afraid of being discovered. They planned to get closer to see if they could find an opportunity to take advantage of the situation. If there was an opportunity, they might as well make a move. If there was no opportunity, they could just sneak away. Soon, they arrived not far away from the formation. They extended their spiritual senses and quietly observed. Immediately, the situation outside was completely revealed. Outside was an island. On the island, demonic aura soared into the sky, covering the sky and the sun. At this moment, a large number of demons formed the 10,000 demons God slaughtering formation. More than a dozen huge demons stood between heaven and earth, fighting with a group of people. The ones fighting with the demons were naturally the heavenly soldiers of the heavenly palace. There were a total of 4 teams. The 4 teams formed a battle formation. 4 sword lights soared into the sky, fiercely clashing with more than a dozen demonic shadows. The 2 sides continued to fight, but the battle was only a draw. People from the angel race. A cold light flashed in the eyes of Lu Ming and the other 2. Among the 4 teams, one of them was completely formed by the geniuses of the angel race. Seeing the angel race, the 3 of them had no choice but to reveal their killing intent. The spirits of Yin from before were sent by the angel race. It would be great if these angels were scattered. Ling Yue muttered. Dandan, is there any way to break the other party's battle formation? Lu Ming asked. If they wanted to deal with the angels and take revenge on them, they had to break the other party's battle formation. Otherwise, they wouldn't be a match for these angels. The power of the battle formation was too strong. There's no other way. This kind of battle formation of the heavenly palace uses runes as the foundation and is integrated into the battle armor. I have no way of breaking it. Dandan shook his head. Then we can only observe and see the situation. Lu Ming said. They continued to hide under the lake to observe the situation outside. The battle between the devils and the heavenly palace continued for 2 hours. In the end, the 4 teams from the heavenly palace were at a disadvantage and retreated together. The demons did not chase after them because the strength of the 2 sides was similar. Even if they did chase after them, they would not be able to finish off the people from the heavenly palace. The 4 teams from the heavenly palace retreated far away and rested on an island far away. Lu Ming and the other 3 quietly followed and observed in the dark. Not long after, the 4 teams rested and gathered together to discuss for a while. Then, the 4 teams actually separated and flew off in 4 different directions. It seemed that the 4 teams felt that they could not deal with the demons on that island, so they split up and went to other islands to hunt demons. Should we follow them? Dandan asked. Obviously, he was asking if they should follow the angels. Let's follow them and see. Lu Ming said. His eyes flashed with a cold light. He was not so easy to talk to. The angels had secretly sent people to kill Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not intend to let them go. Moreover, in that team, there were familiar prodigies like Lafitte of the angels. Lu Ming concluded that the spirits of Nether were sent by Lafitte and the others. As long as he got rid of the angels, he would be safe for a period of time. He would not have to worry about being assassinated. This was a way to solve the problem once and for all. The 3 of them secretly followed. Half a day later, they saw a small island. There were many devils on this island. However, the number of fiends on this island was much smaller. The angels directly attacked. The fiends on this island weren't very strong, so they weren't able to form a battle formation in time. Therefore, they were easily defeated by the angels. After defeating the devils on this island and collecting the devil spirit blood, the angels left this island and continued to hunt for devils. In the next few days, the angels found a total of 3 devil islands. They defeated the devils on these islands and obtained a large amount of devil spirit blood. During these 3 days, Lu Ming and the others followed behind the angels. However, they did not find a chance to attack. On the 4th day, the angels found an even bigger devil island. This devil island was even bigger and more vast. There were many devils on this devil island. Devil Chi soared to the sky. It formed the 10,000 devil god slaughtering array. There were dozens of huge devil shadows. However, these devils were at a disadvantage. This was because there were more people from the heavenly palace besieging the devil island. There were a total of 10 teams. They formed a battle formation and besieged the devil island. When the angels saw that the heavenly palace had the upper hand, they immediately rushed forward without hesitation and joined the battle against the devils. With the addition of a team from the heavenly palace, the devils were at a disadvantage. It seems like the devils are going to lose. When they lose, We will secretly attack and see if we can kill some devils and obtain some devil spirit blood. Lu Ming said. This island was very big. It was probably a top-notch island among the astral devil islands. There must be many devil prodigies on this island. Naturally, they wanted to kill some and obtain some devil spirit blood. The battle continued. However, the scales of victory were slowly tilting towards the heavenly palace. Slowly, the devils could only defend. They had fewer and fewer opportunities to counterattack. They were suppressed by the heavenly palace. If this continued, it was only a matter of time before the devils were defeated. Bastard from the heavenly palace die? Suddenly, an angry roar came from the sky. Rumble. The entire world trembled under this loud roar. Then, a huge devil blade appeared in the sky. It cut through the void and slashed towards one of the teams from the heavenly palace. It was terrifying and filled with devil chi. Oh no, it's the devil emperor of the devils. The faces of the people in that team changed drastically. There was a devil emperor in the sky. This was an existence that was equivalent to the celestial emperor realm. It was too terrifying. It was impossible for them to dodge it. Activate the battle formation with all your might. Block it. The team leader of that team shouted. They activated the battle formation with all their might. It turned into a huge golden sword light that rushed into the sky and collided with the devil blade. Boom! There was a shocking roar. Golden and black light filled the whole sky. The violent force swept across the world. However, this resistance only lasted for a breath's time before the golden sword light crumbled. The demonic saber didn't stop. It continued to slash at the group. With a boom, the group's battle formation was directly destroyed. Miserable screams rang out. At least half of the group of 50 people were killed by the terrifying power. Chapter 4058. The existence of the Demon Emperor realm was too strong. With one move, it destroyed a large formation, causing at least half of the team to die. However, this was just the beginning. Immediately after, in the sky, there was another demonic saber light that slashed down violently. And this time, it was not one saber light, but two saber lights. Two pitch-black demonic sabers slashed down at the two teams. One of the teams happened to be the team of the Angel Clan. The people of these two teams were pale, without a trace of blood, and their eyes were filled with fear. However, at this time, they had to fight with all their might. They could not sit still and wait for death. Full force. Resist with all your might. Burn your divine power. Loud roars were heard. At this moment, the people of the two teams were fighting with all their might. The divine power in their bodies burned fiercely, stimulating the power of the large formation to the extreme. At this time, no one cared about the consequences of burning their divine power. If they did not fight with all their might, they would lose their lives. Under the full force of the two teams, the power of the battle formation was stimulated to the extreme. Two golden saber lights soared into the sky. However, the existence of the Demon Emperor realm was too strong. Even if they burned their divine power with all their might, the result was already destined. With two violent roars, the battle formations of the two teams exploded. Miserable screams were heard, and flesh and blood splattered and scattered on the surface of the lake. Even if they burned their divine power to resist, they could not resist the attack of the Demon Emperor. Their situation was only slightly better. Fewer people died in each team, but each team still lost about 20 people. As for the others who did not fall, unless they were second-rate heavenly soldiers, all of them were more or less injured, suffering varying degrees of damage. Run, run! The remaining people screamed in terror and tried to flee in all directions. Without the battle formation, it was too dangerous for them to participate in such a battle with their true strength. However, how could those demons let go of such an opportunity? Kill! Kill them! Angry roars were heard as the demons activated the 10,000 demons God-slaughtering formation. Suddenly, a few tall demonic shadows stepped on the void and attacked those who had lost the battle formation. Swoosh! A few huge demonic sabers slashed at these people. Among them, There was a huge demonic shadow that brandished the demonic saber and slashed at the angels. The expressions of the angels changed, their faces turning deathly pale. This slash was sent out by the myriad demon god slaughtering array. They had lost their battle array and could not withstand it all. If they were hit, they would definitely die. You guys retreat first. At this moment, a figure stepped out from the group of angels. This was a young genius from the angel race. He was the captain of this team. Whoosh! Angel wings stretched out from his back, and holy light soared into the sky. A total of 5 pairs of wings. This was a 10-winged angel, the same as Lafitte's. However, his cultivation was much stronger than Lafitte's. 7th Godly Emperor layer. The young man from the angel clan had the strength of the 7th Godly Emperor layer. His name was Sarah. His entire body was suffused with dense holy light, and the 2nd class celestial soldier armor on his body was activated, forming a light barrier that enveloped him. At the same time, a cross-shaped holy sword appeared in his hand, emitting a terrifying aura. This was his ultimate weapon. He had the strength of the 7th Godly Emperor layer, and he was a 10-winged angel. He was terrifyingly strong, and with his deadly weapon, he was even more terrifying. He stood in front of the gigantic demon and slashed out with his sword. Holy light burst out, and the holy light sword was thousands of li long. It moved towards the gigantic demon. Boom! The sword of holy light collided with the demonic shadow's demonic blade, causing a violent explosion. However, it only lasted for 2 breaths before the sword of holy light crumbled. Even though Sarah was terrifyingly strong, he couldn't compete with the gigantic demon. The gigantic demon had been sent out by the myriad demon god slaughtering array. There were at least 100 demons of the 9th Godly Emperor layer, and over 1,000 demons of the 8th and 7th Godly Emperor layer. The holy light sword broke apart, and the demon blade crashed onto Sarah's body. His celestial soldier armor shook violently. In the end, he managed to block it. "Run!" shouted Sarah furiously. He told the other young geniuses of the angel clan to run away. At that moment, the demon Great Emperor attacked again. The demon blade cut through the sky and continued moving towards the people of the heavenly palace. The people who were surrounded by the demon blade looked desperate. "How dare you?" At this moment, a furious roar resounded through the sky. The void suddenly split open and a figure appeared. That person was wearing golden armor and holding a spear. He was dazzling with golden light. A terrifying chi surged out of his body. When that person appeared, he threw his spear and it pierced through the sky. It collided with the demon Great Emperor's demon blade. An earth-shattering explosion sounded. The demon blade had been blocked. Great Emperor. It's the Great Emperor, a first-class celestial soldier. The people of the heavenly palace cheered. The Great Emperor of the heavenly palace had arrived. The Great Emperor's eyes were as sharp as swords. He shouted furiously, "Your opponent is me. Die." As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step forward. The entire world rumbled as the spear pierced out, seemingly piercing into the depths of the universe. Roar! A terrifying roar sounded in the sky. The sky cracked open and a gigantic demon appeared. The demon's wings blotted out the sky. He was holding a demon blade. The demon blade slashed out, boom, boom. The 2 divine emperors and demon emperors fought fiercely against each other. For a moment, the void above them was filled with chaos. The scene was terrifying, and it was hard to tell who was the winner. The battle between the great gods and demon great emperors didn't affect the battle below. The battle below was still intense. The demons were using their full strength to activate the 10,000 demons slaughtering God Great Formation. The gigantic demons were entangled with the remaining battle formations of the heavenly palace. The gigantic demons were chasing after those who didn't have a battle formation. Previously, there were 3 teams whose battle formations had been destroyed by the demon great emperors. The demons were targeting those people. People were being killed continuously. The angels were doing better. Sala blocked the gigantic demon alone. The geniuses of the angels were happy to be safe. However, Sala's situation wasn't good. The second-class celestial soldier armor he was wearing was said to be able to withstand a full-strength attack from a cultivator of the first great supreme god layer. However, after the continuous attacks, it was in danger. Boom! In the end, the second-grade celestial soldier armor's defenses were destroyed, and the berserk energy slammed into Sala's body. Sala cried out as half of his body exploded, and the rest of his body flew out, coughing up large mouthfuls of blood. He had been heavily injured. However, after Sala's continuous attacks, the angels had retreated far away. They were almost out of the range of the 10,000 demons slaughtering God Great formation. Chapter 4059. Let's go. Retreat. Immediately, an angel rushed over and caught Sarah. Then, they flew back and left the island in the blink of an eye. The demons didn't chase after them. After all, the 10,000 demon god-slaughtering array also needed to be set up in advance. Without the array, its power would be greatly weakened. The demons continued to fight with the other members of the heavenly palace, while the angels fled without a trace. There were originally 50 of them, but only 26 of them escaped in the end. The other 24 had been attacked by the Demon Emperor and the 10,000 demon god slaughtering array, and had fallen one after another. Should we chase? Dandin looked in the direction of the angel's escape, his eyes shining. Of course we have to chase. The corner of Lu Ming's mouth curled into a sneer. Weren't they waiting for this kind of opportunity by following the angels? Now, was there a better opportunity than the one in front of them? Only half of the angels were left. Without the support of the battle formation, they were all injured. If they didn't make a move now, when would they? Immediately, the three of them secretly chased in the direction of the angels' escape. As for the battle on this demon island, they couldn't be bothered to care about it. Soon, the angels reappeared in their field of vision. They followed them all the way. The angels flew for a few hours and found a small island without demons. Then, they landed on the island to rest. Muyin, are we going to make a move now? Ling Yue asked. No, now is not the time to make a move. Lu Ming shook his head. Although there were only 26 angels left, and all of them were injured, there were still many powerful existences among them. For example, that's Sarah. Sala was already heavily injured, but there were also a few other 10-winged angels. 2 of them had higher cultivation bases than Lafitte. This kind of angel usually had a great killing weapon. If they rushed forward now, they might not be able to annihilate all of them. That's right. What Lu Ming wanted was to annihilate all of these angels. If they charged forward now, even if they could kill a portion of them, they definitely wouldn't be able to kill all of them. This wasn't what Lu Ming wanted. After a while, the injuries of these angels will probably be healed. Ling Yue was rather worried. It's fine as long as the angel captain hasn't recovered from his injuries. This guy's injuries are very serious. He definitely won't recover so quickly. After Lu Ming finished speaking, he looked at Dandin and said, Dandin, it's up to you now. Set up an illusion array that can trap these angels. No problem. As long as you give me some time, I guarantee that I'll be able to set up a large formation so that these angels won't be able to escape. However, how do we get them to enter the formation? Dandin said, I'll do it. Lu Ming said, don't they want to kill me? If I appear in front of them in a seriously injured state, do you think they will come after me? Ha ha ha, wonderful. Dandin laughed loudly, and Ling Yue also revealed a smile. Lu Ming immediately left the island and found a place. Dandin began to set up the formation while Lu Ming sneaked back to observe the angels. Time flew by quickly. Very quickly. Half a day had passed. At this time, Lu Ming received a sound transmission from Dandin. The formation had been set up. With Dandin's current attainments in runic formations, it took him half a day to set up the formation. From this, it could be seen how powerful this formation was. At this time, the injuries of the angels had basically healed. Of course, Sarah's injuries were too severe, and he didn't have a heaven-defying physique like Lu Ming's. Naturally, he wouldn't be able to recover so quickly, and his aura was still very weak. You guys wait in the formation. I'll lure the angels over soon. Lu Ming replied to Danden's message. Then he took out a sword and stabbed himself in the chest, creating a hole that went through his chest. Blood continuously flowed out, dyeing his face red and making him look like he was heavily injured. Then, Lu Ming quietly left the place. When he was far enough away, Lu Ming rushed into the sky and flew towards the island where the angels were resting. He had a panicked look on his face. Rumble. The elites of the angel race looked toward the source of the voice and saw Lu Ming right away. That kid. It's Mu Yun. It's Mu Yun. That kid is still alive. But he seems to be severely injured. His aura is very weak, and he's running for his life in a panic. He must have encountered those from the Dark Star. That guy from the Dark Star is also a piece of trash. Didn't he say that he would definitely deal with Lu Ming? He actually managed to escape. But it doesn't matter. This kid's luck is really bad. He actually escaped to our place. He's destined to die in our hands. As soon as they saw Lu Ming, these angels immediately started discussing, especially Tu Lafit and the others. They even revealed a cold, murderous intent. At this moment, Lu Ming, who was flying the distance, seemed to have just discovered the angels. He hurriedly stopped and revealed a frightened expression on his face. Then, he turned around and left. It's too late to leave now. Chase him together. Don't let him escape. Bring his head back to see young Master Gabbard. He will definitely reward you handsomely. These angels roared and turned into streaks of light as they chased after Lu Ming. Almost all of the 26 angels were on the move. They chased after Lu Ming. There were two reasons for doing so. First, they were afraid that Lu Ming would run away. If they moved together, they would see how Lu Ming could escape. Second, this was the constellation Devil Island, after all, the territory of the devils. Now that their battle formation had been broken, they didn't dare to split up. If they split up, it would be more dangerous for them to encounter the devils. Angels. Lu Ming pretended to be frightened and shouted. Then he unleashed all his strength and flew in the direction of Danden's battle formation. As for the angels, they were hot on his heels. Lu Ming was seriously injured and alone. This was a good opportunity that was hard to come by. How could the angels let it go so easily? Both sides, one chasing and one fleeing, were very fast. Soon, they arrived at the place where Danden's battle formation was set up. Lu Ming directly rushed into the battle formation set up by Danden. The angels behind him didn't notice him at all. Among the angels, there was no lack of people who were proficient in runic formations. However, their attainments in runic formations were far inferior to Danden's. Moreover, this battle formation was set up by Danden after half a day. It was completely hidden in the void and didn't reveal any clues. These angels didn't notice it at all. The 26 angels followed closely behind Lu Ming and rushed into the battle formation. Chapter 4060. Rise. Once all the angels had rushed into the area covered by the formation, Danden shouted softly, "Let's go." As Danden's voice sounded, a huge formation appeared in the sky. Endless runes spread and intertwined. It's a formation. Oh no, we've fallen into a trap. Damn Mu Yun, you're courting death. The angels roared. They were not stupid. As soon as they discovered the formation, they knew that they had fallen into a trap. Lu Ming was pretending to lure them into the formation. Charge out. Some of the angels roared. They gathered together and wanted to charge out. However, at this moment, the environment suddenly changed. These angels found that they had arrived in a boundless purgatory. Countless undead spirits rushed towards them from all directions. For example, zombies, skeletons, evil spirits, and so on. They roared and pounced towards them ferociously. The angels were shocked. They launched a fierce attack. Beams of dazzling holy light burst out and bombarded the undead spirits. The undead spirits were instantly defeated. However, the undead spirits were defeated. More rock spirits appeared from all directions and rushed towards them. They charged forward at a very fast speed. However, after charging for a long distance, they realized that they still hadn't rushed out of the range of the formation. They were still in the formation. Illusion. These are all illusions. We are in an illusion formation. An angel prodigy who was more skilled in formations finally realized what was going on and shouted. So, it's an illusion formation. The angels' hearts relaxed a little. An illusion formation was better than a killing formation. Two of the angels did not resist the undead spirits. They allowed the undead spirits to pounce on them. Since it was an illusion formation, the undead spirits in front of them were all illusions. There was no need to resist at all. Puff, puff, blood splattered everywhere. The two angels were directly torn apart by the undead spirits and died on the spot. What's going on? The other angels were shocked. Some of them did not intend to resist the undead spirits. At this moment, they hurriedly blocked the undead spirits. Damn it, the illusion of this great formation has already reached the point where it can pass for real. The illusion can also launch a physical attack. What a brilliant formation! An angel who was proficient in runic formations roared. What? The other angels had ugly expressions on their faces. This illusion formation had actually reached the point where it could pass for real. This was terrifying. If it was just an illusion formation, they could ignore these undead spirits and slowly find a way out. However, if the illusion formation still had the power to attack, then it would be troublesome. The threat of this illusion formation would increase exponentially. Attack space with all your might. The foundation of these illusion formations should be embedded in space. As long as space is destroyed, this battle formation. Sarah roared. Attack! As the angels blocked the undead spirits, they concentrated their power and attacked in one direction. Boom, boom. A huge explosion occurred in that direction. The void exploded into terrifying holes. However, the formation was not destroyed or weakened. They still did not rush out. Undead spirits were still rushing towards them from all directions. Outside the formation, Lu Ming, Ling Yue, and Dandan stood in the air. In their eyes, there were no undead spirits in the void in front of them. It was the same as before. He saw that the angels were running around in circles. They were running around in circles and attacking randomly. They couldn't see them at all. I spent half a day setting up this formation. How can they destroy it? Unless the Divine Emperor makes a move, hee. Dandan sneered proudly. Let's do it. Ling Yue opened her mouth and took out the Elven King's bow. Her divine power boiled and poured into the Elven King's bow. An arrow condensed. Swish! A terrifying arrow pierced through the void and shot towards the angel race prodigies. The arrow was aimed at an 8-winged angel of the 4th layer of the Divine Emperor realm. The 8-winged angel didn't seem to feel the arrow at all. The arrow flew into the illusion array. Only when it was 1 meter away from the angel's forehead did the angel feel a terrifying sense of danger. However, a distance of 1 meter was too short for Ling Yue's arrow. It was so short that the time needed was negligible. Even if he wanted to block it, it was too late. Pooh! The angel's forehead was pierced by the arrow, and he died on the spot. Be careful, there's an ambush. The other angels roared. Pooh! In the next moment, another arrow was shot, and another angel's prodigy was killed. Ling Yue shot out 2 arrows in a row. Then, she shot out a 3rd arrow. This arrow was aimed at Lafitte. However, Lafitte was not something an ordinary angel could compare to. His spiritual sense was extremely sharp. When the arrow was 100 meters away from him, he could sense it. A distance of 100 meters required a very short amount of time, but gave Lafitte time to react. At all times, he held the angel's sword in his hand. At this moment, he subconsciously held it horizontally in front of him. Clang! The arrow hit the angel's sword and caused a violent vibration. Lafitte couldn't help but retreat. He was caught by the sharp claws of a stone spirit, and his body was almost cut open. Ah, Mu Yun, if you have the ability, fight fair and square. What's the point of hiding outside the array and sneak attacking? Lafitte roared. If you want to fight, I'll fight with you. At this moment, a cold voice came from behind Lafitte. Lafitte quickly turned around and saw a figure. This figure was naturally Lu Ming. Lu Ming held the ice Xian staff and looked at Lafitte coldly. He didn't look injured at all. His chi was vigorous to the peak. Mu Yun, die for me. Upon seeing Lu Ming, there was a cold, murderous intent in Lafitte's eyes. The angelic sword glowed and slashed toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming wasn't afraid at all. He waved his ice Xian staff and attacked Lafitte. Their attacks collided, and then Lafitte's body shook violently. He was forced back repeatedly, blood spraying out his mouth. He almost lost his grip on the angelic sword. After becoming a celestial soldier, Lafitte had also entered the Fortune Tower, and his cultivation level had also increased. He now had the strength of the 5th godly emperor layer. However, Lu Ming's cultivation level was at the 3rd level of the divine emperor realm, which was only 2 levels lower than Lafitte's. Given Lu Ming's combat capability, even if he did not use his weapon of mass destruction, his actual combat capability was above Lafitte's. After both of them used their weapons, Lu Ming's fighting strength was even greater than Lafitte's. Lafitte, you're the one who called the spirits of Yin clan to kill me, right? Let me tell you a piece of bad news. The spirits of Yin clan have all died in my hands. Now, I'll send you down to accompany them, said Lu Ming coldly. He raised his ice Xian staff again. Chapter 4061. The mysterious ice rod carried a terrifying chill and a berserk strength chi as it pressed down towards Lafitte. The terrifying might caused Lafitte's expression to become incomparably ugly. Save me! Save me! Lafitte roared in fear. Mu Yun, you're courting death. How dare you? Kill! In the surroundings, the other experts of the Angel Clan roared as they charged towards Lu Ming. All sorts of holy light divine swords slashed towards Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming did not dodge, as if he did not see it. This was because the 2nd-tier heavenly soldier armor on his body had already been activated, and a layer of light enveloped him. Boom! 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 The attacks of the Angel Clan landed on the light barrier, causing a violent explosion. However, they were unable to break through Lu Ming's defense. The 2nd-tier heavenly soldier armor was able to withstand the full strength attack of a 1st-layer divine emperor. How could these Angel Clan geniuses break through it? Lu Ming stabilized his body. The mysterious ice rod did not stop and continued to attack Lafitte. Lafitte roared as his entire body was covered in holy light. He was going all out. However, in that move just now, he had already been severely injured by Lu Ming. He was unable to unleash his full strength. So how could he block Lu Ming's full strength attack? Boom! The mysterious ice rod pressed down, and the holy light on his body exploded. The angel sword in his hand flew out. He screamed miserably as his body was torn apart, his body and soul destroyed. This 10-winged angel of the Angel Clan was killed by Lu Ming. His storage ring was grabbed by Lu Ming. Swoosh! At the same time that Lu Ming made his move, Ling Yue was not idle either. She continued to pull on the Elf King bow that was covered in blood, and the arrow pierced through the air, killing an Angel Clan genius. Mu Yun, Ling Yue, how dare you? You dare to kill us? The Angel Clan will not rest until you are dead. Even if you escape to the ends of the earth, you will still die. The angels roared. Some of them wanted to take out the Dream God Jade to spread the news. However, how could Lu Ming let them have their way? Lu Ming took out the Zephyr Bead. Strong winds howled and swept out, enveloping the angels. At the same time, Dandin was also using all his strength to activate the illusion array. The undead spirits were constantly attacking the angels, making it impossible for the angels to use the Dream God Jade to transmit messages. Miserable screams rose and fell. Some of the weaker angels were killed one by Lu Ming and Ling Yue. Very quickly, out of the 20 or so Angel Clan geniuses, only 3 were left. These 3 were the most powerful angels in the Angel Clan. One of them was Chara, and the other 2 were also 10-winged angels with astonishing power. The 3 of them had bloodshot eyes as they desperately unleashed their power to protect themselves. Lu Ming wouldn't have been able to compete with Sala. After all, Sala had the strength of the 7th godly emperor layer, and he had a powerful weapon. However, Lu Ming was not afraid of him. He had been severely injured by the 10,000 demonic god-slaughtering array and had not recovered yet. Boom! Lu Ming held the ice Xian rod in his hand and exchanged blows with Sala. The two of them retreated at the same time. You want to kill me with just you two? No way. Just wait for the crazy revenge of my angel clan. Sala roared, his face grim. However, what welcomed him was Ling Yuwei's arrow. Lu Ming used the great divine wind technique to draw out the power within the Zephyr bead, enveloping the other two angel clan geniuses and continuously killing them. At the same time, Dandan also used all his strength to control the illusion array to attack the two angels. For the time being, the two angels were trapped, while Lu Ming and Ling Yuwei attacked Sala with all their might. Sala had yet to recover from his serious injuries, and his remaining strength was about the same as when Lu Ming activated the Ice Mystic Rod. In addition to Ling Yuwei, he could not block it at all. Moreover, the second-tier Heavenly Soldier armor on his body had already used up all of its energy during the great battle with the demons. It automatically retracted and hid in his body, unable to be of any use at all. After blocking a few moves, his body was invaded by the coldness of the Ice Xian Rod. His body was covered in a layer of ice, and the terrifying coldness seemed to have frozen the blood in his body. His aura became weaker and weaker, and his strength became more and more empty. After two more moves, Ling Yuwei's arrow finally hit him. It pierced through his chest and created a large hole. Sala roared. He was not dead yet, and his body emitted a dazzling holy light. He roared wildly, wanting to self-destruct and perish together with Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming used the Ice Xian Rod to suppress him. The terrifying chill directly froze him, and then a violent force bombarded his body. Sala didn't even have time to scream before he died. Although the remaining two Angel Clan geniuses were quite strong, the outcome was already decided. Under the siege of Lu Ming and the others, they were all quickly killed. Since then, this team of angels had all fallen. One of them had died at the hands of the demons, and the other had died at the hands of Lu Ming and the others. It could be said to be incomparably miserable, and their losses were heavy. These were the top geniuses of the Angel Clan. Among them, there were 4 10-winged angels. 10-winged angels, even in the huge Angel Clan, were extremely rare. Every one of them was a top-notch monster. In the future, when they grew up, they would become the mainstay of the Angel Clan. In fact, most of the backbone of the Angel Clan were 10-winged angels. After all, 12-winged angels were a minority among the minority. If the upper echelons of the Angel Clan knew about this, they would probably be so angry that their hearts would ache. Angel Clan, this is considered interest. If you continue to target me, I will make you suffer an even greater loss. A cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. After collecting all the Angel Clan's storage rings, he burned the bodies of the Angel Clan's geniuses into ashes. They left this place and returned to the bottom of the lake. Then, they took out the storage rings and began to count them. Haha, we're rich. After counting, Dandan grinned from ear to ear. The other treasures were nothing. The main thing they cared about was the evil demon spirit blood. There was a lot of evil demon spirit blood in the storage rings of the Angel Clan's geniuses. It was probably not much less than Lu Ming and the others combined. Although nearly half of the Angel Clan's geniuses had died in the battle with the demons, the other half of the Angel Clan's geniuses were relatively weak. These Angel Clan's geniuses did not have much evil demon spirit blood. The evil demon spirit blood was carried by the Angel Clan's geniuses, such as Sarah, Lafitte, and the others. This is a big harvest. Although this trip to the Constellation Demon Island was full of twists and turns, and the other members of the Angel Clan had died in battle, the amount of evil demon spirit blood they had obtained was astonishing. It was even more than the amount of evil demon spirit blood they had obtained in the 8th Snake Mountain Range. There was a lot of evil demon spirit blood of the 9th Godly Emperor layer. There were even more evil demon spirit blood of the 8th Godly Emperor layer and the 7th Godly Emperor layer. If they exchanged it for merit points, it would definitely be astonishing. It would definitely be more than the merit points they had obtained in the previous assessment. I wish everyone a happy new year and hope that you will be free from all diseases and viruses. Chapter 4062. The three of them kept the spirit blood and planned to divide it equally when they returned to Nantion City. After dividing it, the three of them left the place and continued to hide and hunt the devils. In the blink of an eye, another half a month had passed. In this half a month, the three of them didn't gain much. After all, they didn't have a battle formation and could only hunt down the devils that were alone or in small numbers. But during this time, the devils they encountered were getting fewer and fewer. Lu Ming and the rest guessed that the Heavenly Palace should have completely gained the upper hand and killed most of the devils. Also, the remaining devils should have retreated to the depths of Constellation Devil Island. Lu Ming and the rest didn't intend to go to the depths of Constellation Devil Island to participate in the battle there. Now that they didn't have a battle formation, if they encountered a large number of devils or God Emperor devils, they wouldn't even know how they died. The three of them planned to stay in Constellation Devil Island for a few more days. If they still didn't gain anything, they would return to Nantion City. On this day, they were moving forward at the bottom of the lake. Suddenly, Dandin stopped and said, "Tens of thousands of miles ahead, I feel a devil chi reaction, but it looks very weak." Dandin had been setting up a battle formation to check the devils around. "How many devils are there?" Lu Ming asked. "I'm not sure. It's blocked by a layer of devil chi, but the devil chi is weak. The devil's cultivation shouldn't be strong." Dandin said. "Then let's go and take a look," Lu Ming said. Immediately, the three of them went in the direction pointed by Dandin. Not long after, they saw a cave at the bottom of the lake. The devil chi was emitted from a cave. However, the devil chi wasn't very strong. There are indeed devils. I didn't expect that there are still devils hiding in this cave. It seems that they're hiding from the Heavenly Palace's experts, Lu Ming said. "Not good. Retreat quickly. This is a Devil Emperor level devil." Suddenly, Bone's voice sounded. "What? A Devil Emperor level devil?" Lu Ming was shocked. "Retreat," Lu Ming shouted. It's too late to retreat now." A cold voice could be heard coming from the cave. Following this, a ferocious demonic aura burst out from the cave and swept toward Lu Ming's group like a storm. Powerful and terrifying. "Block it," Lu Ming roared. However, the demonic chi was too fast, and they were not prepared. It was too late for them to take out their trump cards. In their haste, they could only activate their celestial armors to block it. Boom, boom. With a series of explosions, Lu Ming and the other two were sent flying. Lu Ming was still fine. He had the second-tier Heavenly Soldier battle armor and was able to completely block this power. As for Ling Yue and Dandin, their faces were somewhat pale as they spat out a mouthful of blood. Lu Ming was rather surprised. This was because the power of this attack was much weaker than he had imagined. Didn't Bone say that there was a Devil Emperor level devil in the cave? It was impossible for a Devil Emperor level devil to only have such a little attack power. It was normal for him to be able to block it, but Ling Yue and Dandin definitely wouldn't be able to block it. Even if they didn't die, they would still be severely injured. But now, Dandin and Ling Yue had only suffered some minor injuries. This was a bit strange. Was this the power of a Devil Emperor level? The three little fellows from the Heavenly Palace have some strength? A puzzled voice came from a cave. Following that, a black shadow flashed, and a tall and sturdy figure appeared in front of Lu Ming and the others. This was also a devil, but his figure was even more burly. His entire body was surrounded by a dense demonic aura, and a terrifying pressure was emitted from his body. Devil Emperor. This was definitely the pressure of a Devil Emperor level demon, because the three of them had felt the pressure of a Devil Emperor level demon before. That Devil Emperor level demon had even defeated the Angel Race's battle formation, and it was very similar to the pressure of this Devil Emperor level demon in front of them. However, this demon's aura was very weak. This was because there was a hole in his heart. Inside, There was a golden light that was constantly corroding this demon's body. That was Buddha's light. The three of them recognized it at a glance. Lu Ming finally knew why this demon's attack wasn't that strong. It was because this demon was severely injured, and it was injured by an expert from the Buddha clan. Obviously, this demon was hiding in that cave to heal his injuries and was discovered by them. This demon's eyes were like copper bells as he stared at Lu Ming and the other two. His eyes were filled with greed as he roared. Peerless monsters. 3 peerless monsters from the Heavenly Palace. This is definitely a great supplement. If I eat you guys, my injuries will quickly heal, and my cultivation will even take a step forward. Ha ha. Blazing greedy. The demon's eyes became more and more passionate and greedy. Although the move just now didn't kill Lu Ming and the other two, he wasn't alarmed. Instead, he was happy. This proved that Lu Ming and the other two were peerless monsters. As long as he ate Lu Ming and the others, it would be very beneficial to him. As for Lu Ming and the other two, how high was their cultivation? No matter how strong they were, how strong could they be? Although he was severely injured, he was confident that he could easily take down Lu Ming and the other two. Boom! As soon as his voice fell, the demonic aura on his body crazily erupted. His burly demon body pounced towards Lu Ming and the other two. The demon lord tore through the void and grabbed towards Lu Ming and the other two. Even though this demon was seriously injured, the power of his attack was still very shocking. Without any hesitation, Lu Ming took out the Ice Mystic Rod. All the taboo power in his body poured into the Ice Mystic Rod and blasted it out. At the same time, Ling Yue also took out the Elf King bow that was stained with blood and shot out an arrow with all her might. At this moment, Dandan also attacked with all his might. A large number of runes appeared on his body. The space between his eyebrows glowed, and the shadow of a word appeared vaguely. It was the word formation. The word disappeared in a flash. More runes rushed out of Dandan's body and formed a huge battle. A huge tortoise appeared and let out a roar that sounded like a dragon's roar before pouncing towards the demon. Boom, boom, boom. 3 violent explosions rang out. Strength overflowed in all directions, and demonic aura soared into the sky. Then, a figure retreated backwards and crashed into a huge rock at the bottom of the lake. The huge rock exploded, and the lake water stirred up thousands of waves. This retreating figure was surprisingly that Demon Emperor level abyssal. This made Lu Ming, Ling Yue, and Dandan somewhat dumbfounded. So weak? Was this still a Demon Emperor level expert? They were originally so nervous that they were about to die. They attacked with all their might, afraid that they wouldn't be able to resist this Demon Emperor level demon. They didn't expect that with a single move, this Demon Emperor level demon would be sent flying. This demon is too heavily injured. A thought flashed through the minds of Lu Ming and the other two. They had seen the Demon Emperor level demon make a move before. Its power was extremely shocking, and it could destroy a battle formation on the side of the Heavenly Palace with a single move. It was far from the strength in front of them. Chapter 4063. In fact, not only were Lu Ming and the others dumbstruck, but the Demon Great Emperor was also dumbstruck. What was going on? The 3 little guys from the Heavenly Palace looked so weak. How could they be so strong? It wasn't that he didn't know how serious his injuries were, but he was a Demon Great Emperor. Even if he was seriously injured, killing a cultivator of the 9th Godly Emperor layer was as easy as pie for him. But a moment ago, he had been blown away by Lu Ming and the others. How was that possible? His mind couldn't wrap itself around the situation. However, Lu Ming and the others had already reacted. It turns out that he's a weakling. Ha! Kill him. Dandan burst into laughter. In a flash, he created a gigantic turtle. It was the silhouette of the world godly turtle. It was incomparably huge. It moved towards the Demon Great Emperor. BZZ. Ling Yue pulled the bowstring again, and an arrow shot out. Lu Ming waved his Xian ice staff and attacked the Demon Great Emperor. That's right, it directly attacked. They wanted to slaughter this devil emperor-level devil. A demon great emperor's demon blood could be exchanged for a lot of merit points. A godly emperor layer demon couldn't compare to it. It wasn't easy to come across a half-dead demon great emperor. How could they miss it? The three people's attacks were incomparably violent. Finally, the demon great emperor woke up. In a flash, his lungs were about to explode from anger. A few low-level godly emperors surprisingly wanted to kill him first. This had never happened before. Even if a godly emperor dared to attack him, he had to be at least a peerless genius of the 9th godly emperor layer. But Lu Ming and the others' cultivation levels were not high. The highest cultivation level was only the 4th godly emperor layer. They were too far away from the godly emperor layer. Shouted the demon great emperor furiously. Demon chi exploded. A demon blade appeared in his hand, and he slashed 3 times. 3 blade shadows appeared and collided with Lu Ming and the others' attacks. A violent explosion sounded, and the 3 demonic saber shadows collapsed. The demon emperor was once again blasted away, smashing a large number of boulders. He spat out a few mouthfuls of blood, and his injuries were even more serious. The Buddha's light in the hole in his chest shone brightly, worsening the demon's injuries. Lu Ming and the others' confidence was greatly boosted after they managed to repel and even injure this evil demon a second time. It seemed that this demon had really reached the end of its tether. I'll block him from the front. Yue, shoot with your bow and arrows. Dandan, don't go all out to set up a formation. Set up a killing formation. Lu Ming sent a sound transmission to Ling Yue and Dandan, then flew up and smashed down with the ice profound rod. At the same time, the Gale Pearl appeared in his left hand, and a violent gale rushed out, rushing towards the demon Overlord Realm Demon. The demon of the Fiend Emperor Realm roared. He endured his injuries and slashed his fiend's saber continuously toward Lu Ming. It collided with the gale and then with the Bingshin rod. Boom! Clang! After the two of them collided, Lu Ming's body shook violently. The mysterious ice rod in his hand buzzed nonstop as he retreated a few steps. After all, he was a demon Overlord Realm Demon. Even though he was heavily injured, his strength was still astonishing. Lu Ming alone was still at a disadvantage. As soon as Lu Ming retreated, the demon Overlord Realm Demon wanted to charge forward and kill Lu Ming. However, Ling Yue shot an arrow at him. This demon had no choice but to block Ling Yue's arrow and had no time to deal with Lu Ming. As for Dandan, he began to set up the array with all his might. Damn it! The demon Overlord Realm Demon roared in his heart, his anger soaring to the sky. You little bastards, just you wait. The demon roared and wanted to escape. Being forced to escape by a few low-level divine emperors was a great humiliation, but he had no choice. He felt that if he continued to stay, he might really be finished off by Lu Ming and the other two. However, how could Lu Ming let him escape so easily? Lu Ming held the mysterious ice rod in his hand and attacked with all his might. At the same time, the gale inside the Gale Pearl was constantly drawn out as if it was free. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The gale formed several tornadoes that surrounded the demon Overlord Realm Demon and attacked him continuously. In addition to Lu Ming's attack, it was not that easy for this demon to retreat. Even if he could retreat, he would be attacked by Lu Ming. His injuries would be even more serious, and he would have to pay a price. Brat, since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. The demon roared, his eyes ferocious, revealing a crazed look. His body began to stir. Inside, bright red bone spikes protruded from his flesh and blood. His aura became a little more berserk. He pounced directly at Lu Ming and slashed at Lu Ming with his demonic saber. Clang! The demonic saber collided with the mysterious ice rod once again. The mysterious ice rod trembled incessantly and was knocked to the side. As for the demon's saber, it continued to slash at Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not retreat. If he retreated, the other party would find an opening to escape. Lu Ming did not dodge or retreat, allowing the demonic saber to slash at his body. Wong. The second-class Heavenly Soldier's armor kept trembling but it was not broken. After all, the other party was not at his peak. For a time, he was unable to break through the second-class Heavenly Soldier's armor. Let's see how many moves you can block. Kill, kill, kill. The Demon Overlord Realm Demon roared crazily, and his aura actually increased a little. Obviously, he had gone all out and used some kind of desperate method. Generally speaking, this kind of desperate method would have side effects, but now he couldn't care less. He had a demonic saber in one hand and a demonic claw in the other. He crazily attacked Lu Ming's body. In the blink of an eye, at least a dozen attacks landed on Lu Ming's body. However, they were all blocked by the second-class Heavenly Soldier's armor. During this time, Ling Yue also launched an attack, but it was blocked by this demon. After continuous attacks, even the second-class Heavenly Soldier's armor had consumed a lot of energy. The light, it formed dimmed down. However, Lu Ming still did not retreat. Kill! Lu Ming let out a long roar, and from the Zephyr Pearl, a strong wind howled out, sweeping towards the demon. At the same time, the Ice Xian Rod attacked again. Let's see who can hold on. The Demon Overlord Realm Demon roared. Ignoring his own defense, he continued to attack Lu Ming. In the blink of an eye, another dozen or so attacks landed on the second-class Heavenly Soldier's armor. With a bang, the second-class Heavenly Soldier's armor finally ran out of energy and the light shield exploded. But at the same time, Lu Ming's attack also landed on the demon's body. Although this demon was a Demon Overlord Realm demon, his body was incomparably hard and his defense was astonishing, but he could not completely block Lu Ming's attack. Wounds appeared on his body, and one of his wings was blown apart by the Ice Xian Rod. The Demon Overlord Realm demon spat out a few more mouthfuls of blood. However, his eyes were incomparably ferocious as he roared, "Die!" A few bright red bone spurs on his body actually left his body and pierced towards Lu Ming at an astonishing speed. He had been waiting for this opportunity to break through the defense of Lu Ming's armor and kill Lu Ming in one fell swoop. Chapter 4064. The Demon Emperor Realm Demon fought with all his might. The bright red bone spurs on his body flew out from his body and shot towards Lu Ming. This time, the distance was too close. Coupled with the fact that the bone spurs were extremely fast, even if Lu Ming wanted to dodge, he wouldn't be able to. In fact, Lu Ming had no intention of dodging at all. Puff, 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 a few bone spurs hit Lu Ming and pierced through Lu Ming's body. Some pierced through his chest, some pierced through Lu Ming's dantian, and some pierced through his shoulders. A total of 5 bone spurs pierced through Lu Ming's body, creating 5 holes. Lu Ming's body was pushed back by the bone spurs, nailing him to a huge rock. "Haha, go to hell, go to hell." The Demon Emperor Realm demon roared crazily, but in the next moment, his eyes popped out, revealing a look of disbelief. This was because Lu Ming was completely fine, and his aura had not weakened at all. Boom! Lu Ming's body burst out with a powerful force, sending the 5 bone spurs flying. The wounds on Lu Ming's body quickly healed. At this time, Ling Yue seized the opportunity to shoot an arrow with all her might, while the Demon Emperor Realm Demon was in a daze. An arrow pierced through the Demon Emperor Realm Demon's throat, causing his injuries to worsen. "A bunch of little monsters, let's go." The Demon Emperor Realm Demon really panicked and turned around to leave. Unfortunately, his surroundings were filled with strong winds. He was even weaker now, and for a moment, he was actually unable to break through the strong winds and escape. As for Lu Ming, he held the Ice Xian Rod in his hand and charged forward again. He struck out with all his might, causing the Demon Emperor Realm Demon to stagger back. "Dandan, are you almost done?" Lu Ming sent a sound transmission to Dandan. This Demon Emperor Realm Demon was really hard to kill. He had continuously used his full strength to activate the Ice Xian Rod, which consumed a lot of energy. It was difficult for him to maintain his strength. He believed that Ling Yue was about the same. If this were to continue, the demon might really escape. All right, use your full strength to kill this demon. Fortunately, Dandan gave him some good news. Dandan rapidly formed hand seals, and countless runes appeared on the ground and in the air. These runes intertwined to form a huge formation. The formation shone brightly, and Buddhist chants could be heard. In the next moment, 8 gigantic figures appeared in all directions. These 8 figures emitted a golden Buddhist light, as though they were the Vajras of the Buddhist sections. Dandan had actually set up a Buddhist grand array. The 8 Vajras attacked with all their might, launching a fierce attack at the Demon Emperor Realm Demon. At the same time, Lu Ming and Ling Yue also attacked with all their might. Lu Ming held the Zephyr Pearl in one hand and used all of his strength to draw out the energy within the Zephyr Pearl, turning it into a wind blade that slashed towards his opponent. His other hand held the mysterious ice staff, and in an instant, he poured all of his taboo energy into the mysterious ice staff. The mysterious ice staff grew rapidly, and he swung it at his opponent. Ling Yue also shot an arrow with all her might. The attacks of the 3 people drowned out the Demon Emperor Realm Abyssal together. The pupils of the Demon Emperor Realm Abyssal contracted sharply because he felt a fatal crisis in this move. Roar! He let out a roar, unwilling to be killed by a few little fellows like this, and fought back with all his might. Boom! 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 A series of explosions rang out, and then a tall figure flew out like a meteorite, smashing into the mountains at the bottom of the lake. The lake water surged, and smoke and dust filled the air. The figure that flew out was naturally that abyssal demon. Lu Ming and the other 2 flashed their figures and followed closely behind. When they flew over 10,000 miles, they found that the Demon Emperor Realm Abyssal Demon was already lying on the ground, his entire body in tatters. His aura was extremely weak, and he was already on the verge of death. They widened their eyes with all their might, staring at Lu Ming and the other 2, their eyes revealing deep unwillingness. It seemed that he did not expect that a demon emperor of his generation would eventually die in the hands of 3 divine Emperor Realm Juniors. If this were to spread out, he would be laughed at after his death. "Let's go," Lu Ming said coldly, and stepped down. A demon sword appeared under his feet, and he used the Great Demon Sword technique. Puchi! The demon sword completely killed the Demon Emperor Realm Abyssal Demon. Who? The 3 of them heaved a sigh of relief at the same time. The 3 of them were indeed incomparably strong, and with the help of their great weapons, they could kill 9th-layer divine emperors like cutting melons and vegetables. However, compared to divine emperors, there was still a big gap. Even in the entire primitive universe, an emperor god would be considered a top expert. Many powerful forces in the universe, or some of the more powerful races, did not have any divine emperors. Only the powerful races on the list of 10,000 races of primitive universe had divine emperors. That level was much stronger than divine emperors. Fortunately, the Demon Emperor Realm Abyssal Demon had been severely injured by the experts of the Buddhist clan, and his strength was greatly weakened. Otherwise, even if the 3 of them joined forces, they would definitely not be a match for the Demon Emperor. If they encountered the Demon Emperor, there would only be a road to death, and they would not be able to escape. Then, the 3 of them took the Demon Emperor Realm Abyssal Demon's spirit blood and quickly left. After finding a place, the 3 of them adjusted their breathing, and when they recovered to their peak state, the 3 of them went in the direction of Nantian City. Not long after, they successfully returned to Nantian City. After returning to Nantian City, Lu Ming went to report to a divine general what had happened at Constellation Demon Island. Naturally, he would not say that his team members were killed by the spirits of Nether Race. One should know that although the spirits of Nether Race had killed his team members, he had also killed 3 experts of the spirits of Nether Race, and one of them was a peerless genius of the spirits of Nether Race. Although they had taken action in self-defense, and the Heavenly Palace would not blame them, if the spirits of Nether Race knew that they had killed a peerless genius of the spirits of Nether Race, they would most likely not let them go. In the future, they would have to constantly face the assassins of the spirits of Nether Race, and that would be even more troublesome. Lu Ming naturally would not say that. He only said that their formation had been destroyed by the abyssal demon experts, and that the others had died in battle, leaving only the three of them. The divine general did not have the slightest suspicion. After all, such things were very common in a battle with the abyssal demons. The divine general comforted Lu Ming and said, "Captain Mu Yun, do you need me to replenish your troops?" His team had been scattered, and he could continue to replenish his troops, reform a battle formation, and guard a side of the city wall. However, there was another choice, and that was to choose not to be the captain and to act alone and hunt the abyssal demons alone. This was usually the choice given to the survivors after a team had been destroyed. However, most people would still choose to form a team. After all, if they formed a team, they could form a battle formation, and their power was amazing. When fighting with the abyssal demons, their chances would be much higher, and they could also hunt enough abyssal demon spirit blood. Acting alone was not only more dangerous, but the efficiency of hunting the abyssal demons would also be much lower. Of course, there were also some people who would choose to act alone. Those people were generally very confident in their own strength. Lu Ming chose to act alone. Chapter 4065. Lu Ming naturally chose to act alone. He had been betrayed once, and he didn't want to be betrayed a second time. If they formed another team, it would be hard to guarantee that they wouldn't be betrayed again. He planned to act alone with Dandan and Ling Yue to hunt demons in the future. Even if the efficiency was a bit lower, it would still be safe and at ease, right? After telling him this idea, the divine general happily agreed. After returning to his residence, he met up with Dandan and Ling Yue. Then, they moved away from here and stayed on another section of the city wall. After that, the three of them took out the demon spirit blood they had hunted this time and counted them together. The harvest this time was huge. Most of the demon spirit blood came from demons above the 7th layer of the God Emperor realm. They would definitely be exchanged for a lot of merit points. However, they didn't go to the Well of Merit, so they didn't know how many merit points they could exchange for. Right now, they were still unable to return to Dream Sky City to exchange for merit points. They needed to stay in Nantian City and guard it for 100 years. After the three of them counted the demon spirit blood, they divided it equally. For the next half a month, they cultivated in Nantian City. It was very peaceful, and no one came to find trouble with them. Thinking about it, that group of angels were all dead, and no one knew that they were the ones who did it. Although there were many angels in the heavenly soldiers, far more than those 15 people. But relatively speaking, the ones who were most hostile to them were those in that group, such as Lafitte and the others. Once these people died, they should have a period of peace. Half a month later, the three of them set off again. They left Nantian City and headed to another level 3 area to hunt demons. In the following time, Lu Ming and the others acted in groups of 3, secretly hunting demons. The three of them worked together, with Lu Ming and Ling Yue as the main attacker, and Dandan in the formation. In fact, the efficiency wasn't too bad. Although the speed at which they hunted demons couldn't compare to those teams, it wasn't too far off. The key was that the demon spirit blood they hunted was only divided among the three of them. Not only was the demon spirit blood in their hands not less, but it was even more. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, more than 90 years had passed. There were only a few years left until the 100-year period. As long as 100 years passed, they would be able to return to Dream Sky City and convert the evil demon spirit blood they had accumulated into merit points, which they could then exchange for various treasures or enter the fortune tower to increase their strength. What was worth mentioning was that in the past 90 years, their strength had all increased. Lu Ming had a special body. After so many battles, he had broken through to the 4th Godly Emperor layer. Dandan used to have the strength of the 2nd Godly Emperor layer, but after 90 years, he had broken through to the 3rd Godly Emperor layer. Ling Yue's cultivation had also broken through to the 5th Godly Emperor layer. Ever since she had obtained the fortune of the sacred seed mother tree, her physique had undergone a transformation. Her cultivation speed was astonishing, and she was actually not slower than Lu Ming. What was worth mentioning was that Xianxia had also broken through to the 7th godly emperor layer. He had broken through to the 5th godly emperor layer consecutively. During this time, he had devoured a large number of godly weapons. In particular, Lu Ming had obtained some broken godly weapons from the Merit Exchange Hall, which had been of great help to Xianxia. Overall, the strength of the three of them had skyrocketed, and they could hunt abyss devils more easily. On this day, they were hunting demon spirits in a level 3 area when they suddenly received news from Nantian City. Everyone was retreating back to Nantian City. Lu Ming and the others were puzzled. They didn't know why everyone was retreating, but under such circumstances, something big must have happened. They didn't dare stay and hastily returned to Nantian City. When they returned to Nantian City, they saw a large number of celestial soldiers returning from all directions. They were all celestial soldiers who had hunted demon spirits from different areas. After so many years of hunting, the low-level areas around Nantian City, such as the level 2, level 3, and even level 4 areas, had been cleared. Further, it was the terrifying level 5 area. The level 5 area was occupied by terrifying demon empires. These demon empires had terrifying demon spirits overseeing them. They were comparable to the Lord of Heaven of the Heavenly Palace. Celestial soldiers and celestial generals generally didn't dare to enter the level 5 area. Nantian City opened a formation. Countless celestial soldiers and celestial generals flew into the formation and landed on the city wall. Lu Ming and the others followed the crowd into Nantian City and landed on a section of the city wall. What happened? Why did everyone suddenly retreat? Yeah, we'll be able to conquer that level 3 area very soon. The demon emperors in that level 3 area have all been killed. Unfortunately, they retreated at the last moment. There was a lot of discussion in the surroundings. Many people were puzzled. Silence. At that moment, a dignified voice rang out and spread through the entire city wall. The scene immediately quieted down. Suddenly, many figures appeared in the sky. These figures had extremely strong auras, as deep as the sea. They were extremely terrifying. Celestial emperors. They were all in the celestial emperor realm. There were celestial generals in armor and celestial officials in white robes. There were no less than 100 of them, and they were all high-level celestial emperors. Everyone's heart sank, and many people revealed solemn expressions. It was definitely unusual for hundreds of celestial generals and celestial officials to be mobilized at once. According to reliable news, a huge demon army has appeared in the depths of the dark universe and is heading toward Nantian City. It should be the demons of the level 5 area. A burly celestial general said. This celestial general looked very valiant and handsome. His long golden hair draped over his shoulders, and his aura was very terrifying. Obviously, this celestial general's identity was extraordinary. Even among the hundreds of celestial generals, he was one of the best. Celestial tribe. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly as a thought flashed through his mind. That's right, he was definitely not mistaken. This celestial general was from the celestial tribe. Back then, when he first met the myriad gods, he was chased by some terrifying existences. Those existences were evolved from the celestial tribe's powerhouses after their deaths. They were not the real celestial tribe. The real core of the heavenly palace was the celestial tribe. It could be said that the celestial tribe had founded the heavenly palace. The celestial tribe was not one of the top 10 tribes because they were high and mighty and looked down on all the other tribes. No other tribe could be compared to them. However, it was said that the celestial tribe was very few in number, but each one of them was very powerful. Any one of them would be a top prodigy in the primitive universe. Lu Ming had been in the heavenly palace for so many years, but this was the first time he had seen the real celestial tribe. Demon army? The demons of the level 5 area. Is there a demon wave? Many people exclaimed. Every time the demon army of the level 5 area attacked Nantian City, it was very terrifying. It was called a demon wave. Chapter 4066. Every time a demonic wave broke out, a world-shaking battle was destined to break out, and the fighting was incomparably tragic. Yes, it's a demonic wave, and this time, it's no small matter. It's very likely that more than one fifth-level district has been mobilized. So, immediately set up defenses and check all the arrays to ensure that nothing goes wrong. The heavenly human tribe's divine general said loudly. Many people were shocked. There was more than one fifth-level district demon taking action. The situation was worse than they had imagined. Then, everyone began to take action. Those who were assigned to guard the section of the city wall immediately returned to guard their own section of the city wall. Lu Ming and the other two, because they were acting alone, were randomly assigned to a section of the city wall to hunt as many demons as possible. The heavenly soldiers were very fast. In a short while, they had set up the defenses, and then one by one, they stared into the distance, waiting for the demons to appear. Time passed by second. Buzz! Suddenly, the earth and the sky in front seemed to tremble. Then there was a terrifying aura coming from afar. The aura suddenly became extremely oppressive, as if there was a terrifying giant beast in the distance, coming this way. Everyone's heart was in their mouths. Boom! Boom, boom. Then there was a violent roar, and the sky in front of them became pitch black. That was the demonic aura. The demonic aura rushed toward Nantian City like a tide. In the demonic aura, there were countless demons. Countless demons covered the sky and the sun, holding all kinds of weapons, roaring like thunder, and killing intent like a tidal wave. There were too many, so many that it was impossible to count. As far as the eye could see, it was a boundless demon army, and no one knew how many there were. And some of the demons' auras were extremely terrifying. These were all demons in the Demon Emperor realm. At a casual glance, one could see hundreds of demons in the Demon Emperor realm. Why are there so many demons? How many fifth-level district demons have been mobilized? Many people's faces changed drastically. So many demons in the Demon Emperor realm had appeared. It was definitely not one or two fifth-level district demon dynasties that could mobilize. It was definitely multiple demon dynasties that had mobilized together. Get ready. In the sky, the heavenly human tribe's divine general shouted. Set up the array. Get ready to attack. On the city wall, many first-class heavenly soldiers shouted. In the heavenly palace, there were more than 100 emperor gods. More than 100 god emperors appeared in the sky. They were all god generals and heavenly officials. Those who could reach the level of divine general or heavenly official were all experts among experts. Even among the god emperors, they were considered experts. Most of those first-rate heavenly soldiers were also divine lords. There were just a few weaker divine lords, but their numbers were not small. Rumble. Heaven and earth rumbled, and the sun and moon lost their light. The Fiend Legion was getting closer and closer to Nantian City. Kill all the creatures in the primitive universe. Destroy the heavenly palace. Exterminate the heavenly human tribe. Kill all these losers and fugitives. Roars came from the devil army as countless devils roared and charged towards Nantian City. He was getting closer. The distance between the two sides was getting closer and closer. Soon, the distance between the two sides was only a few thousand miles. At this time, the demons launched an attack. Whoosh, 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 countless attacks, densely packed, covered the sky and blasted toward Nantian City. Formation rise. In Nantian City, the divine general of the heavenly human tribe gave the order. The city walls of Nantian City glowed, and a light shield appeared. The attacks of these devils were all on the light shield. The light shield kept shaking, but it was blocked by the light shield. Killing formation rise. The divine general of the heavenly human tribe gave the order again. On each section of the city walls, runes filled the air, and multicolored light continued to shine. Another formation appeared. This time, it was a killing formation. The killing formation condensed all kinds of divine light and shot toward the devil army like arrows. However, the devil army also set up a formation. Layers of demonic aura condensed into a light shield, blocking these attacks. The first wave of attacks from both sides did not cause any damage. The distance between the two sides was getting closer. Boom! In the end, the Devil Army crashed heavily into the light shield outside Nantian City. At this moment, the entire city felt like it was shaking. Focus on one point and tear this formation apart. Attack. On the Devil Army's side, the attacks of all the devils gathered in groups. Many of the devils' attacks were focused on one point, trying to tear the formation apart and kill their way into Nantian City. Among them, many Demon Emperor Realm devils also attacked with terrifying power. The light shield of the formation trembled even more violently. If this continued, it was inevitable that it would be torn apart. Attack! Kill the devils! The heavenly soldiers on the city walls also roared and launched an attack. Most of the heavenly soldiers formed a battle formation, condensing dazzling golden sword light, slashing outside and slashing at the devils. Lu Ming and the others did not attack. Now that both sides were attacking with formations, the power was too strong. With their cultivation, even if they attacked, it would not have much effect. Boom! 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 Terrifying rumbles continued to sound as if the world was about to be destroyed. There were too many experts fighting fiercely. If it happened in the primitive universe or in the starry sky, it would cause a devastating disaster. A large area of the starry sky would be annihilated under such an attack. However, the dark universe was very special. Everything was much more stable than the primitive universe. The damage caused would not be as great as the primitive universe. However, the ground was constantly exploding and the void turned into chaos. The scene was terrifying. Finally, after fighting for a while, the formation in the eastern area of Nantian City was torn open by the devils. Charge in! The Abyss demons let out excited roars, and countless Abyss demons madly rushed in through the opening and killed their way onto the city walls. Kill! The heavenly soldiers on the city wall roared and attacked with the battle formation. Golden sword light flashed and slashed out horizontally. Suddenly, a large number of devils were killed. However, there were too many devils, and they kept rushing in. The devils could not compare with the heavenly palace in terms of rune formations. After charging in like this, the devils' formations were not so exquisite. Most of them were fighting for themselves. Unless they had set up a large formation in their own territory, the devils could rely on the formation to exert great power. On the heavenly soldiers' side, relying on the heavenly armor, they could activate the power of the battle formation at any time. However, there were too many devils, and they were not afraid of death. They kept rushing in, and there were even Demon Emperor Realm devils mixed in. Die! A Demon Emperor Realm demon rushed into the crack and slashed out with his saber, blowing up a large formation. More than half of the heavenly soldiers inside were blown up alive. Tragic, both sides began to suffer casualties. You're courting death. A first-class heavenly soldier, his body glowing, waved his sword and attacked the Demon Emperor Realm devil. The two sides engaged in a fierce battle. Chapter 4067. Both sides fought fiercely, and casualties began to appear. Moreover, with the fierce attacks of the demons, many parts of the Nantian City's array formation were torn apart. Countless demons rushed in through these cracks and engaged in a great battle with the heavenly soldiers and generals. Buzz! The array formation on Lu Ming's side also fluctuated violently. Under the attacks of countless demons, the array formation trembled incessantly. Finally, a crack appeared. Kill! A large group of demons roared and rushed in through the crack, pouncing towards the heavenly soldiers and generals. The heavenly soldiers on the city wall immediately launched a counterattack, setting up a formation to kill the enemy. Both sides fought fiercely. There were also demons that charged towards Lu Ming and the others. Dandan took a step forward and dense runes appeared on the ground. A large array was formed and turned into chains that wrapped around a dozen demons. Then, Lu Ming took out the Zephyr Pearl. A strong wind whistled and swept past, killing more than a dozen demons on the spot. In such a great battle, Lu Ming did not plan to take out the mysterious ice rod. It was too exhausting and would not be used for long. It was far less practical than the Zephyr Pearl. Although Ling Yue took out the Elf King bow that was stained with blood, she did not use all of her strength to control it. She only activated the power of the 9th layer of the Divine Emperor realm. This way, she could use many moves. The three of them worked together seamlessly and quickly killed dozens of demons. The results of the battle were quite good and attracted the attention of the other demons. The geniuses of the desolate universe are mine. A blood-red demon with burning eyes pounced towards Lu Ming and the other two. This was a flame demon. This kind of demon was a special kind of demon. It was very powerful. Before it even pounced, a scorching aura had already pounced towards Lu Ming and the other two. The Zephyr Pearl turned into a wind blade and slashed towards the demon. With a boom, it collided with the demon, causing an earth-shattering explosion. However, Lu Ming did not kill the demon. The wind blade formed by the strong wind was blocked. What strength! Lu Ming's eyes flickered. That fire demon had the strength of the 9th godly emperor layer, but he was extremely strong. He was much stronger than ordinary cultivators of the 9th godly emperor layer. Lu Ming's cultivation had already reached the 4th godly emperor realm. His cultivation level had increased, which meant that he could draw out more energy from the Gale Pearl. However, the demon had managed to block it. That showed how powerful it was. Brat, it's useless to rely on external objects. Die! The flaming demon roared. Its body was shrouded in flames, and its claws were constantly clawing out. Its body was like lightning as it pounced towards Lu Ming. Whoosh! Ling Yue made her move, and an arrow shot towards the demon. Although Ling Yue did not use her full strength to activate the Elf King bow that was covered in blood, she had still activated a portion of its power. It was not weaker than the Gale Windblade from before. The flaming demon did not dare to underestimate it. It reached out with its claws and blocked the arrow as well. After blocking it, its pair of demon wings continuously slashed towards Lu Ming. It was blocked by Lu Ming's Zephyr Pearl. However, the demon looked ferocious and took the opportunity to get close to Lu Ming. Its demon claws grabbed towards Lu Ming's head. However, an arrow shot towards it. This arrow was even more terrifying. Ling Yue attacked with all her strength. The flaming demon's expression changed. At the critical moment, it used its demon wings to slash at Ling Yue's arrow. With a boom, a hole appeared in its demon wings. It was injured and retreated. Ling Yue attacked with all her strength, and her attack power was still above that of the demon. While the demon was injured, Lu Ming took the opportunity to attack. A strong wind swept out and turned into a wind blade, slashing horizontally. With a pu sound, a demon's head flew high into the air. This demon genius was dead. The moment he killed the demon, Lu Ming grabbed the demon's demon spirit blood with his palm. The performance of Lu Ming and the other two immediately attracted the attention of the demon emperors on the demon side. You're courting death. A demon emperor realm powerhouse stretched out his hand and grabbed at the air. 3 claw lights shot out and grabbed towards Lu Ming and the other two. This was a demon emperor realm demon at its peak. Its strength was unfathomable, and its attack was incomparably terrifying. Lu Ming and the other two felt their hearts beat faster and their hair stand on end. Unstoppable. Facing a demon emperor at its peak, even if they attacked with all their might, they wouldn't be able to resist. Especially Ling Yue and Dandan. They only had 3rd-tier heavenly soldier armor, so they couldn't withstand the demon emperor's attack. However, they were already prepared. On the ground, dense runes suddenly crawled out and covered the bodies of the 3 people. Then, the bodies of the 3 people became blurry. When the demon emperor realm abyssal attacked, the 3 of them directly disappeared from their original place and appeared dozens of miles away. The demon emperor realm abyssal's attack naturally missed. Formation. The demon emperor realm demon's eyes flickered with a cold light. Yes, formation. Before the demon army arrived, Dandan had already secretly set up a formation. Of course, they were all formations used to escape. In such a great battle, setting up a killing array was useless. How many demons could you kill? Among the demons, there were many experts. If you killed the strong, there would be even stronger ones. For example, after they killed the flame demon Heaven's Pride, a demon Emperor Realm demon would immediately come. Therefore, setting up an escape formation to save one's life was the way to go. Let's see how many moves you can dodge. Kill. That demon Emperor Realm demon seemed to have his eyes on Lu Ming and the other two. With a wave of his demon claws, more and more claw prints formed, covering the sky and covering the earth as they charged towards Lu Ming and the other two. Wherever it passed, the battle formation set up by one of the teams was directly destroyed. Blink, thousand shadows array rise. Dandan shouted, controlling the array with all his might. Dandan, Lu Ming, and Ling Yue's bodies exploded with a bang. Each of them turned into hundreds of figures, scurrying everywhere. Bang bungas, the claw shadows fell, the shadows collapsed. When all the claw shadows disappeared, the true bodies of Lu Ming and the other two were revealed. However, their faces were pale. Although they had dodged the other party's attack, just now, it was dangerous and not easy. Wanting to escape with his life in front of a devil emperor at his peak was not easy. We dodged it again. The killing intent in the eyes of that demon Emperor Realm demon was extremely strong. After escaping from his hands twice in a row, his anger burned fiercely. I will tear you all apart and bring you back to become my exquisite food. The demon Emperor Realm demon roared. With a flap of his wings, he personally pounced towards Lu Ming and the others. At this moment, swoosh, a spear pierced through the void and pierced towards the demon Emperor Realm demon. Its power was extremely terrifying. Chapter 4068. The spear pierced through the air, destroying the void. The demon emperor's pupils constricted. He could not care less about killing Lu Ming and the other two. He quickly waved his demon claws to block the attack. Clang! An earth-shattering roar resounded. The spear was blocked, but the demon Emperor Realm demon was also blasted back again and again. A burly man in golden armor stepped on the air. His aura was like a mountain, and his eyes were like lightning. He was a first-class celestial soldier, and also a divine emperor. A dignified demon emperor. What's the point of attacking a few little guys? I'll be your opponent. A cold voice came from the first-class celestial soldier. His figure was like a flash of lightning, instantly approaching the demon emperor. The spear pierced through the void, stabbing at the demon emperor. Don't think that I'm afraid of you. I'll kill you too. The demon Emperor Realm demon roared and fought with the first-rate heavenly soldier. Lu Ming and the other two heaved a sigh of relief. Although their current battle strength was very strong, and after activating their weapons, killing ordinary 9th-layer divine emperors was as easy as chopping vegetables. However, facing a demon emperor, they were still under a lot of pressure. It was a huge leap from divine emperor to divine emperor. In the divine emperor realm, the star nucleus in the Dantian turned into a star. However, no matter how strong a star was, there was a limit. Its energy would be exhausted. In the divine emperor realm, the star in the body evolved into a black hole. A black hole led to an eternal, unknown place. One could borrow endless energy from the other side of the black hole. In theory, the energy of the divine emperor realm was almost endless. Even if the battle lasted for thousands of years, it would not be exhausted. Of course, this was only in theory. Therefore, stepping into the divine emperor realm was like stepping into the ranks of the top experts in the primitive universe. As for the divine emperor realm, it was only considered ordinary in the primitive universe. However, the three of them quickly calmed down and attacked the other demons. They were confident that with their talent, it was only a matter of time before they stepped into the divine emperor realm. It was not impossible for them to step into a higher realm. This battle lasted for a full 2 hours. During this period, Lu Ming and the rest were also attacked by other demon emperor realm demons. They were all pushed back by them in a dangerous situation. At the same time, there were many divine emperors in the heavenly palace who would fight against the demon emperors. This battle was exceptionally tragic, and the smell of blood filled the air. Both sides had lost a large number of people. However, the heavenly palace's side had the terrain advantage. With the protection of the formation, the number of casualties was much lower than the demon's side. The demon's losses were at least 3 times that of the heavenly palaces. Dong dong dong. After 2 hours of fighting, the deafening sound of war drums could be heard from the distant land. Retreat! A loud roar came from the abyss devils. Then, the demons quickly retreated, and the retreating demons took the corpses of the demons with them. The black mass of evil demons quickly retreated and disappeared from sight in the blink of an eye. On the city walls of Nantian City, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. In the face of such a great battle, no one had the confidence to survive. The main reason was that there were too many evil demons, and there were too many experts. Even though the Heavenly Palace's side had set up a battle formation, the losses were great, and the battle formations were destroyed one by one. What a pity! There are so many evil demon corpses. How much evil demon spirit blood are there? Someone sighed. In the battle, just now, countless evil demons had fallen, and no one knew how much evil demon spirit blood there was. However, in the process of the battle, just now, who would have a mind to collect evil demon spirit blood? Who would dare to be distracted? In such a great battle, being distracted meant death. Later, when the evil demons retreated, they took away most of the evil demon corpses, which made people feel helpless. Dandan, how's the harvest? In an inconspicuous section of the city wall, there were 3 people who were talking about their harvest. These 3 people were naturally Lu Ming and the other 2. In the previous battle, Dandan almost did not do anything except use the formation to help them escape. This was because he was collecting evil demon spirit blood. With his attainments in rune formations, it could be said that he was like a ghost, constantly collecting evil demon spirit blood in the dark. Not only did he collect the evil demons killed by Lu Ming and Ling Yue, but he also collected the evil demons killed by the others nearby. Ha ha! A great harvest, a great harvest! It's even greater than our previous 90 years combined. Dandan laughed out loud. Of course, it was a sound transmission. He didn't dare to be brazen, afraid that others would hear him and beat him to death. So much. Lu Ming and Ling Yue's eyes lit up. It was even greater than the previous 3 people's gains in the past 90 years. As expected, only in such a tragic battle could one make a fortune. Although the battle just now was dangerous, it was worth it. I even obtained a drop of the Demon Emperor Realm's evil demon spirit blood. Dandan had a complacent look on his face. Attention, all divine generals and first-rate heavenly soldiers. Gather your subordinates and set up a new formation. The crippled teams regroup and form a complete team. In the sky, the heavenly human race's divine general gave the order. Immediately, divine generals and first-rate heavenly soldiers moved out, gathering the people from the various sections of the city wall and redistributing them. This was because some of the teams had been crippled and couldn't set up a formation. They had to replenish their manpower. This time, Lu Ming and the other 2 didn't even believe that they could act alone and were forcefully transferred into a team. Although it was a temporary team that hadn't been trained and couldn't unleash the full power of the battle formation, it was still better than acting alone. Lu Ming and the other 2 could only sigh. They still wanted to secretly collect the evil demon spirit blood in the following battles. Now, it seemed that this plan wouldn't work. In the battle formation, Dandan couldn't appear and disappear unpredictably to collect the evil demon spirit blood. Although it was a pity, there was nothing they could do. The Heavenly Palace was very efficient. Not long after, the team was reorganized. I've received news that the evil demon army hasn't retreated. Instead, they've set up camp hundreds of millions of miles away. It seems that they will continue to attack. Everyone, stay alert and prepare for battle. We just formed a new team. Step up the training and familiarize yourself with the battle formation. In the sky, the heavenly human race's divine general's voice resounded in all directions. Many people's expressions were ugly. The evil demons hadn't retreated yet. It seemed that the previous retreat was only a temporary one. They would come back again. The tragic battle wasn't over yet. Lu Ming and the others, who had just formed a new battle formation, began to practice and familiarize themselves with the battle formation. They didn't have to wait too long. After only one day, the evil demon army came again. The two sides engaged in a fierce battle again. This battle lasted for a full 2 hours before the evil demons retreated. However, these evil demons didn't retreat to their nest. Instead, they set up camp hundreds of millions of miles away from Nantian City. This made many people's expressions ugly. At the same time, they were very puzzled. In the past, the evil demons would gather together and attack Nantian City. However, if they couldn't take it, they would retreat and return to their nest. This time, however, they couldn't take it and didn't retreat. Chapter 4069. In the next few days, the evil demon army attacked Nantian City 5 times. After 5 times, the evil demon army still did not retreat. They were stationed hundreds of millions of miles away, but they did not attack again. Since the evil demons did not attack, the Heavenly Palace naturally did not take the initiative to attack. The stalemate lasted for more than 10 days. During these 10 days, the evil demon army did not attack again. This made many people's hearts heavy. They did not know what the evil demons were planning. Boom! Rumble. On the 11th day, a terrifying roar suddenly came from the direction of the evil demon army's garrison. It was as if the world was about to be destroyed. Then, a terrifying and incomparably oppressive aura surged over like a vast wave. Everyone's expression changed drastically, including the God Emperors. Their eyes were filled with fear, as if they were ants facing an ancient giant beast. "Look, what is that?" Suddenly, someone exclaimed and pointed at the distant sky. In fact, everyone saw it without him shouting. In the distant sky, the void was like water ripples constantly shaking. Occasionally, a spatial crack would appear. Through the spatial crack, they saw a figure inside. This figure was incomparably huge. He was wearing battle armor, and his golden hair was fluttering. A terrifying aura surged out like a tide. His body was even bigger than a star. "Lord of Heaven, it's the Lord of Heaven." In the sky, the divine general of the heavenly human tribe shouted excitedly. Everyone's hearts were also greatly shaken. The Lord of Heaven was not a realm. It was a title in the heavenly palace, and it was also a position. However, anyone who held the position of Lord of Heaven must be someone above the God Emperor realm. Above the God Emperor realm was the Divine Master. The Lord of Heaven must be someone in the Divine Master realm, and he must be from the heavenly human tribe. Even if other tribes worked in the heavenly palace and reached the Divine Master realm, they could not hold the position of Lord of Heaven. No one had expected that the Lord of Heaven of the heavenly palace would make a move. Roar! In the next moment, a terrifying roar was heard from the spatial crack. Everyone saw a huge demon appear. Its body was huge, and it charged towards the Lord of Heaven. The two sides exchanged a blow, and the void turned into chaos. The figures of the Lord of Heaven and the demon also disappeared. A demon lord realm abyssal. Many people gasped in shock. That abyssal that flashed by just now was definitely a demon master realm abyssal. Demon masters were on the same level as divine masters. A great battle actually broke out between the Lord of Heaven and the demon master. Boom! Boom! Explosions kept coming from the sky. The terrifying pressure made it hard for everyone to breathe. Fortunately, the void was far enough away from here. Moreover, the battle between the Lord of Heaven and the Demon Lord took place within the void crack and did not affect Nantian City. Otherwise, the consequences would be unpredictable. No one thought that Nantian City's array could withstand the attacks of divine masters or demon masters. Suddenly, a violent fluctuation appeared in the void, and a spatial crack appeared. This time, the hearts of the crowd shuddered once again, because through the spatial crack, everyone saw another incomparably huge figure. However, This figure was not the Lord of Heaven or the Abyssal that they saw just now. It was an angel, a 12-winged angel with 6 pairs of wings spread out. Holy light illuminated the sky, and its aura was terrifying. Needless to say, this was also a Divine Lord-level figure, and this Divine Lord-level angel was also fighting with a Demon Lord-level Abyssal. There was actually more than one Divine Master expert that had been dispatched. What was going on? Divine Masters rarely made a move, but now 2 of them had suddenly appeared. But soon, everyone knew that they were wrong. More than 2 Divine Masters had been mobilized. This was because the void would flicker from time to time. Through the spatial crack, they saw no less than 5 Divine Masters. Yes, there were at least 5 Divine Masters. Among them, 2 were the Lord of Heaven, and the other 3 were peerless powerhouses of other races. On the Abyssal side, no less than 5 Demon Masters had also appeared. There was actually a chaotic battle between Divine Masters in the void. What was going on? Not only were the ordinary heavenly soldiers confused, but even the divine generals and heavenly officials were confused. What was it that caused so many masterclass existences to go to war? However, they could not interfere in such a battle. Even if a peak god emperor went up, they would be instantly obliterated by the terrifying force. Not even a speck of dust would be left. Everyone waited in confusion for half an hour. Suddenly, the void calmed down as if nothing had happened. Clearly, the terrifying battle had ended. Everyone looked at each other, wondering what the outcome of the battle was. Everyone, stay where you are and stay alert. The heavenly human divine general roared. In a dark void, it was incomparably dark and violent spatial turbulence was rampant. In this incomparably dark space, there were more than a dozen enormous figures facing each other. There were 6 people on each side. On one side were Abyssals. 6 enormous Abyssals, all of them Demon Masters. On the other side, there were 6 peerless Masters from the Heavenly Palace. Among them, 3 were the Lord of Heaven, and the other 3 were from the top 10 races. Both of them were injured. It was clear that the battle earlier had been very intense. An invincible expert of the Heavenly Palace is buried in the great tomb of heaven and earth. Don't even think about touching it, you demons. A Lord of Heaven spoke. He looked very young and handsome. His long golden hair danced like golden flames. Ha ha ha, what a joke. There's also a peerless expert of my race in the great tomb of heaven and earth. In my opinion, the Heavenly Palace has no right to interfere. A Cyan demon revealed a ferocious smile. The Lord of Heaven of the Heavenly Palace snorted coldly. The other party wasn't wrong, and they couldn't refute him. However, the great tomb of heaven and earth was too important to them. They had to seize it. However, they were also determined to get the devil. They didn't have the confidence to win. How about this? How about we make a bet? Another Lord of Heaven spoke at this time. This Lord of Heaven was also very handsome, but more feminine. His eyes seemed to contain infinite wisdom. Bet? How do you want to bet? A Demon Master asked. Even if we continue to fight, it'll be difficult to determine a victor. How about we have the younger generation fight on our behalf? Both of us will send out some young geniuses to fight. The winner will have the right to occupy the great tomb of heaven and earth, and the loser will give up the tomb. How about that? The more feminine Lord of Heaven said. Oh, that sounds interesting, but what are the conditions for the younger generation's geniuses? For example, they're limited to the divine emperor realm, or how old they can be. A Demon Master asked. Chapter 4070. Of course, it's limited to divine emperors. Divine emperors aren't too high or too low, and they have the most numbers. It'll be more intense when they fight. What do you think? The more feminine Lord of Heaven said. No, I don't think it's appropriate. I think we should limit the age. How about this? Let's have those under 50,000 years old fight. The Demon Lord said. Under 50,000 years old, the feminine Lord of Heaven's expression darkened. He shook his head. I think it's better to have Divine Emperor Juniors fight. He knew that there were several young 9th-level Divine Emperors in South Sky City who were extremely powerful. If they were allowed to fight, their chances of victory would be higher. However, the demons clearly disagreed. This was because, among the abyss devils participating in this expedition, they knew of a young prodigy with terrifying combat strength. Therefore, they insisted on setting the age to be under 50,000 years old. The two sides couldn't come to an agreement. How about this? We'll draw lots, and whichever side we draw will decide. What do you think? The more feminine Lord of Heaven said in the end. He had no other choice but to take this compromise. That's more like it. The 6 demon lords nodded. There was naturally no cheating involved in the drawing of lots for people like them. Everything was arranged appropriately. When the drawing of lots ended, the 6 divine lords of the heavenly palace didn't look too good. They'd failed in the drawing. The demons would decide on the conditions. Ha ha, then we'll do it our way. 3 days later, the youngsters under 50,000 years old will fight. Both sides will set up an environment and let them fight inside. Whichever side is completely wiped out or surrenders will lose and withdraw from the contest for the great tomb of heaven and earth. A demon lord laughed loudly. At this point, the heavenly palace's divine master had no choice but to agree. They all swore on their life essence that the loser would never participate in the contest for the great tomb of heaven and earth. Even if they were divine lords or demon lords, they would still be restricted by their life essence and wouldn't dare violate their oath. Unless they were old antiques who transcended the master-level, invincible existences. After the two sides finished discussing the details, their figures flashed and disappeared into the dark void. Nantion City. News quickly spread from Nantion City, shocking everyone. Everyone now knew why the master-level existences would engage in such an intense battle. It was because of the great tomb of heaven and earth. It was rumored that endless years ago, so long ago that the exact number of years was unknown. At that time, there was an invincible existence in the heavenly palace who fought against an existence of the same level as the abyss devils. In the end, both sides fell. When both sides were about to die, they were sealed in different places. That place was the great tomb of heaven and earth. The inheritances and treasures left behind by such existences were truly too shocking. Even if it was a master-level figure, they would be unable to resist the temptation and would be extremely moved, wanting to investigate to the end. The master-level characters of both sides fought a great battle, but the victor was still undecided. In the end, everything was decided on the younger generation. Both sides sent out the younger generation below 50,000 years old to fight. They entered a special place and began a life and death battle. When one side was completely annihilated, or when 80% of the people on one side admitted defeat, that side would be considered to have lost. The other side would win. Hearing this news, the faces of all those under 50,000 years old changed. Needless to say, this battle would be exceptionally cruel. Only when one side was completely annihilated would it be considered a loss. In other words, this was a battle to the death. One side had to be completely annihilated. It was possible to admit defeat, but only if more than 80% of the remaining people on one side agreed. One person or several people were not allowed to admit defeat. If the heavenly palace was defeated, all those who participated in the battle would be in great danger. How could this not cause everyone's expressions to change drastically? Soon, everyone received the news and gathered at an empty section of the city wall. Soon, the heavenly soldiers gathered at an empty section of the city wall. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A few figures suddenly appeared in the sky. These figures were divine generals and heavenly officials. Leading them was the divine general of the celestial race. The divine general of the celestial race swept his gaze over everyone like lightning. A moment later, a door of light flew out and towered between the heavens and the earth, becoming incomparably large. This is the door of light used to test one's age. Everyone passed through this door, starting from the left. The divine general of the celestial race said. Some people's expressions were somewhat ugly. They knew that this was a test of age. Anyone under 50,000 years old would probably have to fight. However, no one dared to disobey the order. Swish, 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 starting from the left, a large number of heavenly soldiers flew into the Door of Light. The Door of Light was extremely large and could accommodate at least a few thousand people. Most of the heavenly soldiers flew through the Door of Light, but a portion of them were blocked by a mysterious force. The divine general of the celestial race swept his gaze over those who were blocked and smiled. Very good. Those of you who did not pass through the Door of Light and are under 50,000 years old, stay. Those of you who passed through the Door of Light, go back and return to the area where you were originally stationed. Yes, those who passed through the Door of Light were all over 50,000 years old and left one after another. Those who were under 50,000 years old stayed behind. Heavenly soldiers constantly flew forward, and people were constantly blocked by the Door of Light. Of course, those who were blocked were in the minority. Soon, it was Lu Ming's turn. Lu Ming, Dandan, and Ling Yue flew towards the Door of Light. When Lu Ming approached the Door of Light, he was blocked by a force. This force was vast, mighty, and incomparably condensed. Lu Ming could not rush through it all, and he knew that it was impossible for him to do so. This was most likely the power of a divine master. He discovered that Ling Yue had also been blocked, but to his surprise, Dandan had passed through the Door of Light. Lu Ming thought about it and understood. That was because Dandan was over 50,000 years old. Back in the primordial realm, Dandan was born from an egg. He was not truly born, but only reborn for nirvana. He was seriously injured and turned into an egg. The most important thing was to heal his injuries. Although his body had been reborn, his soul was one of the 10 strongest war beasts in the primordial realm. He had lived for a long time and was definitely over 50,000 years old. Lu Ming, you guys have to be careful. I won't be able to accompany you. Dandan transmitted his voice to Lu Ming, his eyes filled with worry. Don't worry. Don't you understand me? How can anything happen to me? It's those demons who are in trouble. Lu Ming replied with a smile. Those who pass through the Door of Light, return to your respective city walls. Those who don't, stay. The voice of the celestial race's divine general sounded again. Dandan could only follow the crowd and leave. Chapter 4071. Not long after, everyone was checked. In the end, about 3,000 people stayed. There were at least 1 million heavenly soldiers, but only 3,000 were left. That was not a high ratio. Most importantly, there were too few people who could reach the divine emperor realm and become heavenly soldiers under the age of 50,000. Those who could achieve that at that age were undoubtedly geniuses among geniuses. 3,000 of them stayed. I believe you already know the general situation, but I still need to tell you the details. This battle was decided by the Lord Heaven, and the Demon Lord. Both sides will send their prodigies under the age of 50,000 to enter a special place to fight. The conditions for victory are to kill all the opponents or make more than 80% of the opponents admit defeat. However, it's almost impossible to make more than 80% of the opponents admit defeat because everyone is scattered. It's very difficult to make more than 80% of the opponents admit defeat at the same time. Therefore, the only way to win is to kill all the opponents. The divine general of the heavenly human race said. Many people's expressions became even more unsightly. They could only win by killing all the opponents. It was the same for the demons. They could only win by killing all the opponents. Needless to say, it would be an extremely tragic battle. They would fight to the death. Divine General, I've been feeling a little unwell recently. Can I withdraw? Me too. I'm at the critical moment of my breakthrough. I'm afraid I can't perform perfectly. Many people spoke and wanted to withdraw. You want to withdraw? Sure, go talk to the Lord Heaven. The divine general of the heavenly human race said coldly. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Those who spoke had ugly expressions. What a joke. Go to the Lord Heaven. This was an order from the Lord Heaven. Going to the Lord Heaven was courting death. Moreover, with their status, would they be able to see the Lord Heaven? All right, I'll emphasize again. This is an order from the Lord Heaven. It must be carried out. The divine general of the heavenly human race said. What's there to be afraid of? Let's do it. This is exactly what I want. I'm looking forward to it. Ha ha. A coarse voice sounded. Many people glared at this person. Lu Ming also looked at this person, revealing a faint smile. The person who spoke was none other than the battle god of the Battle Saint tribe, Yuanwen. Battle god Yuanwen ignored the gazes around him. His eyes were full of fighting spirit. Beside him, the geniuses of the Battle Saint tribe all revealed an intense battle intent. The Battle Saint tribe was the most warlike tribe. Battle blood flowed in their bones. Sometimes, they would even place battle before their lives. This kind of dangerous battle was what they wanted the most. They were all looking forward to it. These battle maniacs. Many people despised him in their hearts. Sir Divine General, may I know where the battle will take place? Are there any other rules? Another person asked. Right now, the Lord Heaven and the Lord God are working with the demon lords to arrange the specific scenes. In 2 days, I will tell you the details. You can wait here for now. Those who are injured or not in peak condition, take advantage of the time now to recover. You only have 3 days, the Divine General of the Celestial Tribe said. After speaking, he left this place. The 3,000 people who were going to participate in the battle either had heavy thoughts in their hearts, sat down cross-legged, or chatted in groups of 2 or 3. Very quickly, 2 days passed. In the sky, a light flashed. The Divine General of the Celestial Tribe reappeared. Many people immediately turned their gazes to this Divine General. The specific scenes and rules are already out. Take a look. The Divine General of the Celestial Tribe waved his hand, and an image appeared in the sky. In the image, there were 12 figures standing in the sky of a certain dark universe. These 12 figures were clearly divided into 2 camps. However, they were all shrouded in a hazy light, and their appearances couldn't be seen clearly. However, everyone knew that these 12 figures were the lords of the Heavenly Palace and the Demon Lords. Rumble, suddenly, a lord-level figure from the Celestial Palace and the demons made a move. The 2 of them joined hands and clawed at the ground, causing the ground to shake violently. Countless rocks rose up from the ground and condensed into a sphere in the air. This sphere was like a planet. Then, the lords of both sides discussed for a while and set up the sphere. At this point, the image disappeared. The place where you're going to fight is this sphere that you see. This sphere was jointly created by the Lord Heaven, and the Demon Lord. It is extremely huge and is no smaller than a planet. Moreover, the lords of both sides have set up restrictions on it. Once you enter, you can't rely on external objects. You can't rely on any external objects. You can only rely on your own strength. The Divine General of the Celestial Tribe said. What? The scene was in an uproar. In particular, some of the top monsters had ugly expressions. In the battlefield, all external objects couldn't be used. These top evildoers were all in possession of great killing weapons. Originally, the great killing weapons were their trump cards, which gave them a lot of confidence. But now, these killing weapons couldn't be used. Their combat strength would plummet. Lu Ming and Ling Yue were the same. Their expressions were somewhat ugly. However, those geniuses who didn't have great killing weapons heaved a sigh of relief in their hearts. The Heavenly Palace had top monsters who could control great killing weapons that far exceeded their own strength. How could the demons not have them? If they encountered such demons, they would be at a disadvantage. Now, although the people of the Heavenly Palace couldn't use it, the demons couldn't use it either. This was good news for them. The specific rules are about the same as before. It's still to kill the other party or make more than 80% of the other party admit defeat. Only then will it be considered a victory. In addition, a few variables have been added. The lords of both sides have added 2 lands of fortune, one for the demons and one for the Heavenly Palace. At the same time, the demons have set up some restrictions on the Heavenly Palace's land of fortune, and the Heavenly Palace has also set up some restrictions on the demon's side. When one side is at a disadvantage, as long as they find the corresponding land of fortune, they might be able to turn the tables. The heavenly human race's Divine General explained. Everyone nodded and silently thought in their hearts, digesting this clue. There was no doubt that this was an important clue. In the battleground between the two sides, the important figures of both sides had each set up a land of fortune. Obviously, they were all useful to their own side and could turn the tables at the critical moment. As long as they could find this land of fortune that was useful to their own side, their chances of surviving this battle would greatly increase. Chapter 4072. While everyone was thinking about the so-called land of creation, some of their expressions changed, because they remembered what the divine general had said. The master of the other side had set up a trap in the other side's land of creation. That was a trap set up by a master. Wouldn't they be dead if they went in? The divine general of the heavenly human tribe seemed to have seen through everyone's thoughts. He continued to explain, "Don't worry. The trap set up by the masters of both sides won't be too strong. The masters of both sides have already checked it. Although it's a challenge for you, it's not impossible. Otherwise, this land of creation would be meaningless. Also, the most important clue is how to find the land of creation of both sides. Actually, both sides have maps of their lands of creation. However, the maps have been sealed in a common place by the masters of both sides. After you enter, both sides will fight. When a number of casualties reaches a certain standard, the place where the map is sealed will appear. Everyone silently memorized these clues. This battle will probably be very cruel." Lu Ming sighed in his heart, especially the place where the map was sealed. It would only appear after a certain number of casualties on both sides. Moreover, when it appeared, there would definitely be a fierce battle between both sides. Because if one side didn't fight for it, the other side might get the map to the land of creation. They might even take away the other side's map. If the other side obtained the land of creation and turned the situation around, the other side would be in danger. This was a battle of life and death. One could only imagine how intense it would be. Also, take these demon-fixing pearls. Each of you will have one. The divine general of the heavenly human tribe waved his hand. Black origin pearls the size of Longans flew out to Lu Ming and the others. There was one for each of them. Lu Ming reached out to take it. Among the demons, there are some top demons who can awaken the so-called primogenitor bloodline and take human form. The demonic chi in their bodies is hidden very deeply. With your cultivation, it's difficult to sense it. However, with these demon-fixing pearls, as long as they are within a certain distance of you, the demon-fixing pearls will react. The divine general of the heavenly human tribe said. These words reminded Lu Ming of 8 Snake Mountain Range's demon Prince Samoras. Samoras had taken human form, but even he hadn't been able to sense it. In the end, it had been Bone Devil who had sensed it. If there were many such demons among the demons, it would be very dangerous. However, the big shots of the heavenly palace were very thoughtful. Don't worry. Even though we can't use external objects in here, the demon-fixing orb has no other use other than the demon-fixing orb's ability to sense the presence of demons. It can still be used. All right, I've said everything that needs to be said. Once the battle begins, everything will depend on you. There's still one day left. Come with us. After the Celestial General finished speaking, he headed outside. A group of other Celestial Generals and heavenly officials followed him. Lu Ming and the 3,000 or so people followed. Soon they left Nantian City. Not long after, they saw a round ball floating in the air. This round ball was the one created by the masters of both sides. At that time, it didn't seem that big in the image. But now that they were closer, they realized that the round ball was really huge. It was completely condensed from rocks and was no smaller than a planet. Below the ground, they could see a huge pit that was incomparably deep. They didn't see the masters of both sides, but Lu Ming knew that the masters of both sides were definitely there. In fact, the masters of both sides were indeed there. They were just above them, watching them. It was just that they were very far away and had restrained their auras. Lu Ming and the others couldn't detect them at all. When they arrived, they found that the demons had also arrived on the other side. A large group of young demons, led by some demon emperor demons, came to the other side of the round ball. There are so many demons. Lu Ming and the others looked at the demons and found that there were nearly 4,000 young demons. There were about 1,000 more than the Heavenly Palace. This made many people's hearts sink. This time, there was no limit to the number of people participating in the battle. It only required those under 50,000 years old. As long as they met this condition, they could participate. They didn't expect that there would be so many demons who met the conditions. Naturally, there were more people from the Heavenly Palace who met the conditions. However, some of them were in other places and were very far away. They couldn't make it in just a few days. Moreover, there were also a large number of prodigies from the other 4 Heavenly Palace. However, there was nothing they could do if they couldn't make it. The people from the Heavenly Palace are here. Haha, I heard that they're all geniuses from the Heavenly Palace. I love eating geniuses from the Heavenly Palace the most. Eating them will definitely increase my strength and speed up my evolution. Haha, I'm looking forward to it. Those demon prodigies looked at the Heavenly Palace and laughed. Most of the demons revealed a ferocious, murderous intent. They weren't afraid at all. Instead, they were full of anticipation. On the Heavenly Palace's side, some of the young prodigies didn't look good. They really wanted to withdraw. However, at this point, they could only brace themselves. The Lord of Heaven had ordered that if they withdrew, only death would await them. They might even implicate their families behind them. They might as well fight it out and have a chance of survival. Everyone is here. Let's begin. A majestic voice came from high up in the sky. All of you set off. Remember, you must win. If you win this time, the Lord of Heaven will reward you handsomely. The heavenly human tribe's divine general shouted. Swoosh! Swoosh! At this time, the young demons on the demon side had already rushed toward the ball. The Heavenly Palace's prodigies also rushed toward the ball. The ball was too big. It was like a planet. Let's call it the temporary planet. Both sides added up to only about 7,000 people. When thrown into a huge planet, it was really like a speck of dust. Lu Ming and Ling Yue mixed in the crowd and also rushed toward the temporary planet. When he got close to the temporary planet, he suddenly felt a powerful force pulling him toward the temporary planet. With a swoosh, Lu Ming rushed into the temporary planet and landed in a place. He realized that Ling Yue, who was originally standing beside him, had completely flown in another direction and disappeared from his sight. Everyone was scattered. As for Xianxia, he was over 50,000 years old. When he first discovered Xianxia on that planet, he was already born, so he didn't come in. Lu Ming let Xianxia follow Dandan first. Bang! Lu Ming landed on a huge rock, crushing the rock and sending gravel flying everywhere. After stabilizing his body, Lu Ming began to look around. Chapter 4073. Lu Ming looked around. In all directions, all he could see were uneven rocks. Some of them were only a few meters tall, while some of them were millions of feet tall. He couldn't see the end of it. There seems to be a strong pressure on this planet, causing the speed of those who are inside to slow down a lot. Lu Ming immediately sensed that something was wrong. He felt that he was under pressure all the time, causing his speed to slow down a lot. Boom! Lu Ming threw a punch. In front of him, a mountain peak that was 100,000 feet tall exploded. Sure enough, this planet was refined by a master-level figure. It's extraordinary, Lu Ming whispered. In the chaotic universe, a single punch from him was enough to destroy a planet. However, here, he only destroyed a 100,000 feet tall mountain. The destructive power had been weakened countless times. In fact, it wasn't that his destructive power had weakened, but that the rocks here had been refined and were very hard. Thinking about it, it was normal. This time, the participants of the battle were all geniuses above the divine emperor realm. Any one of them could easily destroy a planet. Although this planet was huge, it was still not enough in front of so many experts. It would be destroyed in a few moves, which was not conducive to the battle between the two sides. However, after being refined by the masters of both sides and laid down restrictions, it was different. They could fight to their heart's content and would not destroy this planet. Moreover, their speed was greatly suppressed. They couldn't fly all over the world in an instant. Let's try the Gale Pearl. Lu Ming's heart stirred. He began to try the Gale Pearl and other divine weapons. The result was self-evident. He couldn't control them at all. It was as if he was in a forbidden weapon domain and was isolated. The Gale Pearl, the mysterious ice rod, and some other low-level divine weapons were all restricted. Even the Dream Divine Jade and the Sound Transmission Jade Talisman couldn't be used. Fortunately, I'm prepared. Lu Ming nodded and put away these divine weapons. Then, with a wave of his hand, he carved a special mark on the ground. This was a mark that he and Ling Yue had discussed beforehand. They had to meet up first. If the two of them worked together, it would be relatively safer. Then, Lu Ming flew in the direction where Ling Yue might have fallen. Danger! Lu Ming had only flown a few tens of thousands of li when he sensed danger. His figure came to a stop and backed off rapidly. Whoosh! A saber light slashed in front of him, creating a terrifying crack in the space. Then, a gust of wind blew from the ground as a figure rushed up. This was a demon. Its entire body was black and covered with black scales. There were also bone spurs on its body, making it look extremely ferocious. That demon had the strength of the third godly emperor layer. Lu Ming looked calm. A demon of the third godly emperor layer was nothing in his eyes. Brat, it's your bad luck to have met me. Hee, I will enjoy you well and turn you into my strength, the Abyss Devil said ferociously. Your cultivation seems to be lower than mine. Are you so confident that you can take me down? Lu Ming couldn't help but ask. Ha ha ha. A real genius fighting strength isn't determined by cultivation level. Fighting above one's level is a common thing for me. Even if you're a genius, it's still the same. Die. The demon laughed wildly. As soon as he finished speaking, the demon saber in his hand slashed towards Lu Ming. As soon as he attacked, Lu Ming could roughly estimate the demon's fighting strength. It was about the 6th godly emperor layer. 3rd godly emperor layer, able to fight above 3 levels. In the primitive universe, he was definitely a top genius. No wonder he was so confident. Even if Lu Ming's cultivation level was 1 level higher than his, he wasn't afraid. He had some capital. Unfortunately, he had met Lu Ming. Lu Ming stretched out his hand and grabbed the demon's saber. The demon's saber stopped in the air, unable to slash down. The demon's eyes opened wide. He couldn't believe it. He was talking arrogantly, but he didn't dare underestimate Lu Ming. He had used his full strength in that attack. He hadn't thought that Lu Ming would be able to grab his saber so casually. Break! The demon prodigy hollered. Demonic aura erupted in full force, wanting to split Lu Ming's palm apart. Unfortunately, it didn't move. The demon saber in Lu Ming's hand seemed to be oppressed by stars. It couldn't move. That's all you've got? Said Lu Ming disdainfully. Die! The demon prodigy roared furiously. The bone spurs on his body left his body and shot toward Lu Ming. They were extremely powerful. However, Lu Ming reached out with his other hand, and there seemed to be shadows of hands in the air. The next moment, the shadows of hands disappeared, and Lu Ming grabbed all the bone spurs in his hands. How is this possible? The demon's eyes widened. He was completely dumbfounded. Lu Ming's strength was too terrifying. Even if he was a level higher than him, he shouldn't be this strong. In front of Lu Ming, he was as weak as a baby. I'll send you on your way. Lu Ming's hand moved. The bone spear in his hand flew out and pierced through the demon's head. The demon directly died. Demon spirit blood, take it. Lu Ming grasped. The demon's demon spirit blood flew into Lu Ming's hand. This drop of demon spirit blood was sparkling and translucent, emitting a dazzling radiance. Not bad. Lu Ming revealed a look of anticipation. This was the demon spirit blood of a demon genius. Its potential was limitless. The amount of merit points it could be exchanged for was absolutely astonishing. He clearly remembered that the demon spirit blood of Demon Prince Samoras had been exchanged for around 60,000 merit points. That demon was able to fight someone 3 levels above him in the Divine Emperor realm. Even if he couldn't compare to Samoras, the difference wouldn't be too great. Lu Ming estimated that 20 to 30,000 merit points wouldn't be a problem. The demon spirit blood of a demon genius was worth several tens of thousands of merit points. This was a great harvest. The battle with the evil demons this time was both a crisis and an opportunity. It had to be known that nearly all the demon geniuses participating in this battle were demon geniuses. If he could hunt down enough demon spirit blood, how many merit points would it be worth? After collecting the demon spirit blood in a jade bottle, Lu Ming's figure flashed and he left. After flying for some distance, Lu Ming heard a miserable scream. Up ahead, a genius from the heavenly palace had been killed by 2 demons. One of the demons was still holding the bloody heart of that genius from the heavenly palace. It was chewing on it with relish. As soon as Lu Ming approached, the 2 demons discovered Lu Ming. As soon as they saw Lu Ming, their expressions changed and they quickly retreated. Chapter 4074. When the 2 fiends saw Lu Ming, they retreated. They were both at the second godly emperor layer. Even though they were geniuses, they were still 2 godly emperor layers away from Lu Ming. They didn't feel confident at all. You want to leave? Lu Ming had no intention of letting the other party off. Putting aside the fact that both parties would fight to the death, even if that was not the case, the other party's demon spirit blood was worth a lot of merit points. Lu Ming used the greater divine wind technique and moved like the wind. With a swoosh, he chased after the 2 fiends. In the blink of an eye, the distance between them was shortened. Slash! The 2 fiends attacked with their full strength, each slashing out with a demonic blade. However, Lu Ming easily blocked them. Then 2 fists shot out, piercing through the air and hitting the 2 fiends. The 2 fiends' bodies shattered inch by inch. They had been hit by the greater divine wind technique. In a flash, the 2 fiends' corpses disappeared. 2 drops of fiend spirit blood flew out, and Lu Ming put them away. Not bad. Lu Ming nodded in satisfaction. These were all abyssal geniuses with great potential. The amount of merit points they could exchange for would definitely not be small. The more, the better. Swoosh! Lu Ming's figure flickered, and he left, looking for fiends to kill. However, Lu Ming didn't encounter a single fiend for the next hour or so. This was normal. This temporary planet was very large, and both sides only had about 7,000 people. They were scattered all over the planet, and it wasn't easy to meet someone. But Zhao Hai didn't know that Zhao Hai and Zhao Hai were on the same planet. Furthermore, their speed was greatly suppressed here. Their flying speed was very slow, and it was much more difficult to meet other people. Lu Ming was very calm. He continued flying. Every once in a while, he would choose a conspicuous location and make a mark. That way, Ling Yue would know which direction he was going. After a while, Lu Ming's eyes flashed. In front of him, a young man was standing on a protruding rock. This young man looked like a human. He wore a long black robe and stood against the wind. He was very handsome. When he saw Lu Ming, he stepped into the air and headed straight for Lu Ming. Devil, Lu Ming muttered. A round pearl appeared in his hand. It was the demon-fixing pearl. At this moment, the demon-fixing orb was flickering with light. The demon-fixing orb's reaction meant that the other party was a demon. However, Lu Ming didn't sense any demonic aura from this person. That made Lu Ming think of the 8 snake demon kingdoms, Prince Amoros. This was a person who had awakened the bloodline of the demon progenitor. The black-robed youth stopped when he saw the demon-fixing pearl in Lu Ming's hand. He sneered, "Is this your so-called demon-fixing pearl? So what if you have discovered me? You are still going to die." Whoosh. As soon as the black-robed young man's voice fell, his body was filled with a strong devil chi. His figure was like a bolt of lightning as he rushed towards Lu Ming. "Evil demon fire," shouted the black-robed young man. Flames emerged from his body and turned into an ugly monster. It looked like a snake, but it wasn't a snake. It looked like a tiger, but it wasn't a tiger. It moved towards Lu Ming to kill him. Before it even reached him, Lu Ming could already sense a scorching chi and a disgusting odor. Not only was the fire hot, but it was also extremely poisonous. Boom! Lu Ming struck with his palm and cast the Great Divine Wind technique. A gust of wind swept out and blocked the monster that was condensed from flames. "Let's see how many you can block." 10,000 demon slaughter, shouted the black-robed young man furiously. His demon chi boiled and a dozen monsters condensed. They all rushed towards Lu Ming from different directions. Actually, this demon wasn't bad. He had the strength of the fourth godly emperor layer and had awakened the bloodline of the demon progenitor. He wasn't any weaker than Samoros. Ordinary cultivators of the seventh godly emperor layer would be killed by him. But his opponent was Lu Ming. Lu Ming also had the strength of the fourth godly emperor layer. At the same level, there was a huge difference between Lu Ming and the black-robed young man. Is that all you've got? With your potential, you should be worth 60,000 merit points. I'll take you. Lu Ming's cold voice sounded, following which Lu Ming's palm shook and a terrifying force erupted in all directions. Those monsters that were condensed from flames instantly exploded and dissipated. A terrifying strength bombarded the black-robed young man. He gave a horrible shriek and his bones broke. He was propelled backwards. "You're fighting strength, you're fighting strength," shouted the black-robed young man. The demonic youth roared in disbelief. He was at the same level as Lu Ming, but Lu Ming had crushed him. He knew he had encountered a peerless genius from the heavenly palace. He wanted to run away, but it was too late. Lu Ming's figure flashed past, and the young man's body was torn into pieces. He died on the spot. When Lu Ming's figure reappeared, there was already a drop of demon spirit blood in his hand. That drop of demon blood isn't any weaker than the prince of the snake demon kingdom. It should be worth 60,000 merit points, thought Lu Ming, smiling. After encountering so many waves of demon geniuses, Lu Ming felt a lot more relaxed. He judged that the cultivation of the two sides in this battle, whether it was the demons or the heavenly palace, would not be too high or too exaggerated. After all, the people who were participating this time were all under 50,000 years old. 50,000 years was like the blink of an eye for a godly emperor, not to mention godly emperors. Some people could meditate in seclusion for more than 50,000 years. Very few people could break through to the godly emperor layer within 50,000 years. Not only did it require incredible talent, but it also required a huge amount of resources. In fact, the people from the heavenly palace who were qualified to participate this time were all from the top clans. Most of them were from the top 10 clans. A few of them were from the top 100 clans. There were some clans from the bottom 100 clans, but they were too few. The higher the rank of the primitive era's 10,000 clans, the more talented the clans were. Another reason was that they had more resources. That was why they could reach such a high cultivation level within 50,000 years. But after all, they hadn't lived for 50,000 years. No matter how talented they were, no matter how many resources they had, their cultivation levels wouldn't be too high. Lu Ming thought that there shouldn't be any great supreme gods among the people who were participating this time. Maybe there weren't even any cultivators above the seventh godly emperor layer. Therefore, Lu Ming was a little more confident. After putting away the evil demon spirit blood, Lu Ming left the place and continued to hunt for evil demons. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. During this time, Lu Ming also met other people from the Heavenly Palace. Some people from the Heavenly Palace invited Lu Ming to join forces with them, but Lu Ming refused. It was because their cultivation levels were too low. Lu Ming didn't like them. If they want to join forces, they should at least be on the same level. At the very least, the difference between them shouldn't be too big. They should be helpful to Lu Ming. If they couldn't help Lu Ming, they might even be a burden to Lu Ming. Why would Lu Ming want to join forces with them? Chapter 4075. During this period, Lu Ming encountered a total of 18 demon prodigies. All of them were killed by Lu Ming. None of them were Lu Ming's match. They were all killed by Lu Ming, and he obtained 18 drops of demon spirit blood. On that day, Lu Ming was flying when he suddenly heard rumbling sounds. There was a great battle ahead. Lu Ming didn't hesitate and immediately flew over. After a short time, Lu Ming finally saw what was happening. There was a canyon in front of him. A great battle was happening at the entrance of the canyon. There were 5 young men in the canyon. They all looked different. They were from different clans in the Heavenly Palace. Outside of the canyon, there was a group of 7 young geniuses. They were surrounding the canyon and attacking unceasingly. The 5 young men from the Heavenly Palace were relying on the canyon to defend themselves. They will be defeated sooner or later. The strongest one has the strength of the 5th godly emperor layer. Lu Ming's eyes twinkled. He could already sense that the strongest one had the strength of the 5th godly emperor layer. Therefore, he didn't hide his chi and directly flew over. Lu Ming's arrival immediately alerted the people from the Heavenly Palace and the demons. They used their spiritual awareness to scan Lu Ming. It's the people from the Heavenly Palace. At the beginning, when the people from the Heavenly Palace saw that Lu Ming was also from the Heavenly Palace, they were overjoyed. However, when they saw that Lu Ming was alone and only had the strength of the 4th godly emperor layer, they were disappointed. Lu Ming alone was of no use at all. It was difficult for him to turn the tables. How would he save them? On the other hand, the demons looked relaxed. Ha! Another guy from the Heavenly Palace is here. Perfect. He's going to be our food. This time, we're going to eat to our heart's content. The 7 young geniuses burst into laughter. However, they couldn't laugh anymore because when he saw them, he didn't run away. On the contrary, he continued running towards them. He wasn't stupid, he was strong. Those who could reach the divine emperor realm before 50,000 years old were definitely not stupid. That person has the strength of the 4th godly emperor layer. He's not weak. You block the people in the gorge and leave the little boy to me, said the young genius of the 5th godly emperor layer. With that, the demonic wings on his back flapped, and he turned into a gust of wind as he charged towards Lu Ming. Swoosh, swoosh. The fiend's claws continued to claw at Lu Ming. Its power was astonishing. Each claw was sharper than a divine weapon. Can you fight across 3 levels? Finally, I've met someone decent. Lu Ming was overjoyed instead of shocked. There were very few people who could fight across 3 levels. Among the 18 evil demons he had killed, only 3 had such a talent. Now it was the 4th. Boom! Lu Ming punched out, colliding with the fiend's palm. A heaven-shaking explosion erupted, and the fiend was sent flying, several of his claws broken. What a powerful physical body. These fiends' cultivation methods are strange. A thought flashed across Lu Ming's mind. Fiends' cultivation methods were completely different from those in the primitive universe. Most of the Abyss Devils had extremely powerful physical bodies. They could use special methods to strengthen their physical bodies. Their physical bodies were constantly changing and evolving. The more bizarre a fiend was, the more terrifying it was. Most of the young geniuses among fiends were like that. There was another kind of fiend who had awakened their ancestral bloodline. Usually, fiends who had awakened their ancestral bloodline would become terrifyingly strong. Most of the young geniuses Lu Ming had encountered had done that. Of course, those who had awakened their ancestral bloodline were extremely rare. Among the 18 demons Lu Ming had killed, only 1 had awakened their ancestral bloodline. So strong that young genius was astonished. In one move, he was actually sent flying by Lu Ming. He was a monster who could fight across 3 levels. Could Lu Ming be able to fight across 4 levels? Kill. As long as I kill this kid and eat him, my talent will be even stronger. The fiend roared as his body continued to swell. Bones began to extend from the tips of his fingers. These bones were like bone blades, incomparably sharp. Each finger was like a bone knife. Swish, swish, swish. The fiend attacked Lu Ming in a frenzy. His fingers kept clawing out, trying to tear Lu Ming apart. Battle formula. Lu Ming's heart stirred, and the battle formula was successfully activated. Lu Ming did not activate the battle formula when he attacked just now. Otherwise, he could have killed his opponent in an instant. But now, Lu Ming had activated the battle formula to increase his fighting strength by 6 times. Lu Ming had also practiced the battle formula in the Fortune Tower. With the help of the primordial godly sound, Lu Ming's fighting strength had increased by 6 times. Now, he had a 100% chance of successfully activating the battle formula. After activating the battle formula, Lu Ming's fighting strength increased dramatically. Boom! He threw a punch, and the air shook. Lu Ming's fist collided with the other party's sharp claws. Kacha! Kacha! The other party's sharp claws exploded in an instant. The terrifying fist force continued to bombard the body of the evil demon. The evil demon's body was directly torn into pieces. Lu Ming rushed over and grabbed the evil demon's spirit blood in his hands. In the distance, the geniuses on both sides of the canyon were astonished. The fiend with the strength of the 5th godly emperor layer was the strongest of the 7. They had not thought that Lu Ming would be able to defeat him so easily. At that moment, the geniuses on both sides had a 180-degree change in mood. The Heavenly Palace's geniuses were overjoyed, while the fiends were shocked. Retreat. Let's go. The remaining 6 fiends were very straightforward. They immediately retreated, wanting to escape. The strongest among them had been defeated by Lu Ming in a few moves. If they went up against him, they would only die. They did not dare to stay. Don't let them escape. Die. In the canyon, the 5 Heavenly Palace's geniuses roared and charged out. Their morale was at its peak. However, Lu Ming was the fastest. After using the great godly wind technique, his speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had already caught up with the 6 fiends. The 6 fiends were shocked. Seeing that they could not escape, they could only turn around and attack Lu Ming with all their strength. Great demon sword technique. Lu Ming's mind shook. A pitch-black demon sword appeared between his fingers. A total of 6 swords. The 6 devil swords flashed, and the 6 devil geniuses stiffened. Then, a bloody mark appeared on their foreheads. The bloody mark grew larger and more obvious until finally, with a popping sound, they were split in half. They no longer had the slightest bit of aura. Lu Ming grabbed the air with his palm, and the 6 drops of demonic spirit blood landed in his hands. That way, Lu Ming had obtained 25 drops of fiend spirit blood. Lu Ming estimated that 25 drops of fiend spirit blood could be exchanged for at least 200,000 merit points. Chapter 4076. Not every abyssal prodigy was worth so many merit points. There were also differences in strength and potential among the demon prodigies. Some demon prodigies were only better than others of the same level. Some could fight across 1 level, while some could fight across 2 levels. Among the demon prodigies that Lu Ming had killed, some were only better than others of the same level. Some could only fight across 1 level. The merit points that could be exchanged for these demon prodigies were very limited. That's it. What strength? The 5 Heavenly Palace prodigies also stopped and looked surprised, especially when they saw that Lu Ming had obtained 7 drops of demon spirit blood. They were envious and jealous. Some of them even wanted to snatch the blood. However, when they thought of Lu Ming's strength, they felt a chill in their hearts. Who would dare to have any ideas about Lu Ming? Brother, how about we work together? Yeah, we'll have a higher chance of killing the demon together. 2 Heavenly Palace prodigies said. Lu Ming was very strong. If they could work together with Lu Ming, they would have a higher chance of survival in this dangerous battle. At the critical moment, they could even push Lu Ming out as a shield. Lu Ming smiled faintly. How could he not know what these people were thinking? Not interested. Lu Ming said faintly and turned to leave. Hee, you have some strength. Not bad, not bad. I like it. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. As soon as the voice fell, a figure suddenly appeared in the sky. It was the figure of a demon. This demon was covered in green scales. His body was very strong, but very well proportioned. He didn't look clumsy. The most eye-catching thing was the horn on his head. It was like a green scimitar that pierced through the sky. This was the first time they had seen a demon with a horn on his head. His eyes were filled with a fiery radiance as he stared at Lu Ming. Lu Ming also looked at this demon and narrowed his eyes slightly. Instinctively, Lu Ming felt that this demon was very powerful. It made him feel as though he was facing a strong enemy. The 5 geniuses from the Heavenly Palace narrowed their eyes and retreated slowly. They wanted to leave this place and this demon. Since I've already met you, how dare you try to leave? I'll take care of you little fishes first. Before he finished speaking, the horned demon's figure had already disappeared. Lu Ming only saw a flash of a green blade. In the next moment, a series of screams could be heard from the 5 Heavenly Palace geniuses. After a breath of time, there was a flash of light, and the figure of the single-horned demon reappeared. However, the heads of the 5 Heavenly Palace prodigies were all pierced, and there was a clear hole in their heads. The taste is not bad. Unfortunately, it's not hot enough. The unicorn demon smacked his lips, and from his fangs, one could see a mass of white paste. It was clearly brain matter. The brains of the 5 Heavenly Palace geniuses had been hollowed out by the unicorn demon. Smacking his lips, the unicorn demon looked at Lu Ming with anticipation. Your strength is not bad. It must be even more delicious. Hee. Your demon spirit blood is not bad either. I'll take it, Lu Ming said indifferently. His body was covered in light, and forbidden energy covered his entire body. Hee, you want to kill me? You have guts. Unfortunately, your cultivation is still too low. Kill. As the word kill fell, the unicorn demon's figure disappeared again. This time, Lu Ming clearly saw how the other party attacked. With the horn as the core, the other party's entire body seemed to have turned into a divine blade, piercing towards Lu Ming at an astonishing speed. The horn on the unicorn demon's head was like a sharp blade that could split the heavens and earth. The terrifying power made Lu Ming not dare to be careless. Great demon sword technique slash. Lu Ming clenched his fist and a demon's sword appeared. Lu Ming held the sword with both hands and slashed out. That sword accurately cut the unicorn demon's horn. Dong! The sound of metal clashing rang out. An invisible force erupted from the place where the two of them collided. It swept out in all directions. Everywhere it passed, the huge rocks were continuously blasted apart and turned into ashes. Swoosh! Swoosh! 2 silhouettes moved back rapidly. It was Lu Ming and the unicorn demon. They both moved back 100 li at the same time and stood in the air, facing each other. How strong! This guy is only a godly emperor layer cultivator, and he can fight opponents 4 levels higher than him. Lu Ming frowned slightly, but there was a flash of excitement in his eyes. The unicorn demon had the strength of the 5th godly emperor layer, but he was terrifyingly strong. He could fight opponents 4 levels higher than him. He could fight against cultivators of the 9th godly emperor layer. He was as strong as a cultivator on the universe's young geniuses list. It was the first time Lu Ming had encountered such a strong unicorn demon. In fact, it was the first time Lu Ming had encountered such a strong unicorn demon since he had started hunting demons. Such a strong unicorn demon had unlimited potential. The amount of spirit blood he could exchange for was astonishing. Lu Ming was astonished, but the unicorn demon was even more astonished. Lu Ming was surprisingly able to fight against him. Lu Ming's cultivation level was 1 level lower than his. Didn't that mean that Lu Ming could fight opponents who were 5 levels higher than him? Such a monster was rare even in the evil demon race. Now, he had actually encountered one. Very good, very good. I'll kill him and eat him. It'll definitely help me evolve. Die. The unicorn demon looked even more ferocious. Demon chi kept exploding out of his body. His horn was flickering with a strange light, and then it grew longer and longer. It was several times longer than before. Swish! The single-horned demon once again used its horn as the tip. Like a poisonous dragon, it charged toward Lu Ming at a faster speed than before. Lu Ming wasn't afraid at all. He brandished his demon sword. Clang! The two of them collided again. Their bodies shook, and they retreated. However, after retreating, they charged at each other again. Clang, clang, clang. The two of them were extremely fast. They kept colliding. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged more than a dozen moves. To be honest, the single-horned young man's combat strength was really strong. That horn was extremely terrifying. Even divine weapons would be cut apart by it. If he used his full strength, ordinary cultivators of the ninth godly emperor layer would be killed in a prolonged battle. There weren't many people in the primitive universe who were younger than 50,000 years old. But that was it. He was unlucky to have encountered Lu Ming. It seems like that's your limit. Unfortunately, it's not my limit, Lu Ming muttered. With a loud bang, a stronger force erupted from his body. Dazzling lights emerged from Lu Ming's body. That was the result of all his secret techniques. All the secret skills were activated and combined with the taboo power and the primordial secret skill. Lu Ming's combat ability was raised to the peak. Chapter 4077. When Lu Ming raised his battle strength to the peak, he could kill enemies 5.5 realms above him. Bang! Lu Ming seemed to have turned into a beam of light, rushing forward and colliding with the one-horned fiend youth. A loud explosion resounded, followed by a figure frantically retreating. This retreating figure was naturally the one-horned fiend youth. He retreated several hundred li, his tall and sturdy body trembling incessantly. He spurted out a mouthful of blood, disbelief in his eyes. Kacha! Following that, his horn emitted a sound similar to that of porcelain shattering. A few cracks appeared on it. How is this possible? The one-horned fiend youth was extremely shocked. The cultivation of fiends was different from that of the primitive universe. They didn't have any origin divine power or origin secret arts. His horn was something that came with a heavenly god and had been continuously refined. It possessed boundless power and was incomparably tough. However, at this moment, Lu Ming's attack had caused cracks to appear on it. Moreover, Lu Ming's cultivation was one realm lower than his, something he had never encountered before. Kill! A cold voice resounded. Lu Ming didn't want to give him a chance to catch his breath. He crossed several hundred li in an instant, arriving in front of the one-horned fiend youth and launching an all-out attack. The one-horned fiend youth resisted with all his strength, but in the divine emperor realm, a difference of half a realm in battle strength would result in a crushing situation. Every time the two collided, the one-horned fiend youth's body would be pushed back, spurting out blood from his mouth. The injuries on his body would also worsen. In an instant, the two had exchanged 10 moves. Suddenly, the one-horned fiend youth let out a blood-curdling scream. The horn on his head was covered with several dozen cracks, and finally, it exploded with a bang, turning into fragments. With his most important horn shattered, the one-horned fiend youth was like a deflated balloon, deflating in an instant. His aura rapidly weakened, and his battle strength was also greatly reduced. Be on your way. Lu Ming's indifferent voice resounded. His palm was like a blade, chopping down. Blood splattered everywhere, and the one-horned fiend youth's head flew high into the air, directly falling to the ground. Lu Ming's palm reached out, grabbing the fiend's spirit blood of this fiend. Buzz! The evil demon spirit blood was trembling non-stop, emitting rich energy fluctuations. Of all the Abyss Devil Spirit blood Lu Ming had obtained, this drop of Abyss Devil Spirit blood was the most special and eye-catching. Its quality was even higher than that of a God Emperor's demon spirit blood. Lu Ming's heart was burning. This drop of abyssal spirit blood could be exchanged for an absolutely astonishing amount of merit points. This demon's potential was too shocking. He was able to fight someone who was 4 levels above him in the godly emperor realm. In the primitive universe, this demon was comparable to a candidate on the universe genius list. Given enough time, this kind of monster would definitely become an overlord of the universe, a powerhouse whose name would shake the world. Of course, such great potential was valuable. Lu Ming hoped to fight such a demon. Of course, it would be best if the other party's cultivation base was not too high. Lu Ming, who had the strength of the 5th godly emperor layer, could handle such a genius. If a cultivator of the 6th godly emperor layer came, Lu Ming would have no choice but to run for his life. Lu Ming put the evil demon spirit blood away and walked over to the 5 geniuses from the heavenly palace. He waved his hand and took their interspatial rings. Then he began to inspect them. After a short while, Lu Ming looked disappointed. There were a few drops of evil demon spirit blood in their interspatial rings, but the quality was very poor. Obviously, the demons they had killed were not very strong. However, it was better than nothing. Lu Ming didn't hesitate to put them all away. After that, Lu Ming left. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. During these days, Lu Ming noticed a strange phenomenon. He rarely encountered demons or people from the heavenly palace. That's strange. Could it be that neither side is in this area, or are they hiding? Lu Ming murmured in his heart. Unable to figure it out, Lu Ming was too lazy to pay attention to it. He continued to fly in the direction that Ling Yue might be. The smell of blood. Suddenly, Lu Ming smelled a strong smell of blood coming from a direction. Lu Ming's eyes moved. He withdrew his aura and landed on the ground. Then, he walked along the ground in that direction. Not long after, Lu Ming found a corpse. It was a white jade divine elephant. Obviously, it was a genius from the primitive universe. The white jade divine elephant had died very miserably. There were 5 holes in its head. Lu Ming knew at a glance that it had been pierced by the sharp claws of the evil demon. However, the smell of blood that Lu Ming smelled was definitely not from this white jade divine elephant. It was too strong. Lu Ming continued forward and found a few more corpses. These corpses were not only from the primitive universe, but also from the evil demon. Lu Ming checked and found that the evil demon's spirit blood and the evil demon's corpse had been taken away. Lu Ming continued to move forward and found more and more corpses. After a while, Lu Ming found no less than 50 corpses. They were both from the heavenly palace and the evil demons. The ground was also full of potholes. It was obvious that a fierce battle had taken place here. Other than these corpses, there was no one alive. Lu Ming was very surprised. He didn't expect that so many evil demons and the geniuses of the heavenly palace would gather here and have a fierce battle. There's a trail of blood extending to the west. Lu Ming revealed a thoughtful expression. After pondering for a moment, he headed west. After traveling for about a few thousand miles, Lu Ming's eyes suddenly flashed. He looked in a certain direction. His body was wrapped in divine wind. This was the sign of using the great divine wind technique. He was ready to fight at any time. In that direction, multicolored light flickered, and then a dozen figures appeared. People from the heavenly palace. Upon seeing these people, Lu Ming relaxed a little, because these people were all from the heavenly palace. The people from the heavenly palace also saw Lu Ming. "You are Mu Yun." Among them, a muscular young man clad in battle armor spoke. He recognized Lu Ming. "So, it's a brother from the Battle Saint tribe." Lu Ming nodded to this young man. After that, he glanced at the others. He was somewhat curious because these people came from different races. Not all of them were from the Battle Saint tribe. Other than the Battle Saint tribe, there were also the Buddha race, blood race, soul race, devil race, etc. "Mu Yun, you can't continue forward. If you continue forward, you will enter the territory of the evil demons." That young man from the Battle Saint tribe said. "The territory of the evil demons is in front? Is there a division of territory here?" Lu Ming was even more astonished. "That's right. In the region ahead, a large number of evil demons are gathered. As for the geniuses of our heavenly palace, they are gathered in the eastern region. The supreme genius of the Buddha race, Luo Tian, is the leader. It's very dangerous for you to move alone. Why don't you join us? Only by gathering together can we fight against the evil demons. Because in the region ahead, there's also a Devil King level character." The young man from the Battle Saint tribe spoke. A Devil King level character? Lu Ming was even more astonished. Chapter 4078. Why did he come with us? We can talk as we walk. The young man from the battle, Saint Tribe, spoke. Lu Ming fell silent for a moment before he nodded in agreement. For what the young man from the battle, Saint Tribe, said, there were many geniuses from the Heavenly Palace gathered in the eastern region. Maybe Ling Yue was there as well. In addition, Lu Ming was also very curious and wanted to clarify things. Lu Ming followed the 10+ people and headed east. On the way, the young man from the battle, Saint Tribe, also told Lu Ming everything. The demons and the geniuses from the Heavenly Palace all split up after they entered this temporary planet. After that, they went to various corners of the planet. At the start, it was very chaotic as they hunted each other. However, among these geniuses, there were both strong and weak ones. In the nearby vast region, a genius from the demons appeared. His strength was extremely shocking, and he slaughtered the geniuses from the Heavenly Palace as if he was taking something out of his pocket. No one could defeat him. At the start, the Heavenly Palace lost a large number of geniuses. This genius from the demons was known as the king of this region. The king of geniuses in this region was lofty and lofty. At the end, an extremely terrifying demon-level genius from the Heavenly Palace also appeared and fought against the genius from the demons, ending in a draw. That demon-level genius from the Heavenly Palace was none other than a young genius from the Buddha race. From then on, the geniuses of the Heavenly Palaces in this region all gathered around the young genius from the Buddha race, with him as their leader. Because in this region, other than him, there was no one else who could contend against that devil genius. And the demons in this region naturally gathered around that terrifying devil as well. Just like this, the two kings of this region started to fight against each other. For the past few days, the two sides have been fighting each other almost every day. The two regional kings have also fought each other every day. For the past 6 days, the two regional kings have been fighting to a draw. As for the others, many of them have died. The young man from the battle, Saint Tribe, explained. Lu Ming thought of the many corpses he saw before. There were corpses from both the demons and the Heavenly Palace. Now that he thought about it, both sides must have gone through a great battle and suffered losses. How's the battle strength of the two regional kings? Lu Ming asked. He was more concerned about this. Those who could become regional kings were obviously at the pinnacle of the participants this time. Compared to such figures, one would know what level one was at among the participants this time. The Demon Clan and the Heavenly Palace's kings have the strength of the 5th Godly Emperor layer, but they're both peerless geniuses. Luo Tian from the Buddha clan is one of the candidates for the universe's Young Geniuses list. The young man from the battle, Saint Tribe, explained as reverence could be seen in his eyes. So this is the standard? A strange look appeared in Lu Ming's eyes. Was this the strength of a regional king? He had just killed a genius of this level not long ago. That single-horned demon youth was an existence of this level. It seems like my strength is at the peak of the participants this time around. Lu Ming heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Not long after, Lu Ming and the others arrived at a strange area. This area was filled with protruding rocks that were incomparably sharp. They were like divine swords. On each protruding rock, there was a young man. Some of them were sitting cross-legged, while others were gazing into the distance. This was the place where the geniuses from the Heavenly Palace gathered. Lu Ming swept his gaze across and discovered that there were close to 100 geniuses from the Heavenly Palace gathered here. On the tallest rock over there is the peerless genius from the Buddha clan, Luo Tian. The young man from the battle, Saint Tribe, pointed at the tallest rock. Lu Ming looked over and indeed saw a young man sitting cross-legged on that rock. He was bald and his skin was golden. There was also a Buddhist halo above his head. This was a pure member of the Buddha clan. This was the peerless genius of the Buddha clan, Luo Tian. At this moment, Luo Tian's eyes were closed. He looked dignified and his entire body was enveloped in Buddhist light. He seemed to be circulating his energy and adjusting his breathing. Lu Ming took a few glances and then shifted his gaze away to look for Ling Yue. Unfortunately, Ling Yue was not among these people. Obviously, Ling Yue was not in this area. I hope nothing happens to her. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. Although he and Ling Yue knew each other and had an inexplicable engagement, the two of them had been together for so long and had experienced many things together. At this moment, Lu Ming could not help but worry about Ling Yue's safety. However, Ling Yue was very strong. Her cultivation was already at the peak of the 4th level of the God Emperor realm. She could break through to the 5th level of the God Emperor realm at any time. Moreover, Ling Yue's combat strength was extremely strong. After obtaining the opportunity from the Holy Seed Mother Tree, she had achieved a transformation. If they fought at the same level, ordinary candidates of the Universe Prodigy list would not be Ling Yue's match. As long as she did not encounter a regional king-level demon genius, Ling Yue should be able to protect herself. Lu Ming planned to hunt a wave of demons here. After all the demon geniuses in this area had gathered around the regional king. This saved him the trouble of searching. After chatting with the youth of the Battle Saint tribe for a while, Lu Ming flew and landed on an empty rock. He sat down cross-legged and waited. The demons are attacking. Lu Ming had not sat down for long when a loud roar suddenly sounded. Boom, boom, boom. The geniuses of the Heavenly Palace on the rock all stood up and released a powerful aura, preparing for a great battle. As expected, they are here. It's been 6 days. These demons want to fight with us. Today is the 7th day. They think we are afraid of them. Today we will kill them all. Kill all the demons. The geniuses of the Heavenly Palace roared, their battle intent high. They were afraid of the regional king, but the regional king was blocked by Luo Tian, so they were not afraid. Lu Ming stood on a rock and looked into the distance. In the distance, a large group of demons flew over. These demons spread their wings, and their baleful aura soared into the sky. Their roars were like thunder as they rushed over. Kill all the bastards of the Heavenly Palace. The demon geniuses roared. Among them, one of the demons attracted Lu Ming's attention. This abyssal was covered in green scales, but his right arm was fiery red. There were sinister bone spikes on his arm. Luo Tian, come out and fight. Today I will kill you. The red demon on his right arm roared, his killing intent surging. This was the regional king of the demons. His name was Sa Dao. Umipa, since Benefactor wants to go on your way, this poor monk will fulfill your wish. Luo Tian stepped on the air, and the Buddhist light became even stronger. With every step he took, a golden lotus would appear under his feet. His speed was very fast, and in a few steps he was close to Sa Dao. A Buddhist chant rang out, and a huge golden Buddha statue appeared in the sky. It slammed its palm down on Sa Dao. Chapter 4079. The Buddha statue was tens of thousands of zhang tall. Its golden hand looked like a small mountain as it moved towards Sa Dao. That move again? Can't you do something else? Break. Sa Dao smiled ferociously and rose up in the air. His red right arm punched the air. Boom! An earth-shattering sound spread in the air. The golden hand exploded. Not only that, but the gigantic Buddha statue also exploded and turned into energy. Swoosh! Sa Dao's demonic wings flapped, and he charged at Luo Tian like a bolt of lightning. His right arm became even redder, and flames spread out, making his entire arm look like it was made of lava. Luo Tian's third eye was shining. A golden light appeared. It was a pure Buddhist light. It was Luo Tian's original secret skill. Luo Tian's original secret skill had already severed 6 shackles. That was terrifying. Very few cultivators of the 5th godly emperor layer could sever 6 shackles. The shackles of an original secret skill were extremely difficult to sever. Each shackle was like an insurmountable chasm. However, each time one was severed, one's strength would increase tremendously. Usually, only godly emperors could sever all 9 shackles of an original secret skill. Pure Buddhist lights surrounded Luo Tian's hands. Luo Tian jumped forwards and punched the air. Boom! Luo Tian's hand collided with Sa Dao's right arm. It looked like two planets had collided. Red and golden lights filled the sky. Rings after rings of terrifying energy rushed out in all directions like waves of water. No one dared to stand still in the surroundings. The two of them collided and their silhouettes flickered. They were evenly matched. Then, the two men's second move collided. Boom, boom, boom. Both of them were extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they had already exchanged a dozen attacks. It was obvious that they were evenly matched. It was difficult to determine the winner in a short time. Lu Ming glanced at them and understood what was going on. It was similar to what the young man of the Battle Saint tribe had said. Both of them had the strength of the fifth godly emperor layer, but their fighting prowess was comparable to that of the ninth godly emperor layer. However, that was it. It was about the same as the horned demon that Lu Ming had killed before. Kill, kill. At this time, the demons and the other people of the heavenly palace were also fighting. In an instant, blood spurted out and screams were heard. Some people had already fallen. Die, brat. An ugly demonic youth brandishing a demonic saber fixed his eyes on Lu Ming and charged towards Lu Ming. That ugly demon had the strength of the fourth godly emperor layer. To be honest, for a cultivator who was less than 50,000 years old, that was already very good. Without a doubt, this ugly demon was also a monstrous figure. However, in Lu Ming's eyes, it was really not enough. Puff! Lu Ming used the great devil sword art. Sword light flashed, and that devil genius was cut in two. Lu Ming's figure flashed, and that ugly devil's spirit blood was caught by Lu Ming. Lu Ming took that drop of demon spirit blood and continued to kill the other demons. The result was already decided. None of those demons could withstand one attack from Lu Ming. His demonic sword swept through the air, and Lu Ming killed a demon with each slash. He's that strong. The other heavenly palace's young geniuses couldn't help but open their eyes wide in disbelief. When they had seen Lu Ming before, they hadn't paid much attention to him. They had thought that Lu Ming was just an ordinary young genius. They had never thought that Lu Ming would be so strong. He could kill those demons as easily as cutting vegetables. He was a peerless, monstrous cultivator. The other demons were even more terrified. They didn't dare fight against Lu Ming. When they saw Lu Ming, they all retreated. This scene also attracted the attention of the two kings of the other two regions. But I, little brat, wait until I get rid of that bald guy, then I'll kill you. Sa Dao shouted angrily. His eyes were as sharp as knives. He couldn't wait to cut Lu Ming into pieces. Your opponent is me. Buddha's light illumination. Luo Tian shouted. The Buddhist light that filled the sky turned into different weapons and smashed down on Sa Dao from all directions. Luo Tian was delighted to see Lu Ming's strength. As long as Lu Ming got rid of the other demons, the Heavenly Palace's young geniuses would be able to attack Sa Dao together. They might be able to kill Sa Dao in one blow. He was very surprised by Lu Ming's behavior. You? Do you think I have nothing better to do than challenge you every day? 7 days are up. Die. 7 deadly fire poison explode. Sa Dao attacked a few times. Then his right arm shook violently. A mysterious force spread out. At that moment, Luo Tian's body shook violently. Then, red lines appeared on Luo Tian's body. A disgusting smell was emitted from his body. Puff! Luo Tian spat out a mouthful of blood. His aura weakened rapidly. Poison! When did you poison me? Luo Tian shouted in shock. He kept releasing Buddha's light in an attempt to purify the poison. However, it was useless. The effect was minimal. With your strength, it's difficult to use a poison to kill you. My poison didn't have any signs. During the fight, it seeped into your body bit by bit. I have fought you every day for the past 7 days. After 7 days, the 7 deadly fire poison has finally succeeded. Sa Dao sneered. Luo Tian's face was pale. He finally understood why Sa Dao had challenged him every day for the past 7 days. Initially, he didn't think too much about it. After all, they were mortal enemies. It was normal for demons to challenge them every day. Who would have thought that Sabeo would secretly poison him when they were fighting? Moreover, This poison needed 7 days to take effect. Die. Sa Dao's eyes were ferocious. He punched Luo Tian's chest. Luo Tian screamed in pain. His body flew out and broke dozens of huge rocks. Luo Tian was still alive. He had the physical body of a pure Buddha and was known to be immortal. Even so, Luo Tian was severely injured. His chest was almost pierced through. His heart was crushed. His aura was extremely weak. What's going on? At that moment, the elites of the Heavenly Palace turned pale. Luo Tian and Sa Dao were locked in a fight. However, he had been defeated in an instant. All of this happened too suddenly. Most importantly, now that Luo Tian had been defeated, who else could compete with Sa Dao? Mu Yin? Although Mu Yin was strong, his combat strength was still lacking compared to regional kings like Sa Dao and Luo Tian. It's over. The elites of the Heavenly Palace felt a chill down their spines. They didn't expect the situation to change so quickly. Great. Haha, great. In contrast to the people of the Heavenly Palace, the remaining elites of the evil demons were ecstatic. Baldy, I won't kill you for now. I want to show you how I'm going to kill all the people of the Heavenly Palace, Sa Dao said coldly. Then, his figure flashed and rushed toward Lu Ming. Chapter 4080. Sa Dao threw himself at Lu Ming. His right arm was as red as fire, as if it was made of lava. He hadn't even arrived yet, but his chi was already moving towards Lu Ming. Even ordinary cultivators of the 8th godly emperor layer wouldn't be able to withstand that chi. However, Lu Ming's expression remained calm. There was even a hint of anticipation. This was because another drop of evil demon spirit blood was about to be obtained. Die. When Sa Dao saw that Lu Ming wasn't dodging, he looked ferocious. His right arm was red as he threw a punch at Lu Ming. In the process of punching out, his fist actually grew rapidly. It was like a small mountain as it blasted toward Lu Ming. The terrifying aura made the other elites of the Heavenly Palace turn pale with fright. Muya, move back, shouted someone furiously. The rest of the people sighed in their hearts. They felt that Lu Ming would be seriously injured even if he did not die from this punch. Many people started getting ready to run away. At that moment, Lu Ming also threw a punch. His fist was no different from an ordinary fist, except that it was emitting a dazzling light. Boom! Their fists heavily collided. In an instant, the void shook violently. Rings of energy ripples swept out in all directions. What happened next was beyond everybody's expectations. Lu Ming was standing in the sky, motionless. He was as steady as a mountain. Everybody thought that Lu Ming would be blown away or even explode, but that didn't happen. Lu Ming did not move at all. On the contrary, Sa Dao trembled and retreated a few steps. How? How is that possible? Everybody's eyes were wide open, including Luo Tan, who was seriously injured. Lu Ming had surprisingly pushed Sa Dao back with one punch. Even Luo Tian hadn't been able to do that. How strong? Prince Yuan once said that Mu Yun wasn't weaker than him at the same level. It seems like it's true. Mu Yun has the strength of the 4th godly emperor layer. He's 5 levels stronger than him. The thoughts of the young man from the battle's Saint tribe spun rapidly as a look of admiration appeared on his face. Brat, you... Sa Dao himself was also very shocked. Lu Ming's cultivation was 1 level lower than his. But when they had exchanged blows just now, he had felt that Lu Ming's strength was simply endless, filled with an aura of destruction. His arm went numb, as if it was about to shatter. Your strength is only SOSO. Now, it's my turn, Lu Ming said indifferently. All the cells in his body trembled, and his body emitted a dazzling glow. This was the manifestation of his strength being stimulated to the peak. With a swoosh, Lu Ming's figure disappeared from the spot. The next moment, he appeared in front of Sa Dao and punched out continuously. Boom, 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 the void shook violently. Dozens of fist forces pressed down on Sa Dao like toppling mountains and overturning seas. The terrifying aura caused Sa Dao's muscles to tense up. A chill rose from the bottom of his heart. He actually felt his scalp go numb. I don't believe that even if he can fight someone 5 levels stronger than him, he won't be able to suppress me. Explode. Sa Dao roared. His fiery red right arm became even thicker. Mysterious runes appeared on it, and the aura it emitted was even more terrifying. At the same time, he punched out with his right arm, and in an instant, he punched out dozens of times, colliding with Lu Ming's punches. A series of explosions resounded, dazzling the eyes and deafening the ears. The other demons and the geniuses of the Heavenly Palace couldn't see the battle clearly. Who would win? Everyone's heart was pounding because the outcome of the battle would determine the life and death of both sides. But in the next moment, they knew the answer. In the midst of the explosions, a silhouette was pushed back, smashing a few huge rocks. It was Sa Dao. He was now in a very miserable state. There were several fist marks on his body, especially his fiery red arm, which was covered in cracks. Sa Dao spat out mouthfuls of blood, and his chi was extremely weak. He looked at Lu Ming with fear in his eyes. Then, he turned around and ran away, not daring to fight again. However, he had been severely injured by Lu Ming in the process of fighting with Lu Ming. Even his strongest right arm was almost broken, and he couldn't exert any strength at all. How could he get away from Lu Ming? Lu Ming was wrapped in the divine wind, and in a few flashes he caught up with Sa Dao. Let's die together. Seeing that he couldn't escape, Sa Dao went crazy. His arm, which was full of cracks, emitted a dazzling red light, and a terrifying chi was released like a volcano that was about to erupt. Sa Dao was going to self-destruct his red right arm. This red right arm was the foundation of Sa Dao's survival. He was born with it, and after some cultivation, its power was boundless, just like the horn of the horned demon from before. This kind of innate power was extraordinary. Once it self-destructed, the power would be earth-shattering. Sa Dao knew that he couldn't escape, so he planned to self-destruct his right arm and die with Lu Ming. But how could Lu Ming let him do as he wished? Great binding art. Lu Ming shouted softly and pressed with both hands. Wong. An invisible force suddenly appeared around Sa Dao. This force was like a python tightly binding Sa Dao. At the same time, there were sharp thorns on this python that pierced into Sa Dao's body, trying to bind his physical body and demonic aura. 3,000 ancient secret techniques, great binding art. This was something that Lu Ming had exchanged from the Mare Exchange Hall. In the Blessings Tower, he had already cultivated it to the greater success stage and had yet to use it in a battle. It was just right to use it now. After being hit by the great binding art, Sa Dao's body suddenly stiffened. Kill! A cold voice sounded. Lu Ming's body flashed, and a demonic sword soared into the sky, disappearing in a flash. Then, Sa Dao's head flew high into the sky. Another demon prodigy comparable to a candidate on the Universe Prodigy list was killed by Lu Ming. With a grab of his palm, Lu Ming grabbed Sa Dao's demon spirit blood in his hand. Sa Dao's demon spirit blood was also extraordinary. It wasn't any weaker than the demon spirit blood of the horned demon youth. Lu Ming took out a new jade bottle and stored this drop of demon spirit blood. That's it. The surrounding people were still in a daze. This demon prodigy who had fought with Luo Tian for 7 days and defeated Luo Tian with poison had been killed so easily. They felt like they were in a dream. Let's go. The remaining demons roared and turned to escape. At this time, the prodigies from the Heavenly Palace woke up. Don't let them escape. Kill. The prodigies from the Heavenly Palace roared and charged towards the demon prodigies. Naturally, they wouldn't let go of a chance to beat a drowning dog. Lu Ming also rushed out to hunt the demons. Chapter 4081. Lu Ming had already killed some of the demons, so there weren't many left. Now that they were being chased by Lu Ming and the geniuses of the Heavenly Palace, the outcome of these demons was already destined. Not a single one of the remaining demons managed to escape. In the end, they all died at the hands of Lu Ming and the others. More than half of them died at the hands of Lu Ming. There was no other way. Lu Ming's speed was too fast, and his battle strength was too strong. The demons were no match for him, so of course they would be killed quickly. All the geniuses of the Heavenly Palace revealed smiles on their faces. This battle could be said to be a complete victory. Nearly 100 demons had been killed here. One had to know that the total number of demons participating in the battle was only about 4,000. Now that over 100 of them had been killed in an instant, this was an important victory, especially since there was a top monster like Sa Dao among them. This battle could even affect the overall situation. In this competition, they and the demons would not rest until one of them was dead. It was either you die or I die. They were naturally happy to be able to kill so many demons in one go. These people expressed their gratitude to Lu Ming. Luo Tian also flew over, barely stabilizing his injuries, and thanked Lu Ming. You're welcome. This time, our common enemy is the demons. When I see the demons, I naturally have to take action, Lu Ming said with a smile. Right. With that, Lu Ming's tone changed. Then, he waved his hand and used the taboo power to carve a strange pattern in the air. This pattern was the pattern that he and Ling Yue had agreed on. Furthermore, the patterns on the two of them were different. This was to make it easier to identify them. According to this pattern, they knew the other party's movements. Everyone, I would like to ask, have you seen this pattern in the vicinity? Lu Ming asked. Everyone looked carefully, and many shook their heads. I've seen this pattern before. It was carved on some rocks. Luo Tian looked at it and nodded. Lu Ming was overjoyed and said, Master Luo Tian, where have you seen this pattern? It's in the west, about 500,000 li away from here. It's in a stretch of protruding rocks. Luo Tian explained the location in detail. Lu Ming noted it down carefully. After that, he bid farewell and prepared to leave. Anyway, almost all the demons in this area had been killed. The people in the Heavenly Palace were not in danger for the time being, so there was no need for him to stay. Luo Tian and the others immediately urged Lu Ming to stay. They wanted to move together with him, but Lu Ming refused. Among these people, only Luo Tian's strength was not bad and could be of help to him. The rest of them were too ordinary, and Lu Ming did not want to bring a bunch of burdens with him. It was easier for him to act alone. After bidding farewell, Lu Ming headed west alone. On this temporary planet, their speed was greatly suppressed. A distance of more than 500,000 kilometers could be covered in the blink of an eye in the primitive universe. But here, it would still take some time. A day later, Lu Ming finally arrived at this area and saw a large number of protruding rocks. Lu Ming spread out his spirit sense and began a search. Not long after, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. His figure flashed and appeared above a rock. There was a pattern on this rock. That's right, this was indeed carved by Ling Yue. Others couldn't understand it and only thought that it was a simple pattern, but Lu Ming could see where Ling Yue was going. After taking a look at the pattern, Lu Ming's figure flashed and he continued to head west. After a period of time, Lu Ming saw another pattern. After identifying it, Lu Ming continued forward. Just like that, 3 days passed. In these 3 days, Lu Ming would occasionally meet the geniuses of the Heavenly Palace or the demons. But the further he went, the fewer geniuses of the Heavenly Palace or the demons he met. In the last day, he didn't meet a single genius of the Heavenly Palace or the demons. What's going on? Could it be that the geniuses of the Heavenly Palace and the demons in this area have all left? Lu Ming frowned as he pondered. Moreover, the pattern left behind by Ling Yue had been broken since half a day ago. It was inexplicably cut off. He searched for a long time, but still couldn't find a next pattern. What's going on? Did Ling Yue suddenly encounter danger? Lu Ming revealed a trace of worry. This could only be the case. Otherwise, she would definitely continue to carve the pattern. Only when she suddenly encountered danger and didn't have time to carve the pattern would the pattern be broken. Moreover, in this area, Lu Ming didn't meet a single Heavenly Palace or demon, which was even more strange. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and continued to search towards the west. Just as Lu Ming passed by a canyon, suddenly, there was a burst of demonic qi in the canyon. Figures rushed out of the canyon and surrounded Lu Ming in the blink of an eye. It was the demons. There were more than a dozen demons, all staring at Lu Ming ferociously. It's the people of the Heavenly Palace. There are indeed fish that escape the net. A boy of the fourth godly emperor layer. Not bad. He could be considered a big fish. Kill him first. More than a dozen demons roared, and then rushed towards Lu Ming together. These demons were quite strong, and there was even a fifth godly emperor layer demon genius among them. However, there was no one like Sa Dao, so Lu Ming didn't care at all. Just in time, Lu Ming's eyes flashed with cold light, and the great godly wind technique and the great demon sword technique were used together. Suddenly, sword chi rushed forward, and blood spurted out, and one demon after another was killed. No matter what cultivation level, in the hands of Lu Ming, the end was the same, that was killed by a sword. Run! This guy is too terrifying. He deserves to die. The remaining demons were terrified and turned around, wanting to run away. But how could Lu Ming let them run away? After a few seconds, the three demons collapsed on the ground, severely injured. As for the other demons, they had been killed by Lu Ming. Let me ask you, what's going on with this area? Why don't I see the people of the Heavenly Palace? Lu Ming asked coldly. If you want to kill us, then kill us. Don't think you can get any information from us, shouted a demon furiously. Is that so? Then I'll send you on your way, said Lu Ming coldly. He flicked his finger and a beam of strength shot out and pierced through the demon's third eye, killing him instantly. Now, which one of you will tell me? Asked Lu Ming. If you want to kill us, then kill us. If we tell you, we'll die anyway. Indeed, even though the two demons were terrified, they still shook their heads resolutely. They knew very well in their hearts that this competition between the Heavenly Palace and the Abyss Devils was nothing more than a fight to the death. Only when one side was completely defeated would it end. As for 80% of the people surrendering, that was almost impossible. If they surrendered and left, the Demon King wouldn't let them off. Therefore, they knew that even if they told him, Lu Ming wouldn't let them off. Chapter 4082. The two evil demons were very stubborn and would rather die than say anything. In the end, Lu Ming had no choice but to kill the two evil demons and take away their evil demon spirit blood. However, Lu Ming was even more certain that something must have happened in this area. Lu Ming was just about to leave, but he immediately stopped. This was because he suddenly felt a terrifying sense of danger coming from all directions. Yes, it was coming from all directions. He actually couldn't determine where this sense of danger was coming from. This sense of crisis made the muscles all over Lu Ming's body tense up, and the hair all over his body stood on end automatically. It was definitely a terrifying enemy that could make him feel this way. A terrifying enemy had appeared in the vicinity. Where is it? Lu Ming's mind was highly focused, and his spiritual sense spread out in a large area, watching all the slight movements in the surroundings. Rumble. Suddenly, Lu Ming's ears twitched. He heard a rumbling sound. Although it was very subtle, his spiritual senses were very sharp. Moreover, he had cultivated more than 10 kinds of secret skills related to his ears. Therefore, he was able to accurately capture the sound. Underground. Swish. Without hesitation, Lu Ming's figure rushed into the sky. The moment Lu Ming rushed up, a demon claw grabbed out from the ground. Gravel splashed as the demon claw grabbed at Lu Ming. However, it was a step too late. The demon claw grabbed Lu Ming's feet, bringing a terrible gust of wind. Your reaction is quite fast, but do you think you can escape from my hands? A cruel and tyrannical voice sounded. Then, the ground exploded with a bang. A tall demon figure rushed out from the ground. Lu Ming looked down and swept his gaze over. His pupils shrank slightly. This was an evil demon. However, this evil demon was very different from the ones Lu Ming had encountered before. This evil demon was extremely tall and burly, at least 10 meters tall. His entire body was filled with bulging muscles, and bone spurs protruded from his body. His pair of demon claws were huge and ferocious, and his nails were as sharp as knives. Bam! The demon stomped his feet on the ground, and his burly body soared into the sky, bringing along a violent force. His speed was so fast that it was shocking. In the blink of an eye, he appeared above Lu Ming's head and stomped down on Lu Ming. That kind of speed was as fast as teleportation. Boom! In an instant, Lu Ming had already activated the battle essence, which increased his combat power by 6 times. He activated the Great Divine Wind technique and the Great Shattering technique and blasted an upward punch. His fist collided with the foot of the burly demon. What a terrifying strength! At the moment of collision, Lu Ming felt his whole body tremble. It was as if he had been hit by a huge high-level planet. His body was like a cannonball falling toward the ground. There was a loud bang, and Lu Ming's body landed heavily on the ground, creating a huge pit. Lu Ming spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling them all over. He has the strength of the 6th godly emperor layer. He can fight cultivators 4 levels higher than him. That's what Lu Ming thought. Yes, the demon was astonishingly powerful. His cultivation level was too high. He had reached the 6th godly emperor layer. His combat capability was 4 levels higher than Lu Ming's. His combat capability was much higher than Lu Ming's. Not bad, not bad. You received one of my attacks and didn't die. It seems like you're one of the strongest cultivators in the Heavenly Palace. Very good. Killing you will be a great loss for the Heavenly Palace, said the burly, evil demon ferociously. He flapped his wings and turned into a gust of wind. He then charged towards Lu Ming. His gigantic demon claws tore through the air and moved towards Lu Ming. Fast, just as fast. Lu Ming shouted. All his cells shook at the same time. He used all his secret techniques. They turned into dazzling lights. Lu Ming looked like a celestial being. Boom! Lu Ming used all his strength and threw a punch. That punch collided with the burly, evil demon's claws. There was an earth-shattering roar. Lu Ming's body shook violently. Once again, his body was like a meteorite crashing toward the ground. Lu Ming's feet landed on the ground, and his entire body bent down. However, he did not dare to stop. He exerted force in his legs, and his body moved sideways. Boom! The burly evil demon landed on the place where Lu Ming had been a moment before. That evil demon's feet were also covered with sharp claws and bones. They were terrifyingly strong. A gigantic crater appeared in the ground. Violent energy swept out. Lu Ming had to strike with his palm to break the energy. "You're strong, but not enough," shouted the burly evil demon. He flapped his gigantic wings and charged towards Lu Ming. His claws kept clawing at Lu Ming. Lu Ming used all his strength to resist. Both of his fists were constantly bombarded. Every punch was filled with his strength. At the same time, the great evil sword art was also activated. It turned into evil swords and slashed towards the opponent. Both of them attacked at a very fast speed. Both of them were terrifyingly strong. However, even if Lu Ming pushed his battle strength to the peak, he was still not the opponent of this evil demon. Lu Ming pushed his battle strength to the peak, but he could only kill an opponent who was 5.5 levels higher than him. He was still half a level lower than the opponent. In the Divine Emperor realm, half a level difference was enough to crush the opponent. Just like how Lu Ming dealt with a one-horned evil demon in Sa Dao. It wouldn't be too difficult for this evil demon to deal with Lu Ming. In an instant, both of them exchanged more than 10 moves. Puff! Lu Ming's body was still caught by the evil demon's claws. A large piece of flesh was torn off. The violent qi blasted Lu Ming thousands of miles away. God knows how many huge rocks were smashed. Lu Ming vomited a mouthful of blood. His body was almost torn into 2. The potential in each of his cells was crazily stimulated. It constantly emerged and turned into Lu Ming's strength. His body was recovering rapidly. If it wasn't for his tenacious vitality, that move would have taken away half of his life. Whoosh! The burly evil demon attacked again. Obviously, he didn't want to give Lu Ming a chance to breathe. In fact, he was also unable to calm down. Lu Ming's battle strength had shocked him. If Lu Ming broke through another level, the one who would be crushed would not be Lu Ming, but him. Therefore, he wanted to kill Lu Ming in one go. Come on, come on. Lu Ming's eyes revealed a crazed look. He didn't retreat and counterattacked. He rushed towards the burly evil demon. Great binding art. Lu Ming used the great binding art. An invisible force entangled the burly evil demon like a python. Sharp thorn-like chi pierced the evil demon's body. It wanted to bind his body and evil demon chi. Open for me. The burly abyss devil laughed wildly. His originally burly body became even more burly. With a boom, the invisible force that wrapped around his body was directly pushed away. Chapter 4083. The strength of the burly demon was very amazing. He actually forcibly broke free from the shackles of the great binding technique. His huge demon claws continuously grabbed at Lu Ming. After Lu Ming used the great binding technique, he mobilized all his strength and launched his strongest attack, which just happened to collide with the demon claws of the burly demon. Continuous roars sounded, and the two exchanged more than 10 moves in an instant. Lu Ming felt his arms go numb, and his bones groaned as he was unable to support himself. His figure retreated again. In the end, there was still a big gap in strength. Even with the great binding technique, it was difficult to make up for it. Although the great binding technique was mysterious, it also needed the support of cultivation. His cultivation was still a little low, and it was difficult to exert the full power of the great binding technique. He could not trap the burly demon. What other moves do you have? Use them all. I will let you feel despair. The burly demon's eyes became even more ferocious. His figure did not stop. When Lu Ming retreated, he continued to attack Lu Ming. His sharp demon claws grabbed at Lu Ming's head. Lu Ming waved his fist to block, but the burly demon's other demon claw changed direction and grabbed at Lu Ming from below. Puff! Lu Ming was caught again. 3 ribs flew out, and his flesh and blood splattered. His injury was even more serious. Fortunately, this was Lu Ming. If it had been someone else, they would have been killed under the circumstances where there was such a huge difference in their abilities. Just like the horned demon and saber before, when facing Lu Ming, they did not last long and were killed by Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming's vitality was too tenacious. After resisting so many moves, he was still not killed. Go! The moment Lu Ming retreated, the Great God Wind technique was fully operated. His figure was like a bolt of lightning, and he retreated. He understood that he was not the opponent's opponent. If he continued to fight, there was no chance of winning. Why should he continue to fight? Want to escape? In my hands, this is wishful thinking. The burly demon sneered. His demon wings flapped rapidly. His body was more than 10 meters tall, but his speed was astonishing. After Lu Ming was injured, his speed was not as fast as the burly demon. The distance between the two sides was closing again. Die! The burly demon launched a storm-like attack. His demon claws clawed out dozens of times in an instant, leaving claw marks everywhere in the air. But at this moment, there was a violent sound from Lu Ming's side. Then, an emerald green arrow suddenly appeared and shot at the burly demon's forehead. Fast, astonishingly fast, and the power was also astonishingly strong. In the face of this arrow, even the burly demon didn't dare to be careless. A sense of crisis arose in his heart. He had no choice but to stop attacking Lu Ming. His demonic claws suddenly grabbed backward. Clang! The sharp demonic claws grabbed the emerald green arrow, causing the sound of metal clashing and sparks to fly in all directions. Wong! The emerald green arrow kept shaking and finally collapsed. However, the burly demon's attack was also blocked. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lu Ming quickly distanced himself from the burly demon. Mu Yin, follow me. Not far away, a graceful figure appeared. If it wasn't Ling Yue, who could it be? Lu Ming was incomparably surprised. He didn't expect that Ling Yue would suddenly appear when he couldn't find her after spending so much effort. Moreover, he discovered that Ling Yue's cultivation had broken through. Before entering this temporary planet, Ling Yue's battle strength was at the peak of the 4th layer of the God Emperor realm. Now, Ling Yue had reached the 5th layer of the God Emperor realm. After Ling Yue obtained the opportunity of the Holy Seed Mother Tree, she completed the transformation. Her talent and battle strength had both increased by a lot. In a battle of the same level, Ling Yue's battle strength was stronger than the ordinary candidates of the Universe Prodigy list. Lu Ming estimated that if Ling Yue went all out, she could fight across 4.5 levels. The full strength of Ling Yue, who was at the 5th layer of the God Emperor realm, was not weaker than his full strength. That was why the arrow just now had forced the burly demon to block it. If it was before she broke through, it would definitely be impossible. At this moment, there was no time to think. Lu Ming's figure flashed as he rushed towards Ling Yue. "Follow me," Ling Yue said as she brought Lu Ming and rushed in a certain direction. "You want to leave? Both of you stay behind." The burly 10,000 devils roared and chased after Lu Ming and Ling Yue. The burly demon's speed was extremely fast, quickly closing the distance between him and Lu Ming and the others. Swoosh! When the distance between the two sides was about to close, Ling Yue turned around and shot an arrow. What she was using now was naturally not the Elven King Bow that was stained with blood, because it was suppressed here and could not be used. What she was using was her origin secret technique. The arrow pierced through the air like a ray of light, shooting towards the burly demon's forehead. Facing Ling Yue's attack, the burly demon had no choice but to block it. Although Ling Yue's battle prowess was still lacking compared to his, he couldn't directly ignore it. He waved his hand to block, blocking Ling Yue's arrow. However, his figure was still blocked for a moment, and his speed slowed down. As for Lu Ming and Ling Yue, they took the opportunity to open up a distance between them. As for Lu Ming, he took the opportunity to recover with all his might. Every cell in his body was trembling slightly. The potential in every cell was constantly gushing out, repairing his injuries. His body, which had been badly damaged, was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even the burly Abyss Demon was shocked. This monster, the burly Abyss Demon, roared in his heart and became even more determined to kill Lu Ming. He chased after Lu Ming and Ling Yue even more crazily, but when the distance between them closed again, Ling Yue turned around and shot another arrow. The path of archery was best at long-range attacks. If it was anyone else at such a distance, the power of their attacks would definitely be greatly weakened. However, Ling Yue's arrows were able to maintain their peak power. This was the advantage of a long-range attacker. After being blocked by Ling Yue's arrow, Lu Ming and Ling Yue took the opportunity to widen the distance between them. Just like this, they flew for a long distance, one chasing the other. After a period of time, Lu Ming's injuries were much better, and he wasn't far from returning to his peak state. At this moment, a forest appeared in front of them. Yes, it really was a forest. Lu Ming was extremely surprised. This was because this temporary planet was created by the master-level experts on both sides who had temporarily grabbed the rocks on the ground of the Dark Universe to refine it. This place was filled with bare rocks. How could there be a forest? Previously, Lu Ming hadn't seen a single blade of grass. Enter the forest. When Ling Yue saw the forest, her eyes lit up, and she sent a sound transmission to Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not doubt him. Together with Ling Yue, he rushed into the forest. Just as they rushed into the forest, the burly Abyss Demon also rushed into the forest. However, when the burly Abyss Demon rushed into the forest, there were no traces of Lu Ming and Ling Yue. Instead, the trees in all directions came to life and charged towards the burly Abyss Demon. You're tuning in to the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.